Deep breath, deep breath, deep breath, deep breath. Let it go, let it out, let it go, let it out. Take a deep breath, deep breath, deep breath. Take a few the clouds and touch the sky. Take a deep breath, deep breath, deep breath, deep breath. Let it go, let it out, let it go, let it out. Take a deep breath, deep breath, deep breath. And touch the sky. On a sunny morning, I touched the sky. Next morning, I touched your heart. What's the start? I play my role when I rip the mic apart.
Halo lu. Yo, halo semuanya. Malam. Halo. Siapa tadi member Wawan ya? Yo, halo semuanya. Malam. Halo Merlin, halo Bang Pam, halo Tri, halo Wawan, halo Oniel. Malam semuanya guys ya. Malam semuanya ya. Malam ini kita memainkan game terbaik sepanjang masa umat manusia santero jagat raya langit bumi galaksi bima sakti ala nyata alam goib Genshin Impact ya guys ya. Ya, jadi malam ini jadwalnya gue pengen ARCHON quest gitu loh. BTW abis emang kamar risetnya. Kenapa pada minta bahas habis? Bahas habis sih bisa besok ya. Tapi besok ini nih update HSR ya. Aduh. Besok update HSR ya. Tapi ganti habis baru kan ya. Apa besok gua nge-stream 2 kali gitu HSR Genshin? Atau gua nge-stream Genshin aja? I don't know. HSR sih sebenarnya nggak ada yang perlu gua ini day one sih, karena gua juga nggak ngegacha huo-huo. Maksudnya testing huo-huo bisa di sore hari kita lakukan. I don't know. Pas live sebelum turnya ada artefak berdarah. Udah gua pakai beberapa artefak. Tuh, 1500. Tunggu 1800 lagi. Masih lama. Jangan lupa voting Genshin udah kemarin. Udah kemarin dong. Ya kali gua game terbaik gak gua langsung gua voting ya kan.
Well, you caught
Thank you Ferdiando 4 udah subs, welcome. Kenapa dia? What the ngurangin darah gua terus tuh. What the ini kenapa, Cok? Oke, lo kalau hitnya Furina kayak gini mah. What? What? Kalau hitnya Furina kayak gini mah becek semua satu Genshin kambing. Kali berapa itu aja? Halo Arfa. Terbukti Furina karakter bawakan yoi. Ntar dulu gua lupa pasang ini. Nah, terbukti karena Furina karakter broken ya. 100% hydro app. Hydro app. Anjir dia nyerangnya random banget dah. Random cok nyerangnya. Si itu tuh anak-anakannya. Jangan lupa siapkan tisu sebelum Archon Quest. Jangan gitu, gue bilang nggak usah ngomong apa-apa biar gue nggak terlalu tinggi ekspektasinya. Kocak kacau lo ya. Ntar ekspektasi gue ketinggian, ntar malah ini nggak memenuhi. Ntar kalau gue bawa ini ke atas itu bisa nyerang nggak? Bahas spiral when om. Besok bisa sih, besok sore. Atau gue live Genshin aja apa besok malam ya? Sore aja gue live HSR. Gimana menurut pada? Bisa nyerang nggak? Bisa nggak kalian nyerang itu? Bisa ya? Ini nyerang yang mana jir? Bisa nyerang nggak? Yang penting lu pasang tinggi ekspektasi. Justru yang kayak gitu nggak jangan dipasang tinggi-tinggi. Ntar gue hina-hina lagi. Jagal jadi sales di turnamen, iya cok. Pada takut aja sama Furina gue kacau jir. Tapi bagusnya Furina gue nggak jadi C1. Maksudnya saya nggak jadi gue aktifin C1-nya. Jadi gue masih bisa bikin video guide yang channel. Walaupun neuvilette gue udah C1. BT5 tadi keburu Furina nggak kira-kira blessing on. Hercules habis masih sisa 175 chest di map. Ya masih bisa lah. Kan event juga belum keluar, event utama kan. Event utama Genshin. Emang tisunya biar apa? Nah ini sus kambing, emang tisunya buat apa? Power level Furina berapa? 10/10. Best karakter gue bilang, best karakter in Genshin Impact dari segi kit, lore, semua. Navi gimana? Jujur gue belum lihat sama sekali leak-nya Navia. Gue belum nontonin si Jestern juga. Dia kalau nggak salah udah nge-TC-in Furina kemarin. Nantilah gue cek-cekin. Gue Furina lagi Navia, sorry. Gue Navia nggak ada apa ya, kayak nggak ada nafsu gitu loh buat nge-TC-in. Kayak gue masih mau gue post-postin dulu Furina gitu loh, ngerti gak sih? Katanya Furina jelek kok di band mulu pas turni, nggak ngerti lagi gue. Agak bakal gacha nggak sih om? Ngapain gue gacha ayah kan anjir? Ayah kan buat apa kocak? Yang penting kalau Rinda masuk standar, muka lo kalau Rinda standar ya. Giliran neuvilette digas sampai C1. Emang lu nggak mau ngegas sampai C1-nya? Padahal kemarin tuh ngegas juga dia sampai C1, cuman nggak dapat aja. Yon. Kak lu Yung. Nah, benar Banteng ya. Gue belakang ini. Malam-malam Aprizal. Soalnya Navia masuk standar soalnya belum ada standar yang geo. Enggak bakal. Navia actually good kalau nggak salah. Enggak sih, tapi dibandingkan semua karakter Fontaine yang bakal rilis, Navia yang paling di bawah overall performance-nya dibandingkan Laini, neuvilette, Furina. Ya. Intinya anggap kayak albedo kedua lah. Anggap aja kayak gitu. Mirip-mirip. Om Sefruse good or bad? C6-nya bagus, sebelum C6 nggak recommended. Bang Furina solo hydro 197 udah pas, apa genapin itu udah over sih sebenarnya. 190 itu udah cukup banget. Udah bagus itu. Gak usah digenapin. Kalau twist kalau ini masuk standar buka standar ya. Tapi punya mekanik pengurangan darah kan nggak ada. Dia nggak ada mekanik pengurangan darah, makanya I don't know. Dia straightforward gitu loh skillnya. Oke, ini gue weekly dulu ya. Gue lupa gue belum weekly. Weekly dulu baru habis itu kita Archon quest ya. Weekly dulu baru habis itu kita Archon quest ya. Kita weekly sih. Furina YGY. Mana sih? Customnya ini ya. Shadow. Gua mau pakai ini Raiden sama Furina. Kalorinda main IM kah? Mana gua tahu, belum keluar kitnya Kalorinda sama sekali kambing. Berapa ada artefak geo baru? Ada artefak geo baru, tapi kalian nggak bakalan pakai itu juga sih. I mean, bisa sih. Cuma kayaknya terlalu bagus pakai ini dah. Gue lupa, Navia damage ultinya ada nggak ya? Bagus. Mau banget lagi itunya. Oi. Ay ay ay. Lari-lari mulu, Cok. Malam-malam Firebolt. Bang gacha wo. Bang gak gacha wo, game masih valid. Wo itu loli. Bangsat. Dari mana G-nya? Lupa. Salah. Kan salah rotas kan gue. Aduh. Hancur. Lah. Udah. Keren juga. Easy. Ayo, Purina deh yang ngambil 3 please. Please kasih gue 3 biar gue bisa nge-crown minggu depan. Atau biar gue bisa naikin ke level 7. Anjing, do mulu. Do mulu, Cok. Aduh, sial gini ya, GY. Kambing. Kayaknya tetap gua naikin ini aja dulu dah. Pang. Halo Ipul. Kalau trainer bakalan OP. Hah? Mau kalau udah C2 Furina signatur wajib kah? Enggak juga, enggak ada kata wajib buat weapon kami. Tapi kalau lu udah C2 pakai signatur ya itu udah bakal bagus banget kalau udah C2. Arti baru di efisien buat di farm nggak om? Sebelahnya Geo bikin males. Arti baru yang mana? Yang nanti? Ya enggak lah. Kan gue udah bilang farming ini aja udah sampai game ini tutup. Ini Fire Hunter sama Golden Troop. Apa lu farming arti baru? Oke, gue mau ngabisin resin dulu ya. Kita ngabisin dulu resin dulu guys. Soalnya PT weapon tinggal pecah aja, cuman masih rate off donat. Ya nggak usah lah, nggak usah. Apalagi kalau lu udah punya face ring dasar atau KKN atau jet cutter itu nggak usah, nggak worth it. Mending lu simpen aja daripada lu dapet donat yang ada nangis. Pernah buat new player, iyalah. Purina karakter broken mau new player, mau player lama mau new player bagus. Iya, sama Noel. Sama Noel sama Barbara, ada Noel ada Barbara, white healer. Kalian bisa make buat di awal-awal itu bagus banget. Purina. Kenapa gacha C1 neuvilette Purina enggak buat Charline om? Channelnya gak cukup kah? Kenapa gacha neuvilette C1 dan Purina buat cara lain kagak. Ya karena gue suka karakternya lah. Apalagi? Karena gue suka karakternya. Bukan gak cukup karena gue suka karakternya aja. Channel udah broken banget ini 2 karakter. Cuman gue suka karakternya. Apalagi emang kalian mikir ini konstelasi. Gue pengen ngeliat mereka ngasilin damage yang lebih gitu loh. Masa kayak gitu perlu kalian tanyakan? Bukan berarti karakternya kurang, channel kocak kacau lo ya. Karena gue pengen lihat damage-nya lebih. Welcome back to the Gang Ipul. Sekarang udah ada member favorit gue dan gue gak pernah ngomong itu ke siapapun, cuma lo doang. Populer gak Kazuha dulu aja ya bang? Kazuha emang kapan? Emang ada info Kazuha besok? Emang lu tahu Kazuha besok bakalan rerun? Enggak gacha Furina. New player gacha Furina sekarang. Habis itu next banner apa ya? Lupa gue guys. Next banner. Noel sense dev kan bang, soalnya artnya Marcel Santos bisa bikin Noel pakai IR-nya. Lu butuh IR buat Noel. Kalau lu double geo, lu butuh IR sekitar 140, 150 kalau lu double geo. Kalau lu solo geo ya lu mending pakai Fofonius GS aja udah. Nggak usah aneh-aneh. Dia nggak digacau. Dia kan standar. Ah itu ada sama Saino ya. Aduh ini goblet kambing. Astagfirullah, gue kira jam. Aduh. Nggak, lu mending simpan aja, nggak usah pisahin weapon. Sumpah, cloud retainer bakalan bagus banget nanti. Bener kayak Bennett kah bang, buff damage gitu, bisa dibilang seperti itu. Bedanya Furina punya damage, Bennett enggak. Punya personal damage maksudnya. Udah lama banget nggak ke stream nih. Iya lu dari mana aja Ipul? Malam-malam nol. Kalau retainer bisa ngeil satu party bisa. Ini dia ada crit rate-nya. Ini crit rate damage. Profesor kebutan gimana solusinya? Ya lu pun lagi lah, Papo. Bacot Chris. Lu nggak ada kata-kata lain selain itu Chris? Udah muak gua kocak. Masih mending nih gua baca Chris kambing. Karena nggak sengaja gue baca. Bang, kalau Furina Cenam itu ngaruh nggak sih kalau kita naikin NA-nya? Furina Cenam itu ngaruh nggak sih kalau kita naikin NA-nya? Pertanyaan yang bagus. Enggak, jawabannya enggak. Kenapa? Karena damage-nya itu ada di sini. Damage-nya itu di sini. Nah ini normal attack including arcane total attack and will be further increased by an amount equivalent to 25% of Furina max HP. Ada di sini. Scalingnya tuh di sini. Normal attack-nya itu attack persen. Jadi nope. Kayaknya enggak. Cuman gue belum yakin juga karena gue nggak punya channel. Oh iya si Rosel. Udah di ini belum Rosel konstelasinya? Udah kebuka om. Oh oke. Udah C6 semua. BTW Om Furina mending C1 plus signature, C2 no signature. Mending C2 no signature. Kalau lu udah punya fast rank kan? Mending C2 no signature. C2-nya baru kalau mau lu signature. Kalau trader CC-nya ada. Kalau trader sama ya semua orang kamu kak. Ya lu udah lengkap semua kok. Lu pakai KKN aja lah, Merlin. Pakai KKN kan bisa. KKN itu ngeri loh damage-nya buat Furina. Besok kalau pakai Proto Ember butuh IR berapa? Pakai jam IR butuh 180. 180. Minggu depan. Emang lu udah ada Furinanya? Minggu depan aja lu. Tapi signature bisa crit damage 300 kak, crit damage 300 ya. HP lebih gede pengaruhnya kocak buat HP segala. HP persen itu lebih gede damage-nya, pengaruh damage-nya daripada crit damage guys ya buat HP karakter, HP segala karakter. Makanya yang di Facebook itu orang bego-bego semua bilang Furina gak ada damage tapi pas dilihat HP-nya berapa 20k doang. Tolol emang. Kalau menurut coba monggo bisa solo abis Furinanya pakai mare GG. Pengen sih gue coba. Menarik sih coba C6-nya si Rosal nanti deh kapan-kapan ya. Hari ini malam ini kita mau Archon Quest dulu. Karena Archon Quest katanya lama jadi gue mau cepet-cepet mulai nih. Menurut gue Furina tier A sih muka gitu ya. Dia bilang nanti. Gede banget tuh damage. 20k gue liat. Gue baca dialog 6 jam plus serius. Jam 4 dong kita kelar kambing. Wait. Serius segitu. Lu baca ngulang-ngulang gak? Gue sih baca 1 kali cukup ya. Atau Paimon kita skip aja gak apa-apa ya. Paimon gak penting kocak. Halo Iksan. Bilang oknum tapi kok emang banyak yang tolol. Salah satu cons dibilang ketergantungan healer lah. Salah satu cons. Guys ini kasih pasulat yang tentunya saling melengkapi. Tolol emang. Begonya itu karena iya Furina ketergantungan healer tapi emang lu main Genshin enggak pada bilang ketergantungan healer sok-sokan dia main Genshin spiral abis nggak ada healer gitu loh. Sok-sokan bilang Q bagus karena ada damage reduction-nya. Emang lu bisa Q doang lu bawa Q doang. Kalau gue sih bisa-bisa aja ya. Mohon maaf nih. Ini orang yang ngomong-ngomong kayak gitu emang Q bisa lu bawa sendirian tanpa ada shielder lagi, tanpa ada healer lagi gitu. Dia habis. Ulti pernah dekat-dekat dekat akhir rotasi atau bagaimana? Ya ada rotasinya, mereka rotasinya aja nggak tahu ya. Aduh. Nggak sanggung bak nanggung. Furina ribet. Tolol emang. Gak mau dikasih damage bonus gitu loh. 75% channel. Aneh. Bang kalau pakai shielder darahnya pas ini pas kena Furina masih turun nggak? Kalau pakai shielder, Furina itu nggak bisa dibarengin sama shielder. Ini itu bakalan ngurang terus darahnya selama dia nyerang, selama skillnya nyerang. Jadi lo mau ada shielder mau apa tetap ngurang darah lo. Jadi dia nggak bisa dibarengin sama shielder. Frustasi bangkrut kah? Bangkrut. Udah gulung tikar frustasi. Karena full value Furina 3,5. Orang bego yang ngomong kayak. Bukannya udah berkurang gara-gara lihat ini. Gara-gara lihat apa namanya? Turni. Performanya Furina atau Furina di band terus. Banyak tuh gue liat orang nanya di chat, emang Furina bagus? Karena di band terus kan. Masa dari situ aja nggak ada gitu otaknya berpikir dikit. Alamat. Frustasi udah diganti sama turnamennya. Kata J siapa anjir? J siapa kocak? J siapa guys? J siapa lagi J? Jua tahu gitu. J saha anjing. Padahal Thailand masih cukup Furina tapi udah di-banned terus. Iya. Aduh, ini bisa jadi bagus ya. Gimana Kak Bangkur itu dana buat turni emoji aja masih stay 10k. Kocak emang viewer. Ya. Lihat, bener kata-kata si Kagura. Bener. Emang lu doang yang paling mengerti Kagura. Yang lain gak ada yang peka tuh. Udah gua ganti. Udah udah berusaha mau bikin turni MOC gitu. Nggak ada gitu support-supportnya. Sedih banget gue emang. Karena duit member, muka lu duit member. Ntar gue mau ngapain? Oh ya, Archon Quest. Oke, apakah kita udah ready buat Archon Quest, guys? Gas. Jam 11 kira-kira kelar jam berapa? 12, 1, 2, 3, 4. 4 lah ya, jam 4 lah ya. Jam 4 sabi lah ya. Kelar jam 4, aman ya. 10k buat turni cukup kocak, muka lu cukup. Ini kita ke mana ini? Ini mana? Gitu dah. Aku belum pamit kalau gitu. Yoi, kalian kalau ada yang nggak mau kena spoiler nggak apa-apa ya. Cabut dulu aja. MOC itu versi land and part. MOC ini kocak dari HSR spiral habisnya HSR. Konquest Rail. Gue mau bikin turnamen yang serius di HSR. Gue kerja di Bridgestone om, ntar gue donate. Gue nunggu lu kerja di Bridgestone keburu anak gue masuk SMA, kambing. Ya Ipul dari mana aja kambing baru keluar gue. Lupa gue, aduh. Gue lupa musiknya guys. Lupa musik gue. Aduh sorry guys ya ini tanpa musik. Malam-malam Karasyun. Lalu lo nggak lupa VA juga kan? Oke. Gue mau nanya, kita bagusan pakai VA JP atau VA English buat si Furina? Di sini neuvilette banyak banget ininya. Scene-nya. Nggak, Furinanya bagusan JP atau English, guys? VA English, serius. Ya, gue juga lebih suka VA Englishnya Furina sih. Sebenarnya bukan lebih suka sih, lebih tepatnya kayak apa ya? English bagus sih. Spontan English aja. English ya, Sabi ya, English ya. English aman ya. Ingetin gue besok buat download VAJP-nya ini guys ya. HSR. Let's go. Sampai bergetar. Apa yang bergetar kambing? Mana nih gue? Bawa ya. Ini kita bebas nih. Indonesia kayak Inggris. Oke.
Please sign here.
Dialog banyak neuvilette.
This
Oh iya
document
kah?
will be effective
Ya udahlah.
immediately
Gua
upon
nggak tahan
signing,
denger
and you two
neuvilette
may
ini.
exit the fortress of Meripede via the regular channels.
It's been so long since we've been to the surface. Let's hurry up and... Huh?
Apa?
What's happening?
Kantong gue bergetar. Lebih imersif rasanya karena nggak ngomong
I'm
apa,
fine,
bener.
Thanks. But I wonder what that tremor was just now.
Minus di Paimonnya sih, ya sih. Makanya Paimon kita skip aja guys ya. Nggak penting juga kocak Paimon ngomongnya. Pasti nggak penting. Nggak mungkin ada yang penting Paimon ngomong. Potong telinganya Chris kalau Paimon ngomong hal penting.
Your Grace?
Ah, good to see you two. Is there something you wish to see me about?
Yeah, what was with that earthquake just
Kok gua
now?
emang lu suka Paimon ini, voice actornya
The tremor
Paimon
didn't
yang
originate
English.
from the seafloor. In fact, it seems it came from the surface. Over the years of serving as the warden here, I've developed a sense for distinguishing between what occurs on the surface and what occurs underwater. Besides, the
Silahkan
seal that
mention
Monsieur
FONTAINE.
Neuvilette set in place won't fail so easily.
So the fortress is okay?
If you recall our last incident, if there really were a problem, there would be crowds of inmates in
Meanwhile,
it.
gay yang truly explore.
Huh, you've got a point. Okay, seems we need to get back up to the surface and ask about what happened. By the way, do you know what day it is today?
Di Paimon pakai headset, pakai headphone itu bikin mata seger. Kagak lah, gue lebih suka voice chain Paimon, lebih nggak annoying. Nah kan, ya udah berarti lu yang disalahin kalau Paimon penting tapi gue nge-skip.
Yep.
Kalau belum Archon Quest yang patch kemarin masih nggak apa-apa kah? Lu belum yang patch yang
Are
kemarin?
you leaving now? That's right. Today is our last day in prison. But now that Paimon says that, it
Chris, tangan lu, Chris.
we're confined here.
Chris,
It's
tangan lu,
actually
angkat tangan lu.
nice.
Kacau anjir si Chris. Ngeliat si Queen tangannya
Oh,
di
yeah,
bawah
Paimon feels
dua-duanya,
fine in
Cok.
this place now.
Chris, tangan lu, Chris.
Be sure to come back and visit.
Chris, tangan lu angkat. Gue mau lihat tangan lu mana. Jangan dibawa terus tangan lu. Ngapain tangan lu gue nanya. Ngeliat si Queen tiba-tiba langsung dibawa tangannya si Chris.
You're not going to
Kacau,
see
anjir.
us off?
Kacau si Chris kambing.
I knew
Padahal dari
you'd ask.
belakang lu doang lu.
All right, sure. Let's go.
Well, you actually agreed. No worries, you must be busy. Paimon was just joking.
Garuk kaki. Ntar naik.
So you do have a polite side, I see.
Tangan kiri lu megang apa,
After
Om?
being down
Tangan
here
kiri
for
gua
so
di sini
long,
ya,
I
kambing.
imagine you must feel like you're lacking companionship. Shall I come along too? Yeah, don't worry, we'll come back to see you.
Oke, ini intinya kita keluar dari penjara.
The chefs sure do know how to make good grub.
I hope you won't be here as convicts the next time I see you.
We'll do our best to stay out of trouble. Well, it seems our work in the Fortress of Meripede is finished. We
Oke.
should probably go.
Ini bisa gue skip ya, nggak terlalu
You're
penting lah ya.
going to see Monsieur Neuvilette? Please pass on our kind regards.
Di sini celana muka lu.
I'm sure just your regards will do, no?
I believe it would be the polite thing to do.
You're right. I've heard the palais has been terribly busy.
Bang, jujur
these
ini
days.
pertanyaan si Queen itu
Tell
pakai
him that I hope he hasn't been
astagfirullah Kagura,
overwhelmed
lihat
by the
Kagura.
recent string of troubles.
Pertanyaannya Kagura, lihat. Ada cewek lo di sini lo, ada si Rosel lo. Ada si Rosel kayak gini, ada si Rosel di chat, masih kayak gitu pertanyaan si Kagura tuh, lihat. Nggak
If
ada
you're
adat
concerned
emang.
about things at the palais, why
Astagfirullah.
don't you- I believe you should still have some vacation time to spend.
Parah cok si Kagura cok.
Thank you
Nggak ada
for
adat
being
Jir.
So understanding.
Ada
It
cewek
means
padahal
a
loh.
lot. It's been some time since I've gone
Apa
to the
Chris? Pakai apa
circus.
Chris? Tanya Chris.
I must say that
Dia yang
I've
tahu.
started to miss it a little.
Jawab Chris itu Kagura pertanyaannya.
If you're concerned, I believe you should.
I think it's been some
Oke. Kita ke neuvilette. Oke, ini penting ya. Mulai dari sini penting nih. Wriothesley ganteng ya om. Astagfirullah Kagura. Lu udah nggak lama kesini belok gitu. Si Kagura lagi si Ipul. Kok Kagura lagi? Lu udah lama nggak datang ke stream gua belok gitu Ipul. Jadinya. Wah ini kok rame? Tiba-tiba.
The Palais Mermonia sure is buzzing with activity today.
Tolong jawabnya apa? Mau nanya bronya speed 160 bukan hackerspace atau 155 hackerspace sama planner phone box. 155 hackerspace. Lu bisa upgrade talentnya ke level 9
Excuse me.
atau
Would
crownin.
you mind helping me take a look at this report?
I'll be right there. Sorry, I've got my hands full here.
Si Queen gak ada, si Seden, si Chris. Ngeliatin si Seden lagi.
Everyone's so busy.
9 luka.
Seems a lot has been happening.
Stocking si Queen modelnya apa? Bangsat pertanyaannya. Agak ada si Rosel loh di chat loh. Nggak bisa dijaga gitu ketikanya.
Hello. You've come at the right time, but you'll have to wait for just a moment, as there are some urgent matters I must tend to first. In the meantime, please have a seat. If you'd like to have something to drink, let the Melusine outside know.
Punya sayap. Mana ada?
We just
Mana ada sayapnya?
Very well then.
let's take a break over there while we wait for him to finish his work.
Punya sayap. Bagus om, terang-terangan berarti muka loh, terang-terangan.
All right. That should wrap things up for now.
Are you done with your work?
Yes, sorry to keep you waiting.
Ini gua nggak bakalan taruh guys. Bukannya kemarin ada wacana kalau misalnya kita belum nge-story quest neuvilette bakalan berhenti di tengah-tengah atau itu hoax. Kemarin gue kayak ada pernah dengar entah di mana kalau misalnya kita belum story quest neuvilette bakalan ke stop di tengah-tengah. Soalnya gue belum story quest neuvilette nih. Nah, belum gue. Iya kah? Stop di tengah kah? Cuman nggak gue ambil, belum gue ambil juga story questnya. Santuy. Nggak mesti. Nggak, gue nggak unlock. Belum gue unlock. Ya, belum gue start. Oh,
That's right, and we came here to see you right away.
lanjut aja, belum story quest novel apa.
A massive whale.
Massive whale.
Do you have any idea what that might be?
Apa kabar
Judging
quest
from
story
your
Nahida nggak bakalan
description,
gue
it
kelarin.
cannot have occurred in any ordinary waters, but rather something like the primordial sea. A whale of that size and shape cannot usually be found in the waters of Tivat. Therefore, we can only assume that child is presently immersed in primordial seawater.
Immersed in primordial seawater?
Waterbuck story-nya lain nih.
And is he okay?
Tapi kejeda kalau belum story questnya Nahida muka loh. Ya, dia bukan dari
Most people wouldn't
Fontaine.
be capable of entering in the first place. I'm not completely sure how he could have gotten there myself. Yes, what is it?
What was the tremor we felt earlier?
Right, Paimon felt it too. We asked the Duke and he said it wasn't from underwater, so we figured you might know something about it.
Feng kerasa banget
It
kalau
turns out that
Feng ya.
I just received a report about this particular matter. In fact, that's exactly
Bagus ya
what I was
VA
busy
Englishnya
with a
Furina ya,
moment
maksudnya
ago.
kerasa emosinya.
The source of the tremor
Temen
was
gue
here
juga
on the
pada nyariin
surface
itu sih.
near Poisson. After the shaking stopped,
Ntar
the
dulu.
water levels in the Poisson area rose at an alarming rate.
Near Poisson.
The water levels rose? Oh no! What about all the people there?
Fortunately, the water levels only rose for a short period of time, and have already returned to
Taunya
normal.
sekarang nggak perlu yo.
However, I still have a bad feeling about the whole phenomenon. If the change in water levels is connected with the leaking primordial seawater, then the situation in Poisson may be much worse
Situasi
than
ini
it appears.
Poisson.
Navia should be in Poisson, right? We need to go check on her.
Poisson.
I would also like to go there as soon as possible, but I'm afraid I can't leave just yet. We must immediately formulate disaster prevention plans for the surrounding coastal areas to avoid potential catastrophes. I'll have to ask you two to go to Poisson first. I'll meet you there to check on the situation once I finish things here.
There's no time to lose.
BTW ini kalian mau ikut baca kah? Mau gua ganti ke bahasa Indo atau bahasa Inggris aja? Bahasa Indo aja lah ya, biar kalian bisa ikut baca juga. Karena lagian udah pakai bahasa Inggris deh. Coba ada yang mau baca ulang.
The two of you have my thanks.
Inggris aja. Ini malah aneh. Oh yaudah. Nah, siapa tau kalian ada yang mau ikut baca gitu yang IQ-nya di bawah rata-rata, nggak bisa bahasa Inggris misalnya. Kayak si Chris misalnya. Terus ke Poisson. Bebas.
Oh no. What happened here?
Apa nih? Lah, ada apa yang terjadi sama ini? Oh, gara-gara airnya ini ya. Naik ya?
Navia should be around here, right? We need to make sure she's still...
Navia mati, Koca.
check on her.
Larut Koca si Navia. Jadi teh.
We haven't seen a single soul all the way here. Oh, this is getting scary.
Gelap banget tuh ceritanya. Iya.
What will I ever do now?
Jadi Navia bisa diminum. Hah? Diminum?
Over there.
Sus.
Just stay put. We're coming up. Watch your balance.
All right, just hurry. I'm not young anymore. How will I survive on my own? My Desiree.
Astagfirullah, lihat. Si Merlin. Nggak ada data-datanya kambing.
Sad.
My leg.
Ada 2 ek. Om bakal maraton kah? Bukannya 1 ek doang. Katanya 1 ek doang. Halo Legends of Godzilla.
It hurts.
Just
Gara-gara
hang
naik
in
ya
there.
airnya.
Help is on the way. You can hold my hand if it makes you feel better.
Cara nyumbang dana Turli ini lewat Saweria lah. 1 ek. Bangsat sisa. Karena bisa rasa tanah. Karena Geo.
Navia, she's over there. Hey, Navia, are you okay?
You're here.
We heard there was a situation in Poisson, so we came as quickly as we could.
Yes.
Kosong.
As you can see, the water level suddenly rose.
With the
It
disturbance. in
caused
fact.
quite the disturbance, in fact.
Karena mayat.
Demoiselle, there was a wounded
Masa kabel
peasant next
pelen?
to a
Lu pernah
building
makan kabel
southeast of
pelen,
here.
Chris?
We've already
Si Chris
transported him to safety,
aneh-aneh banget dia,
but
Cok.
we've run out of medical supplies.
Kasihan gua. Pernah makan kabel pelen lo dia.
He's
Kacau aja.
wounded? How badly?
He fell, so it's probably a broken leg. He's pretty shaken up. When the water level rose, he desperately climbed up to the roof. Once the water receded and he saw the ground, he became terrified and eventually...
Navia JP-nya, iya gue juga udah pernah dengar.
Find the
Terlalu
leader of
girly.
Squad 1
And tell him to
Ini
take the
lebih ke
wounded
bossy
resident
gitu
to
kan
see a
dia.
doctor. He should know where to go.
Understood. I'll take over his search and rescue mission in the meantime.
All right, you'll be in charge.
Main ke sini yang ini better pakai facecam biar bisa klip kalau ada yang banyak air mata.
The
Emang
situation...
aduh, gini guys. Jangan
right.
bikin ekspektasi gue terlalu tinggi. Takutnya gue kecewa. Ya walaupun bagus, bilang aja bagus. Itu kayak kalian membuat ekspektasi gue terlalu tinggi kok, Cak.
A little
Ntar di nggak memenuhi kecewa gue.
At first, everyone thought that something might have exploded in the waterways. But before we knew it, water started pouring out from everywhere. The rushing water seemed a little odd, almost like the unique color of primordial seawater. Some people didn't realize the danger and thought it was just ordinary
Oh,
water
banyak juga yang menghilang
leaking
ya
from
di
somewhere.
bawah-bawah.
Everyone on the street who happened to be close to the water didn't have a chance to escape. As the water levels rose, they suddenly disappeared. They were all dissolved. Those who realized what was happening started to flee in a panic,
Archon quest kali ini
desperately
apa
trying to
sama?
get to higher ground.
Oh gitu. Ya udah
Many
kita
were
gak usah
injured in
kerjain kalau
stampede,
gitu.
And some people fell from
Jujur gue belum
significant
kena
heights.
spoiler sama sekali, jujur. Apapun, gue belum pernah kena spoiler. Maksudnya gue ngeliatin Mihoyo posting-posting di YouTube tapi langsung gue scroll. Kan biasanya gue ke spoiler sama Mihoyo-nya sendiri kan, posting ini di channel YouTube-nya. Pas gue lagi nge-scroll. Cuman ini gak ke autoplay, jadi langsung gue scroll ke atas lagi.
A lot of casualties. Fortunately, the water began to recede after some time, and the chaos came to an end. The water that flooded the area contained primordial seawater, so the lower levels of poisson are still hazardous. To ensure everyone's safety, I've asked the people there to leave as soon as possible. No one knows
Serah
if
Baldur's
this could
Gate,
happen
apa
again.
iya? Bang kamu
All we can
vote
do for now
Goti
is
ini
try our
Baldur's
best
Gate.
to help evacuate the residents. We still haven't completed the head count, but we'll have some numbers soon.
How awful. And all of this just came out of nowhere.
Oh jadi naik semua ya?
It was quite frightening indeed. I only wish that everything that just happened was a bad dream.
Is there any way we can help, Navia?
Thank you for being so willing to help in a moment of crisis like this. You don't know how much it means to me. I really
So, build up
can't
CD-nya
express
dari
how
awal ya
grateful
berarti
I
ya.
am.
Bagus.
Don't say that, Navia. That's what friends are for.
Where Melus dan Silver. Jangan bilang Melus sama Silver, anjir. Si Melus sama si Silver mati.
Demoiselle, we've got a situation here.
No. Mati, Cok.
I'll be right there. Sorry, I need to go for now.
And off she goes. Seems it might be a while before...
Who knows? Oh, oke, belum ditahu ya. Ya udahlah.
Okay, the wounded are
Diam
being
aja, diam
tended
aja.
to, and we finished a preliminary head count. More support has just arrived, so I suppose I finally have a moment to focus on my own matters.
Buat yang nggak tahu, yang buat yang ngerti game macam D&D atau RPG macam Baldur's Gate bakalan gampang nggak sih? Mending kalian nonton. Kalian kalau misalnya ada yang mau coba-coba belajar D&D atau Baldur's Gate 3 itu mending nonton videonya Raditya Dika yang terbaru. Videonya Raditya Dika yang terbaru itu pengen gue share ke Discord cuman kelupaan tadi. Kalian nonton itu 2 jam itu seru banget ya. Maksudnya awal pengenalan D&D buat kalian yang awam banget nih. Nonton videonya Raditya Dika aja yang baru tuh.
Traveler, Paimon, would you two accompany me to my father's grave for a moment?
Huh? Right now?
Thank you.
Melus mirip sama lu ya om, sama udah veteran kayak kakek lo. Aduh, set banget guys. Wait, jangan bilang beneran ini. BTW kalau gua nanya-nanya itu jangan dijawab di chat guys ya. Nggak usah kalian jawab di chat. Itu gue cuma nanya buat gue sendiri ya. Biasa kan streamer harus gitu, kocak. Kacau lo ya. Masa gue diam-diam aja?
Not a lot of people here, huh?
Well, given the time of day and
Iya,
the
jangan
whole
konfirmasi juga,
situation in
ntar jadi
Poisson,
spoiler.
Paimon doesn't think
Iya, itu
there'd be
gimmick
a
doang,
ton
kocak.
of people here visiting graves.
Right. That's how
Telat
things
banget tuh
are
si
now.
Michian, tapi nggak apa-apa. Yang penting ada. Kita skip
Navia?
kan si Navia. Ini sih yang peningkatan banget dari story-nya Genshin menurut gua. Ekspresi mukanya. Kayak nangis-nangisnya gini. Itu kan dulu-dulu nggak ada kan? Nggak ada nggak sih? Udah ada nggak sih kita ekspresi nangis dulu? Visual expression nangis karakter di story ARCHON sebelum-sebelumnya. Ini baru di Fontaine kan ini?
Navia, what's wrong?
Sorry. I just... Malus and Silver. They won't ever come back
No,
here again.
beneran ini. Aduh.
What should I do, Papa?
Beneran larut. Melo sama Silver. No.
What happened to them?
Everyone agreed on the rescue plan, but still, I was the one who initiated it. They were helping evacuate the residents,
Tabi Bito,
but they couldn't leave
Ipul
in
Neko
time.
baru saja memberikan 10.000.
Thank you, Ipul.
Normalkan wallpaper PCGW itu Zongli ama wriothesley. BTW mangat turninya gelombang.
Amin. Thank you Ipul ya. Kak lo Ipul ya.
And they were caught in the seawater.
Oh, larut beneran, guys.
What should we do?
Kecampur pasti dikasih
known
semen
them
dikit.
for so long, and I know they weren't afraid. But I could at least hold a funeral for my father, and I know where he rests. But as for Malus and Silver, they're just gone. I
Aduh,
just
iya, Cok. NPC yang nge-carry X1 mereka berdua, Cok.
After it rains. Even the
Si Melus.
I didn't expect that you'd enjoy a glass of red wine in front of Master Callus's grave.
I can understand. Besides, the scenery here isn't half bad.
See,
Malam Rizky Adi.
it's not just me. I always want to bring something when I visit Papa. Perhaps we might even have a picnic. He
Aduh.
wouldn't be angry, would he?
Set.
How could
Biasanya juga
Master
bagus,
ever
iya.
be upset with you, Demoiselle? Yet the cemetery is the
Walaupun
home of
Spina udah jatuh
those
miskin
who
masih
have
mengikuti.
passed, is it not?
Suara si Melus
Everyone
keren.
ends up here sooner or later, no matter who you are.
Buying yourself a plot in advance, are you?
No need yet. But when I do, I hope you'll let me be buried beside Master Callus, Demoiselle.
Hey, stop joking
Lagunya
around.
bagus juga. Ya. Dikasih flashback ala-ala lagi.
I'm quite serious.
Jangan terlalu lama dong
That way,
berhentinya.
it will save us both the trip to see each other whenever you visit your father's grave.
That makes sense. In that case, could I be buried on his other side?
After all,
Aduh.
besides you, Demoiselle, the two of us could certainly be considered Master's closest companions.
Aduh, sedih banget, Cok. Mereka mau dikubur di
I believe
sampingnya
we fill those
bapaknya.
shoes just fine.
Set.
Why
FF.
are you bringing this up all
Ketik
of
F,
a
guys. Ketik F
sudden?
di chat.
Seriously. All right. I'll remember your requests. But I'd really prefer not to talk about this stuff. And what do you mean by saving me a trip? I'd make the journey even if
Kelihatan
I had
alasan
to
kan gak bisa
visit you
dikubur ya,
two
Cok.
somewhere else.
Campur-campur.
I promise to let them rest.
Tabi Bito, Ihsan 00 baru saja memberikan 10.000. YAN nenek.
Ah,
I'm sorry for letting
gitu
you
sih
see me in a
bangsat.
mess like this.
Demi ngatain
I
Yai dia
don't
donate.
usually
Nggak
cry,
apa-apa.
really.
Kalian kalau mau ngatain Yai bisa
Doesn't
lewat
know
donate
how
ya.
to help you feel better. But, well, she understands how you feel.
I had always thought I could make my wishes come true. But now that I think about it, that never solely relied on me. Many things can only be accomplished with someone else's help. Malus and Silver have helped me so much. But by contrast, I could do nothing for them. I'm so sorry.
You can spend as
Ini
much
Navia ikut
time
kita,
as
Jepang
you
jadi
need here, Navia.
ini di
We'll
Spina.
stay with you.
Iya. Bener.
Thank you. Right now, you don't know how much that means.
Si Navia ikut kita biar jadi budak, maksud gua jadi
By the way,
teman seperjalanan.
You can have a look at this. It's a list of victims from the incident that took place here.
Obena, Khan, Burnett, Giverny, Francine, Karina, Daisy Ray,
Aduh, Melo Silver doang sih yang gua ini.
Julianne,
Albert baru saja memberikan 10.000.
as well as
Please 30 orang jangan nge-troll media share atau minta review sawer pas momen penting. Gak lucu blog.
So,
Ya, thank you ininya. Sebenarnya lo gak usah ngomong gitu sih. Kita orang malah jadi sana. Bangsat lu ya. Orang-orang diam semua lu. Tapi thank you donasinya. Benar. Jangan guys ya. Atau gua atau di momen penting mungkin gua matiin ini kali,
We were
matiin
able
alert
to save
maybe.
more than we anticipated. The overall outcome indicates that the cost was worth it.
right. Don't think that way.
Kalau donate 1 juta nggak apa-apa ya. Donate 1 juta gua iniin, nggak apa-apa. Kalian mau ngerusak apapun ya, silahkan media share. Media share yang berisik banget 1 juta nggak masalah. Silahkan ya. Don't think that way, Navia. 1% might be safe at expense for others.
Malus and Silver were not
10 juta nggak masalah juga ya.
anyone.
Silakan guys ya, ancur-ancurin aja udah. Kalau 1 juta, 10 juta,
You're
bodo
right.
amat.
Thank you, Paimon. What you
Gak
said
perlu
just now was pretty amazing, actually. I'll remember your words.
Oh, really?
Seems you've become more eloquent in the
The
time
fuck?
since we last met.
Kenapa tiba-tiba dia
The knave? What are you doing here?
Is everything going well on your side?
Yes, my people are carrying out the mission according to your request. All the residents of Poisson have been evacuated, and we're preparing to relocate them to higher ground. As for these supplies, we have everything taken care of. There is no need to worry.
Thank you very much.
si Nev ini rusak suasana?
Do you two know each other?
Iya, tahu ini.
We just met recently. Right, Miss Navia?
Usually, I would call this a
Gue masih belum tahu
coincidental
motifnya
encounter.
Arlequin sih sebenarnya,
That
motif
doesn't
utamanya ya.
quite fit this time.
Dia pasti tetap mau
Besides, it never even
gnosis, udah
crossed
pasti.
my mind that a Fatui harbinger would come looking for me. Thanks to the knave, Spina di Rosula received generous support from the Fatui, which allowed us to complete the rescue and evacuation work so quickly.
Sangat sus.
Mutual aid is essential to fostering positive developments. We were already in the area, in any case, so it was nothing. That said, I must say that you're a lot sharper than you let on. I'm sure you understand what I mean.
I apologize
Kepala
for
Satgas
all the ways
evakuasi.
in which I tested you previously. We've never worked with a Fatui before, and it's extremely important for us to know who we're working with. My subordinates have reported that Fatui soldiers
Itu
have
siapa
been
yang bilang
observing
Rekage,
water
bangsat?
levels and taking head counts in various locations.
Itu siapa yang bilang
I hear
Rekage?
that they've also prepared a
Bangsat si
large
Merlin
amount
ya.
of emergency
Rekage
supplies.
loh.
I'm quite
Mirip
surprised.
juga sih gue liat-liat. Been observing water levels and taking accounts.
This is nothing to brag about, nor do I intend to. It is simply the way of powerful organizations to act forcefully, whether they are doing good or ill. You've witnessed that firsthand, in any case. As I've told this traveler before, I know of the prophecy, and I intend to prevent the impending disaster. Lending your organization a hand was a natural first step in accomplishing that. As such, do not be troubled by this token of our sincerity. Perhaps one day, you'll also be able to help me in the same way.
Without your help, there would have been many more casualties. I won't forget your kindness.
Inggrisnya kurang
Furthermore,
kurang mami. Mana ada? Bagus kok Cak
sincerely
Inggris.
regret what
Lumayan.
happened to Malus and Silver. I only wish that my people could have arrived a little earlier to prevent this from happening.
Don't say that. You and your subordinates did everything you could. As Paimon said,
Gue setiap kali ngeliat matanya si Arlecchino kayak ini, Cok. Gue kira kayak mata-mata itu.
And they weren't the price paid for other salvation.
Apa? Yang heart pupil gitu loh, yang ada hati di matanya, pupilnya.
I've never liked hearing people put
Yang
it
ada.
that way. It's like trying to relieve pain by saying some noble sounding words. But right now, there's nothing more suitable. They really did become heroes.
You're right. I'm sorry.
Emang apa guys? Gue nggak tahu. Emang itu apaan? Nggak, maksud gue mirip kayak hati gitu dari jauh.
Water is life to Fontaine's people, and it also spells disaster. It's no wonder that people always say that prophecies represent fate. Fortunately, I've never been one for such opinions.
Anjing satu. Apaan assignment asalnya nggak tahu gue. Apaan itu?
So, you're one who will try to change
Maksud banget sih saja, Cok.
Of course. That is why I'm going to Hotel Booth
Assignment
today.
apaan guys? Gak tau gue
I
assignment
still
apaan.
have some things to take care of, and the children need my attention. By the way, traveler, Paimon, one more thing.
Kenapa dia nge-address Paimon juga?
Alright, then we'll just... Huh? This isn't right. Paimon thought you would ask us to walk with you for a moment so you could tell us something in private.
That is a clever and useful conversation technique, which I do like to use when necessary. But there's no need today. It would not hurt to have Miss Navia listening in. Traveler, I'm sure you remember that I said we could work together when we had the chance. You and I both know that there may be issues with the primordial sea. Previously, it was the fortress of Meripede's sluice gate, and this time it was the water levels in Poisson. These are both signals. Indeed. Allow me to share the latest intel I've received from the House of the Hearth's intelligence network with you. During some recent investigations,
Okay. Ini
a
penting guys ya.
child
Taruh dulu.
claimed to have discovered some ruins near Poisson. The ruins date back to ancient times and seem to be worth investigating in many ways. Judging by the dating of the ruins, they may be related to the prophecy and the coming crisis. The situation is becoming more urgent, so any pertinent information will prove extremely precious. My people initially came to prepare for ruin exploration. Unexpectedly, this disaster struck, and at present, we're all busy prioritizing the rescue effort.
So, that's why the Fatui were already in Poisson.
I wanted to take the children along, but unfortunately, Linny, Lynette, and Fremine have all been dispatched to higher ground to assist affected residents. Linny told me that outside of the house, the person they trust most is you.
Di,
Which is why I
kok
want to
ngeri
give
juga
you
si
this
Lainey bilang
task.
kayak gitu ya. Kalau Lynette nggak masalah. Si Lainey kok yang ngomong kacau jir.
The House of the Hearth's members see each other as family, but Linny, Lynette, and Fremine said that they also see you as such, even though you are not from the house.
Mau ngetik
I'm
Cak
sure
Imin.
you already understand
Oh,
how
mau ngetik Cak
earnest they
Imin.
consider their
Cak lu
friendship
Cak
with
Imin
you to be.
Oh, that somehow makes Paimon feel kinda happy.
The intel I just shared about
Nggak
the
penting
ruins
Paimon.
could
Paimon
fetch a
kita
high
skip aja guys ya.
price.
Menghemat waktu.
But since the children consider you family, it's only natural
Justru
that I
ngebagusin
freely share
pacing tuh.
with you.
Kalau Paimon kita skip.
Got it. So all we gotta do...
Ya kan?
Excuse me, but
Gak penting kan?
may I tag along?
Merusak pacing.
You wish to join, Miss Navia?
Halo Al.
But are you sure you're up to exploring?
Tuh kan?
I'm
Merusak
sad,
pacing, Cok.
yes. But
Sumpah.
I
Sebenarnya kalau
can't
Paimon
just
kita
go
skip
back.
jadi bagus storynya,
Lock
jadi bagus
myself
storynya.
into a chair by the roadside and do nothing. There's no point in being depressed while we still have a disaster on our hands. As my father's successor, I must live up to the hopes he had in me. Besides, I'm also doing this for myself. I need something, a distraction.
Wait, gue baru sadar si
Keep my
Navia nggak ada
mind off the
talinya
loose
ya?
and silver.
Nggak ada talinya ya? Gimana caranya bisa tetap stay gitu?
Since you put it that way, I have no objections. What do you say, traveler?
Tali ikat rambut.
The
Tali ikat
ruins are
rambut
to the
kok.
south of Poisson. Here's the map.
Okay, the three of us will handle it. Come on, let's pack up and get going.
Ini ke map baru ya? Map baru kan ya? Situ ke sini. Alright. Oke, ini kita bisa lihat sini. Kan pakai korset, benar juga ya. Benar juga ya, korset ya. Astagfirullah. Banteng, banteng. Bisa nggak sih dijaga omongan tuh? Jaga adat, jaga adab. Oh. Ada orang yang nge-skip Furina. Hah? Ada yang nge-skip Furina.
So, are these the ruins the knave was talking about? Whoa, talk about old.
They seem to be pretty ancient, all right.
Let's go in and have a look.
Just be
Kalau
careful.
Furina baru melorot om. Alright. Gacha ku skip sampai C1 malahan. Gacha ku skip sampai C1 malahan. Itu bukan skip kambing. Nggak ada ya? Nggak ada. Kira ada tren Navia. Nah kan ini Archon ya.
A bitter pill to swallow. Settle down.
Nggak ada chest kan di sini? Di sini ada chest gak sih guys? Kalau masalah chest nggak apa-apa ya kalian tanya gue ya. Ntar ini nggak bisa gue jalanin lagi kambing. Itu ada. Chestnya pasti kelihatan lah ya. Nggak mungkin nggak kelihatan gitu. Chestnya di tengah jalan ya.
This place has also been contaminated by primordial seawater.
Yeah. And a lot of it, too. A Fontainian would most likely dissolve the moment they fell in.
Anjir, sampai sini juga ada primordialnya guys.
You can't go down if there's primordial seawater. It's too dangerous and it won't be any help for you to just stay here. Don't get by my wrong.
No, you're right. I can't do anything in this situation.
Wah. Nah, betul.
That complicates things.
In that case, do you want to wait?
The water levels here are unstable, and there's a chance the water will rise. So staying here wouldn't be safe.
Terus gimana dong?
I'll go together with you. Perhaps we'll find the exit just up ahead.
All right. Come with us for... Oh no, it's a dead end.
Katanya jangan sampai ikut ke sini. Gua mau berenang. Wah, bohong, tapi bohong. Si Navi udah deg-degan, Cok. Untung ada Furina, guys ya. Oh, gagal gua kalau tenggelam ya. Oh kalau tenggelam gagal. Kalau tenggelam diulang anjir. Wah, kacau, Cok. Bener kok nggak larut. Ya kan dia Archon kok. Kacau lo ya. Masa Archonnya juga larut?
Wait, there's something wrong with this bridge.
Jatuh. Oh, cutscene. Sheesh. Oh, di sini yang Navia yang jatuh ya?
Navia!
No. Mati dong beliau. Mati kocak. Loh. Rip, udah. Besok Navia ini apa namanya?
Demoiselle.
Waduh, flashback tuh.
Demoiselle, what are you
Ya, jadi
doing
nggak
here
playable.
by yourself? Would you be standing here till dark if I hadn't come to get you?
Aduh.
Maybe she just wants some time to herself, Malus.
Kalian.
Oh, was I
Jadi flashback
asleep?
gini?
Yes, it would appear so.
Mayat nih. Alam
I must
kubur.
be tired.
Batal benernya.
That's
Serius.
quite possible. However,
Waifu
you
kok
were
bukan
the one
mayat,
that
waifu kok
suggested
air
we
gitu
go
loh.
out for a walk.
Oh, right. I nearly forgot.
Nggak enak kocak
It
nge-waifuin
must
Navia.
have
Masa
slipped my
kalian
mind
pegang
when I
langsung
dozed off. I haven't
langsung
had
ini
a nap
langsung
today yet.
basah air gitu loh,
Have I?
tembus-tembus.
This is a familiar feeling, yet something's a little strange.
Batal diganti deh ya. Oh gitu.
Is something the matter, Demoiselle?
Oh, no. No, I'm fine. I was just trying to recall why we came out for a walk.
Do you remember Mr. Giverny? He'd requested our help before with foreign
Air
merchants who had a
kocak.
debt dispute with him, and we'd resolved the matter not long
Masa
ago.
lu masa tembus?
We were
Kacau,
headed
Jer.
to see how
Kalian
things
yang
were going
nge-waifuin
with him at the moment.
Navia, pikir lagi ya. Tembus kocak.
Ah, right. Yes. I remember now.
Oh, Miss Navia. Ah, Mr. Malus. And Mr. Silver, too.
It's good to see all
It's
of
good to see all of you.
How have you been?
I've been great. Thanks to your help, those bothersome merchants finally realized that I wasn't the one they were looking for. Why,
Gak usah lu
I even
gak usah lu
got a guarantor
tanggapin
for that person.
pernyataan gua, Sacha, bangsat lu ya.
They were knocking at my door day and night. Even my neighbor Obina was getting fed up with them.
Sometimes force is required to calm someone down and get them to listen to what you have to say.
That's right. Oh, by the way, Burnett, what was it that you wanted to give to Miss Navia again?
Oh, yes. One moment, I have it right here. Miss Navia, these are some flower seeds that I prepared. Please take them. They're a very good variety, and they'll become very big and beautiful once they
Jadi pengen
bloom.
Navia, hah?
I don't know what we would have done without your help, so this is a little token of our appreciation. I hope you won't refuse.
Ah, did you cultivate them yourself? Thank you so much. I'll certainly take them. Malus, we do still have some empty flower pots at home, right?
Why, we can have as many pots as you'd like, demoiselle.
Perfect. In that case, we'll swap out some of the decorative plants for some of Mrs. Burnett's flowers.
Very well.
Wait. Something seems to be off here.
Aku sudah menjadi air.
Excuse me, madam. If I'm not mistaken, your name is Burnett, correct?
That's right. Is something wrong?
No, it's nothing. This is the first time we've ever met, but your name seemed familiar to me. I must have heard it when I was discussing things with your husband previously. I've heard this name before. Sometime recently, I'm sure of it. And why are there so few people around here? Where did everyone go?
We must mind the time, Demoiselle. We
Kamu
still
tau
have
Black Tassel
important
bagus
things
gak
to
buat
attend to
Toto yang
today.
suka main slime? Apalagi Tuto slime coming.
We do? Like what?
Well, now, did you forget?
Miss Navia, here you are. I've been looking for you. Please come to the opera house. Your trial is about to
Baru
begin.
trial ini.
My trial? Wait, what?
Yes, she's right, Demoiselle. It's just about time now, so we should get going.
Oh? All right
Ini
then.
trial yang Act 2 ya? Wah, si Navia ini, Cok. Kena genjutsu, kocak.
Look, it's Navia. She's here.
And her two attendants are with her. Goodness, everyone's finally here.
There sure are a lot of people here to see the trial. And they all seem to be oddly excited about something.
Ya, bentar lagi disisa
I
kubur.
even know some of these people. Karina, Desiree, Joyville, Jolien, Essen.
Oh, ini yang mati semua.
Why are so many people here? And as for the judge... huh?
Waduh.
Where's Monsieur Neuvilette?
Please sit in the defendant's seat. Don't worry, Silver and I shall
Mungkin Navia udah bocor, ada.
All right.
Cek aja di Discord.
Are you sure you can stand behind me?
Typically, it wouldn't be allowed, but today
Boleh
is
Navia jadi
an
malah
exception.
jangan jadi host. Sus banget itu kambing.
Hey, what kind of place do they think this is?
Come on. Do they have any idea what they're doing?
Seriously.
Enough with the whispering! Could someone please tell me where Monsieur Neuvilette is? And why I'm standing
Sini terindahnya masuk alam kubur benar.
My dear Miss Navia, have you not yet realized
Ntar
what you've done?
latar belakangnya jadi warna
In
hijau
that
doang,
case,
kocak si
allow me
Navia.
to explain.
Belum diedit.
As all here know, you are Master Callus's successor, the head of the Spina di Rosula, someone held in high regard by every soul in Poisson. After you took over the Spina, you treated all of us just like the late Master Callus had. If anyone in need reached out to you for help, you responded. Not only you, but your butler, your subordinates, nearly everyone in the Spina di Rosula fought for the well-being of those in Poisson.
Wait a moment. Aren't you just proving that I'm a good person?
Yes, correct. Absolutely right.
Lah.
And that is why you stand accused. You have helped so many people get through so many difficulties.
Oh, ini mau di
You
ini
are
kocak.
one with us. We are inseparable.
We
are one big family. All of us
Jadi
are
mau
from
mati
Poisson,
juga.
inextricably linked. And with you being so important, we couldn't
Ntar dulu
possibly
mouse
do
gua
without
gini dah, biar enak posisi gue.
Therefore, this fair and honorable court shall declare you guilty, and you shall stay here. You will be together with us forever.
Huh?
Nani?
What are you
Ditarik ke
saying?
neraka. Ih.
Everything you have said is correct. I have indeed
Mau
done a lot
ditanya
for my
Maru bukan?
hometown, and I would be willing to be with you all, but what is the purpose of having me stand here like this? What is there to discuss?
Ah, well, if that's what you think, then I have no further comments.
How wonderful, Miss Navia!
I know all these people. Why are they laughing?
I seem to remember now. Yes, I get it. This trial is...
Wait just a moment. This isn't right!
Kasih tahu.
Malus?
What was that, Mr. Malus?
Waduh.
Our conclusion
Kenapa
is very
close-up-nya udah
clear
kayak film
and
India,
unanimous.
kambing?
Let the court judge her now. She's guilty.
Stay here, Navia! You're one of us!
Demoiselle, don't admit guilt. This trial means to keep you here forever.
I wish to exercise my right to defend Our Lady.
Oh, yo.
Mr. Joinville, you only know of Navia's goodness, but nothing of her utterly independent mind.
She was born a free and independent spirit. She has never been tied down by anything. Indeed, even the death of Master Callus couldn't stop her.
Her actions cannot serve as proof that she identifies herself as part of any group. She merely acted as an individual, extending her hand to help others. Please do not mistake her actions as being otherwise.
Really? As an individual, you say? Don't forget, we are all Fontainians.
Matur banget Jer, VA
This
Inggrisnya
is the
lulus ya.
nation of justice, the nation of Hydro. Even if Miss Navia only voluntarily rendered her assistance, that doesn't change the fact that her beautiful soul must return to everyone. Water accepts all, blends with all. It will surely accept her kindness.
Well, surely.
Everything is measured here in the nation of Hydro, and in the end, everyone shall meld together. Thus, when a unanimous opinion emerges, that opinion represents justice. Now I speak for everyone. Our opinion is consistent. Navia should stay. We and Navia are one.
And you would call this justice? Preposterous. You are merely jealous that Demoiselle still has a chance to exist as an individual. Have you forgotten how much you all once longed to become individuals, to become independent?
Do you mean to defy
What the fuck?
justice?
If your justice is flawed, then why should we acknowledge it?
As you said, we can also have our own justice. Silver and I shall defend Demoiselle. And that is how we will enforce justice.
My head... It hurts.
Demoiselle.
Mending itu pakai timbangan kayak Aura kah?
Silver, it hurts. My head is spinning. All I can see is stars swirling in front of me. I remember now. Everything that seemed odd from the very beginning. Karina, Desiree, Joyville, Jolien, Essen, and Mr. Giverny and Mrs. Burnett, who we met earlier. Even
Udah mati
Moose
semua.
and Silver.
But they are all dead. Oke.
I don't want to
Udah
admit
tahu.
it, but they're all...
Ini hanya Saimin. Maksudnya ilusi.
Don't be afraid, and don't admit guilt. We will protect you to the very end.
Absurd! Who are you to say that she cannot be judged? We are the majority, and in the nation of trials, the majority is absolute justice. We are the will of all. Don't let them escape! We shall keep Navia here with us!
Mr. Malus and Mr. Silver, must you be so stubborn? How could the two of you possibly hope to stand against the collective? Do not resist. This judgment is fair and just. Navia belongs to us. After all that happened, she should not be left alone in Poisson.
What are you saying?
No more excuses!
Jadi Oceanid semua, Cok.
She says
The
we're
fuck?
jealous. Jealous.
Mistaknya Furina kalau darah orang nambah nggak? Iyalah.
Independent
Baca aja
individual.
sini.
What's with these people?
Who's jealous of her?
She belongs to us.
Miss Navia, she...
Di balik Saimin itu pasti ada lagi.
Silence.
That's...
Kenapa tiba-tiba masuk?
Monsieur Neuvilette!
Sini Neuvilette, Cok.
Such commotion is prohibited in the court. The accusations you just presented are nonsense and cannot constitute a proper trial. The court will adjourn for the rest of the day. In this, I shall hear no objections from any unauthorized party.
Our thanks, Monsieur Neuvilette.
Please leave with me, Miss Navia, while there is still time.
But...
Go on now, Demoiselle. This is your only chance to leave this place. What, can't bear to leave us behind or something?
Apa gitu Neuvilette asli?
My apologies.
Kayak itu MC deh, maksudnya sebagai
one
MC.
little joke once I realized that this shall be our last goodbye.
Malus.
Set banget.
Silver.
Jadi Oceanid juga.
Quickly, you must come now.
Goodbye.
Aduh. Set banget, guys. Taruh, gue mau lihat si Navia-nya. Masa beneran kalau terjun ke air belum larut?
No, wait! Just a second!
Oh, nggak jadi.
Navia?
You're awake.
Pingsan doang.
Good.
Iya, plot armor, Cok. Kacau aja. Tiba-tiba ada Neuvilette juga.
I must have been dreaming. Malus and Silver were still alive, and they were defending me at some insane trial.
It looks like you're all right.
Did all the sad feelings cause you to have a nightmare? Paimon could
Nggak
give
penting
you a...
sepak
The
memang.
ruins you were exploring suffered a cave-in. When I arrived, I found you falling toward the water. You were just about to be dissolved within, but I...
Hampir ya. Untung ada Neuvilette menyelamatkannya.
What is it?
I think I saw
Buku
two
supernatural.
Oceanids protecting you.
Waifulu ini Indihome.
Perhaps even a fraction of a second. But they gave me the chance to retrieve you. Were it not for their intervention, I would not have been able to rescue you before your consciousness dissipated.
Wait, did you say Oceanids? You mean like what happened with Vache?
Aduh,
Perhaps
masih ada
those
guys ya
two
si Melu sama si
Oceanids were
Silver.
the people you saw in your dream.
I always told them that they didn't have to protect me. To think that they'd keep doing so even after death.
Please come with me.
Untungnya Fuku nggak jadi Oceanid. Plot armor guys ya.
Are you okay?
Oh, I am quite all right. Perhaps there's something we could chat about?
Why do you look so stiff all of a sudden? Oh, Paimon knows. You're the type who feels awkward when there's nothing to talk about, right?
I merely
Bukan
thought
tanda
that we
Navia
should
tetap
give
playable, iya
Navia
benar.
some time to herself.
Huh? Why didn't you just say so then? Don't you think it's even more awkward to call us over like this and then have nothing to talk about?
I suppose so.
Cup Navia. Iya, Cok. Navia nangis mulu. Pengen gua usap terus biar nggak basah
I hope all is well with her these
air
days.
matanya.
Her work in the fortress of Meropide has not been too much for her, has it?
No way, don't worry. She's doing fine down there. She's an amazing head nurse.
I see. Well, that is good. I have always worried that Sigewinne would need a lot of time to understand the world of humanity, just as I have.
Oh, and the Duke also says hi. Even though Sigewinne made him do that. He hopes that you haven't been overwhelmed by all that's happened lately.
Skill sound 2 jari kenapa bisa pakai 2 jari? Padahal pakai
Thank you. I have indeed
jempol
been
bisa
busy
tuh buat
lately.
usap air mata.
And I also hope that everything is going well in the fortress of Meropide.
He still doesn't know what to talk about. Let's chat about something else then.
The expert here, Paimon, what's up with it?
Oh, Neuvilette. You're probably quite the swim.
Yes, of course.
This isn't going anywhere. Let's try something else. How did you find these ruins?
Viewer cerminan streamer kebalik kok, Cak.
Yes,
Streamer
in
cerminan
fact.
viewer lah.
I had arranged to meet you in Poisson, but when I arrived, I discovered that the Fatui were helping the residents evacuate. They had even transported a large quantity of supplies to the area. Amid my astonishment, I ran into the knave, and we had a chat.
The knave.
She informed me that she had asked you to investigate the ancient ruins here.
Yeah, we originally planned to meet up with you, but we thought you might still be busy with all those official documents. We didn't think exploring the ruins would take very long, and who would have thought you'd wrap things up so quickly?
Oke.
I'm sorry to have kept you all waiting like that. I'm feeling much better now. I
Ngerces ya,
guess we
aman
should
ya.
get going again. Will you come with us, Monsieur Neuvilette?
Yes, if you wouldn't mind my company.
Oh no, another unstable path.
Wih, kalau gua tinggal lama-lama bakalan jatuh gue. Ya, nggak jatuh kocak. Oh, berulang lagi tuh. Kenapa lagi tuh? Kayaknya Furina.
Into the wind.
Aduh. Jatuh Jer. Topak. Tumben ada gitu-gituan nih. Kalau gue jatuh beneran, nggak mungkin sih gue jatuh beneran ya. Betul dari tadi nggak ada chest nih guys. Coba gue tinggal di sini. Ah, nggak jatuh tipu-tipu, kocak kacau Jer tuh. Gue jalan-jalan, gue lompat-lompat, bung, gue lompat-lompat, bung. Gue planjing, bung. Rusak kocak. Ah, nipu kambing. Lo. Nggak, gue mau duit gue balik. Gue merasa ditipu, cok. Ini pembohongan publik, kocak kacau ya. Tuh. Enggak ini, Jer. Sakit juga ya BTW kambing.
Time to go.
Itu balik gimana mungkin masih F2P.
Yeah.
Let the world come on! Wind strike.
A bitter pill to swallow. Bow your head.
Hilang semua, hilang. Chris kemarin jatuh. Emang iya? Astagfirullah Chris. Skill isu banget cok si Chris cok. Gitu aja nggak jatuh deh. Chris. Belum seminggu nih. Ya masih. Lo excited nggak Boboiboy? Nggak ada yang peduli sama Boboiboy. Om iklan, bagus lah kalau ada iklan. Jangan skip ya, kambing. Smack sama triple. Kenapa ada triple H kambing? Tiba-tiba. Sama Big Show kocak kalau mau rusak. Biar lama. Nggak lama sih. Emang lu skill isu aja sih.
This is the place. There should not be any other hidden spaces in the vicinity.
The path sure had some twists and turns, but it turns out that this place isn't actually that big.
Oh,
Stone.
ini kan ramalannya kah? Wait.
It seems like they were put here as an offering. Could we take them down and have...
Perhaps we should just leave them be for now.
Si neuvilette ngebaca.
There are 4 locations in total, but only 3 stone slates. The slate that should be in the first empty spot is missing.
The surrounding walls also show signs of damage.
There's something written below. Let Paimon see. Reason dictates.
Ramalan kiamat 2012. Real.
I shall record the history of its future
Ini berbahasa suku Maya.
its past. Say what?
It feels like someone left these slates and these words here for a purpose. But
Fontaine
does
should
he
be
mean that Fontaine should be destroyed?
Malam
would
kiamat
fit the
2012.
circumstances dictated by
Sama.
the prophecy, yes. Indeed, the slate's contents correspond to it. Take the second slate, for example.
There's a person kneeling here. She
Oh.
seems so dedicated. And there's a whole bunch of other people behind her
apaan?
doing the same. She's
Ini ada hubungannya
facing
sama langit palsu kah? Celestia kah ini?
What is this? Some kind of island in the sky?
Celestia ya?
And is that
Lah,
Lady Farina
Farina.
in the third image? Did the Hydro Archon fall into the water?
And is that a ring of people around her? Paimon doesn't quite get it. Are they all in the water?
The fourth image. I know this one. This exactly matches the content of the prophecy.
Oh, ini yang tenggelam semua sih, Safurina.
The people will all be dissolved into the waters, and only the Hydro Archon will remain, weeping on her throne.
Oh, apa tuh?
More information should be hidden in these slates, but I fear I cannot easily uncover it, most likely due to us missing the first slate.
Pik ramalannya kok sus ya?
Don't blame yourself, Monsieur Neuvilette. Deciphering ancient stone slates isn't one.
Sebenarnya nggak sus sih sampai lu ngomong kayak gitu ya, Asaca bangsat. Sebenarnya nggak sus sampai lu ngomong kayak gitu. Bajingan.
Right? That means the prophecy's sure to come true.
I really hope it doesn't mean that.
Still, Paimon feels
Elemen
like
quantum.
these images are kind of
Kak,
weird
elemen
when you
quantum
look
ya.
at them together.
That's right! If the images are in chronological order, shouldn't the fourth, the waters drowning Fontaine, come before the third, where the Hydro Archon herself falls into the water?
And yet the order is reversed here.
Second episode also quite concerning. What scene are the people in the image confessing to?
If we go by timing, Lady Farina only emerges in the third image. That means that the person in the second image might
Previous
be the
Archon.
previous Hydro Archon.
Egeria, then.
Egeria?
I had never met her, but her appearance here does match the records.
Lah, si Neuvilette nggak pernah
Previous
ketemu
Archon
Archon
kneeling
sebelumnya.
before the floating island in the skies, as if confessing a sin.
Did she herself commit that sin? And if not, why would she be in such a posture? Also, I'm still wondering why these ancient stone slates are here at all. Judging from their contents, could this place be the origin of the prophecy? Does that mean that someone, or some people, once saw these slates?
Arlecchino.
Who would have created these slates and left these words here?
Kan Fatu yang discover ini ruin.
It seems that any further clues will have to come from Farina.
In that case, there's no time to lose. There's nothing else to be gained here, so let's head back first.
Yeah, we better get somewhere safe for now.
Bang, udah lama nggak welkin mau beli di chinamarket.com dong, Mr. Fu. Jangan lupa pakai kode Frost ya, itu udah ada di pincet tuh. Tinggal lu klik aja tuh linknya. Tuh. Ini nggak, cowok, ini ada cewek ya, tuh cewek. Tuh kan. Tuh cewek, kacau lu pada ya. Ini cewek juga. Jangan susun lu pada ya, kambing. Walaupun ini cowok-cowoknya hitam-hitam semua ya. Sus juga sih, boleh lihat. Tuh hitam-hitam semua kocak. Kacau jer. Gue gak mau baca chat lu.
Let's split up here.
Okay,
I'm going to
remet
check on
lagi.
what's happening with the Spina. You know how it is. There's some things you just need to be there for yourself.
You still have energy for that, Navia? Paimon's already beat.
Just head back to the Fleuve Cendre and have a rest then. Thanks for keeping me company all this time.
I'll depart as well. Thanks for your hard work today.
Nah, terus kita kemana? Arlecchino.
Traveler, I will go talk to Farina tomorrow morning to ask about the stone slates. I'm sure that you're concerned about this matter as well. If you have time, drop by my office. I will share the results of our discussion with you.
Are you really gonna talk to her about this directly? Will that be a problem? Paimon's getting a little scared now that it's come to this.
She has long been harboring secrets and will not give them up easily. which makes it all the more my duty to ensure that she understands the present situation.
Alright, we'll leave it in your hands then. You're probably the best person to talk to her anyway.
I will be carefully considering my words tonight.
Traveler, Paimon, our safe house at the Fluvsandra
Sebenarnya
is
kok
always
beda
open
sama
to
yang
you
JP
as
om.
ever. So
Ya
please
kan?
don't think you're in
Yang
a
JP
position.
ampas, Cok. Voice aktornya. Bukan apa sih, maksudnya nggak cocok banget.
Alright. I'll be on my way then.
Alright. Ini masih lama guys dari ending. Takutnya jam 4 kelar ya.
We're finally back.
Welcome back.
Lah, kok gue masih di penjara? Bukan penjara yang ini. Yang di bawah gue kira penjara. Masih lama, jam 4 bisa kelar.
Is the best. Ooh, desserts. Nice. These are all Paimon's. Paimon's already starting to forget what happened today.
Lah,
Oh,
kok
that voice. Is that who I
Kok ada
think
Mona?
it is?
Huh?
It's you two. What
Bisa
are you
jam 4.
doing in Fontaine?
Jawabnya mau turu. Jam 4 udah mau subuh kok, Cak. Lo nggak tidur om? Gue tidurnya setelah subuh. Dari tadi emang ada suara Mona. Oh iya kah?
Seriously, nobody just uses a scry glass whenever they
Udah lama gue nggak pernah ngeliat si Mona di story quest guys. Aduh, gue benci banget sama Mona kostum baru dah, sumpah. Kayak kuring gitu loh.
Well, I have
Tuh.
some business to attend to
Jelek,
here, so
Jir.
I booked a hotel in the city. I was just out for a stroll when I bumped into you. Quite unexpectedly, if I might add. Why did you think I was from Fontaine, though? Is that because
Kan bisa nyahain,
Magistus
bro.
doesn't sound much like a Mondstadt surname?
Why do you think I was from Fontaine?
Yeah, let's go with that.
Well, I used to have my own surname, which was, well, some other thing. Either way, the old hag told me when she took me as her disciple that the first step to being a great astrologist's pupil was to change that name.
Siapa lagi nama gurunya
There's
si
nothing
Mona?
for it, really. She really is amazing at astrology, so I changed my name to what it is now according to her wishes. To my surprise, however, Magistus is not the name of some ancient house or clan.
It isn't?
Nope. Although it is used by us in place of surnames, it generally just means great.
Barbelot saha.
Wow! Imagine including a boast in your name. Wait, are you gonna have to put that into your genealogy as well?
I
Islam
reckon
namanya.
so. In any case, I'd give my disciple a name like this as well, if I were to take one.
Hesen, oh ya. Gue beringat. Itu nama ininya, nama grupnya kok, Cak. Enggak, nama ininya. Nama masternya itu Barbelot. Zen Circle kan itunya nama grupnya. Ya.
Astromancer,
Barbelot Tris. Oh, ini baru dikasih tahu.
Whoa, that's a long one. Does it also mean great or something?
My name means Mona the Great Astrologist. As for the old hag, hers is, in plain speech, the thrice as great Scholar of the Stars. Just take it as a title specific to astrologists.
Alis mah maknya klik kok, Cak.
Thrice as great? That's so petty.
I know, right? That's just how she is. She used to call herself Magistus, actually, but when she took me in,
Tris
she
Magistus.
changed her name to Trismegistus.
Talk about excessive.
Magistus is thus the calling card of our school, so to speak, which makes it about the same as a surname. It's all right if you don't get it. You can look into it further should you need to study astrology more deeply.
That sounds terrible! But anyway, you're
Sumpah,
not
ini
from
penting
England,
banget tuh.
are you, Mona? You're from
Jokes-jokesnya.
Mondstadt, right?
Well, I was born in Mondstadt, yes. My parents migrated to Dornmanport, and I traveled with the old hag for a while, after which I settled down in Mondstadt City.
Oh, that's a good thing then. At least we know you won't be dissolved by Fontaine's waters.
Speaking of that, I'm sure you're aware that a bunch of things have happened here in Fontaine, right? I know you're not a local, but I'd avoid getting too close to any water that looks strange all the same. There's something ominous about it. Well, the water, I mean. That was the main reason, yes. Just a while back, the Steambird invited me to take part in a panel and speak about the circulation of the prophecy as an astrologist. The invitation was sent quite early on. I don't think anyone expected Fontaine to be in this much trouble.
What do you make of
Stat
that
Kli, muka
prophecy,
lu Stat
Mona?
Kli ya.
Just tell us what you think as an astrologist. Your word would go a long way to make things more certain and—
What I can tell you is that I'm an astrologist, and that this prophecy concerns the fate of Fontaine, even that of all Tivat. Ascertaining this is akin to reading the fortune of the whole world. I'm afraid that this is not something that just anyone can do. If I could do it, you would no longer call me an astrologist, but a visionary. But on the flip side, the prophecy is so huge and powerful that it must surely come from a powerful visionary. Its contents involve the fate of the world. Disregarding it would be a mistake.
A visionary? Sounds really—
Of course. The old hag could do it.
What the fuck?
There are others amongst those Hexen Circle colleagues.
Masternya
of
bisa
ours who could
baca
do
masa
something
depan.
similar.
Anjir, punya Hosoku. Bukan Hosoku, punya ini kok, Cak. Observation Haki. Hexen Circle. College of First. Who could do the similar?
Are you sure? All right, I'll help you. It isn't often that I see you with such a serious look on your face. I'll tell you once I hear back from her.
Thanks, Mona. You're amazing as always.
Oh, well, this is something only I can do after all. So yes, your praises are quite welcome.
That's the greatest of astrologists for you.
Yang lebih OP dari Sengs.
You know the star's the best.
Sering gak sih kalau neuvilette itu macam sosok bapak bagi Frina? Ya, bisa dibilang begitu.
Oh, sorry. I came to see what all the commotion was about. If there's anything you need, do not—
Oh, whoops. Guess we were getting a little too carried away there. Well, I'll go tend to my own business now. If I receive any news, I'll be sure to come find you two again.
And there she goes, quick as rushing water. And here we are with the Spina guy giving us suspicious looks. Right, but we were able to recruit Mona's help, didn't we? Our Fontainian friends will thank us someday. Good morning. To be honest,
Oke, ini nggak penting.
But it's time to get up, Trav.
Oke, nggak penting. Mona pergi karena ada... Harusnya lu nunggu Wawan baru ngomong kayak gitu, Kocak.
Mind the side effect.
Suara punya Paimon jelek banget, makanya gue skip semua tentang Paimon, bodo amat. Oke, ini bagian serunya nih.
You're here, finally. Is something wrong?
Monsieur Neuvilette and Lady Farina, they seem to have gotten into a dispute. Please go see for yourself.
Oh.
Like I said, I've already explained everything.
Oke, ini seru nih.
The problem has not been properly solved. There is little space for excuses between us. It is not my intention to offend you, but please tell me where you stand. You are the Hydro Archon Focalor, are you not? Look at this. This is a list of the victims from the recent Poisson incident.
You mean they're all...
We did not arrive in time to avert this disaster.
Ternyata ada orang milusin
And
muka.
I will not have it happen again. I will say this once more. You must tell me everything you know. Yesterday, I found 3 stone slates in some ancient ruins near Poisson. Do you know anything about those?
Seriously? You're questioning me like this is a court case now. I don't know anything about that. But you found them in some ancient ruins, you say?
That's correct, which is why I came to ask you some questions. There should have been 4 slates, but one of them was missing. The other 3 featured different images that seemed to correlate to the prophecy.
The prophecy?
The second of these slates depicts the previous Hydro Archon Egeria kneeling before a floating island in the sky, as if confessing something. Do you know nothing of this either?
I don't. I've never seen such slates.
I'll ask you again. Do you really have no information regarding the previous Archon? My deciphering of the slates indicates that the Hydro Archon Egeria once had to confess to, or apologize for, a certain sin. If anyone would know about it, it should be you.
All gods don't have the same secrets, you know. She was herself and I'm me. Is it really so strange that I know nothing? I understand your concerns, but I'm sorry. I just don't have anything to tell you.
Forgive me for saying this now, Lady Farina, but I have long known of your various secret investigations into certain matters.
Dan bilang gara-gara ini langsung dibawa ke pengadilan, dibawa ke trial.
There are several indications that you have been investigating the prophecy on the sly. This is not strange in itself, considering that you are the Hydro Archon. But it is strange that you should also claim to not know any of Egeria's secrets, as well as do nothing following your inquiries. You have never been as superficial as you have presented yourself to be, nor are you a fool. And yet, your behavior is very inconsistent.
So you've been watching me all this time, have you? I didn't think you were that type.
You...
Well, since you know about my secret investigations, then you should know I'm actually working to take care of it. There's no point questioning or suspecting me. You're the Eudix, but you're still my subordinate. You should be following my lead. Just trust in me, you're Archon, and do as I say. Never mind whether you can truly convince yourself to or not. It'll all turn out fine.
Bagus ya voice
That's
actor-nya.
all I have to say. We do not discuss this matter again.
Tone-nya itu loh, penekanan nadanya.
The opera's about to start.
Pacing-nya bagus. Toodles. Nangis dia. Kenapa slow motionnya kayak gitu dah?
Did Farina not notice us
Gua kira dia
standing by the
nangis.
door? Wonder what's up with her. She was smiling.
Oh dia ini.
She didn't seem in the mood to care if we were listening in or not.
Seems deeply in trouble.
I assume you've been outside for a while now?
Besok-besok.
You noticed. Seems Farina didn't even realize we were here.
She was in a great panic, though I cannot discern the reason.
Fans
Our
Bollywood.
discussion reached impasses time and again, a state of affairs that we cannot allow to continue. Still, I do not understand. Dialogue is the basis for understanding, so why did she keep refusing to engage? Everyone in her inner circle has noticed that she is hiding some secret. The issue is her attitude. I fear that she will not reveal anything unless absolutely forced to. We may have to create a situation in which she will have no choice but to speak.
Oh ini makanya mau diadili.
Oh? Like what?
Normally, people will only reveal the truth when standing trial. Perhaps we must have the Hydro Archon experience just such a scenario.
But Farina's seen so many trials, and she's really good at dodging questions. How do we make sure that she won't just slip away at the first chance she gets?
We will need to consider this thoroughly. Join forces with
Bang,
various
kapan bahas
parties.
char
Then do
1.6?
what we
Hah?
can.
1.6?
If at all possible, I would prefer to recuse myself
Hai,
from
share
this affair,
1.6.
but we
Nanti-nanti aja,
must
coy.
prevent the prophecy from
Masih
coming to
lama.
pass. This may be cruel to her, but all Fontaine is in crisis. The information a god possesses is too precious, and so we must take a chance on this. But who will lend us their aid to do such a thing?
Siapa Arlecchino ya? On a boat somewhere in quite Posong. Arlecchino ya, Arlecchino yang nuntut Furina ya.
Well, that's everyone, huh? Speaking of which, it was pretty smart of you to think of hiding here.
Poisson was just involved in a disaster,
iya bener.
so it's presently devoid of people. That naturally makes it the best
Udah ada
choice.
update tier list kah?
And here you are drinking tea like it's the most
nanti aja.
natural thing in the world, huh?
That's what families should do. Sit and enjoy a leisurely time together.
It's nice.
Kenapa
to
malah
enjoy
kita deket ke
tea here,
Fatui
Care for a
malah menjauh dari Archonnya ya?
Lend me your ears, everyone. Or perhaps one of you might like to start us off. How about you, friend?
Me?
Hah?
No.
Navia
I don't think I
Sotakon.
can.
Yang ngelirik Framinate,
How
Cok.
about you, good sir?
I fear that I will cause the mood on this boat to become as somber as it is in court.
Well then, I guess we're lucky we've got a local like me to organize things. Wonderful, the spotlight at last. I guess I'll be facilitating things from here.
Besok Randy.
That was a little long-winded, don't you
Anjir,
think?
lengkap semua, Cok. The fuck?
You might be right. Anyway, to cut to the chase, our friend here, the traveler, has brought us together to discuss something.
Gue kira sama Arlecchino.
As for what that is, well, let's start by saying that we'll be pooling our efforts together to create a series of traps.
Oh, how intriguing.
Well, it's just an expression, really. One that I just learned from Chlorand and used on the spot. So, let's invite
Wrestling
her
nggak
to
diajak,
explain
bener.
in detail. A round of applause, please.
Huh? Didn't you say that you would be facilitating this?
Oh, come now.
Si Navia nggak takut dipotong lehernya, guys? Sama Chlorinde.
This is a good
Serius nih.
chance to practice.
Bikin
You
apa
might
sih,
even
kocak?
pick up
Ntar
some
dipotong
fancy
lagi lehernya.
oratory tricks to impress your boss with in the future.
Cocok.
I see. And what does my boss say?
He is glad that you consider him your boss. Do go on.
Pemiar jin aman di berapa? Pakai Favo udah aman.
Do any of you have experience hunting?
Not that I recall.
Fremine and I once used a wooden stick in a basket to catch wild rabbits when we were younger. As for Lynette, oh, right. You were sick that day, weren't you?
Halo, lo,
I've
Praser.
also gone diving to catch some fish before. Does that count?
I'm afraid not. You may or may not have heard, but Fontaine once played host to a group known as the Marechaussee Hunters. Though that was their
Marechaussee
name,
Hunter?
they did not hunt animals, but rather various monsters left
Mereka
behind
adalah
by the
orang-orang yang
ancient
diragukan
dynasty of
sama
King Remus.
masyarakat Facebook.
Today, Fontaine's monster population has already thinned greatly, so the hunters have blended back into society, taking up arms in other lines of work. They even left a unique methodology of hunting in their wake. A trap comprises of the following components: bait, a trigger, and a containment device. Sometimes a lethal implement will also be necessary to deal with the prey. So, if we were to build a trap together, right now, what would you choose to build it with?
For me, I would prefer something basket-shaped. Pigeons and rabbits will see the bait and naturally enter the snare. Our line of work requires a deft hand, and we're some of the best in the
Morning Pro
industry,
Hunter.
so you can count on our techniques.
You used some of those techniques while moving the people of Poisson, didn't you? My subordinates mentioned that you even performed some magic for the bawling children.
Yes, and I even managed to gather some intelligence in the meantime. I'm quite the multitasker if I do say so myself.
I'm afraid I can't claim that as my
Nggak ada yang
strong
peduli sama lu. Mohon maaf nih,
I
frame minute ya.
prefer more stable
Sumpah
methods,
nggak ada yang peduli sama lu,
like
sumpah. Mending diam aja.
placing bait in the
Yang lu
water
yang paling lemah di
and
sini.
waiting for the fish to come
Kacau
within
ya.
reach. That's the kind of method I would count on.
Calm and steady. Exactly the kind of person who would catch loads
Nggak ada yang mau minta pendapatnya dia, kocak.
And
Kacau aja.
I can be their
Ah,
assistant.
kali ini nggak apa-apa, ngomong aja terus, Linet.
With discretion, I'm sure.
Ya elah, ngomongnya satu kalimat doang.
I'd probably use some sort of mechanical animal. Papa once bought me some small clockwork squirrels, mice, and such. When placed in the forest, they can attract
Navia
others of
peduli.
their kind.
So takut ya si Navia ini,
But
kacau
you
aja.
liked those too, didn't you?
I did. And that would be a good way to go about it. If they're realistic enough, animals of the same kind will follow them all the way to the trap.
What about you, Monsieur Neuvilette?
I fear I do not have any related experience.
That makes sense. You usually solve problems directly, without the use of any such tricks. But I do have one more question for you, Monsieur. If we were to create a trap now, how would you design it?
I would like for it to be effective, but bring
Gua
no
masih sota,
harm
berarti-
to the prey. A more gentle trap would be ideal.
Lihat chatnya Chris, guys. Gua masih sota, berarti Navia dia ngaku dirinya sota. Lihat si Chris.
Kind as always. However, our intention doesn't necessarily change the containment device and the type of implement we need. If we wanted to kill the prey in
Ibarat
one
kalau
strike,
dibeli tekanan
we would need a
reatsu di
powerful
tempat itu tinggi sekali ya. Bener, Cok.
that also
Ini gue
goes
dari
for
tadi
prey
kepala
that
gue
must be
miring-miringin
captured and
ke
safely
kanan nih, siapa
contained.
tahu bisa lihat. Tuh. Ini gue miring-miringin ke kanan. Siapa tahu bisa kelihatan dikit nyempil. Ternyata nggak bisa. Kacau aja. Nggak
Wait,
kelihatan tuh.
why is that?
Tuh, gue miring-miring ke kanan nih kepala gue nih. Bisa, kocak. Nani? Bisa, guys. Tuh, kelihatan, kocak. Tuh. Down.
Only a hunter who's a true expert at subduing their prey can snare it without harming it. The line that divides life and death is often exceedingly thin.
So, are we going hunting together?
Huh. We hadn't thought of seeing
Warna
ourselves
apa,
as
Om?
hunters.
Pertanyaan yang bagus.
It kinda works, but maybe it's still not the best metaphor.
Klorin dia nggak pakai. Oke. Apa tadi? But maybe still. Okay.
If our means of capturing and dealing with our prey is to put them on trial, then the hunting metaphor is actually quite accurate. But we shall require much more courage than any hunter to judge a god, a being whose seat is an exalted throne.
Judge a god. Being was it.
Oh, so that's what's going on. Sounds very interesting.
Klorin hunting metaphor was just the metaphor hunt because that is not what you should do. Between you and Furina reach such a dire stage. What you need is simply but must be done to prevent the Fontaine from seeking. Oke. Intinya ini mau dipaksa si Furina biar ngomong dia ya. Taruh ini di mana? Oh, di atas kapal. Gue tuh spina dari Sula. Lihat si Lancelot. Astagfirullah. Untung si Rosel udah tidur. Kalau si Rosel masih ada, gue nggak ngerti lagi sih. Gak pakai. Lu gak usah tanya yang, gak usah lu lanjutin. Pernyataan gue gak usah lu lanjutin saja ya, bangsat.
Paimon didn't think the meetings would go on for so long, but everyone seemed pretty fired up, huh? Paimon thought they'd be at least a little frightened. Well, Fremine was, now that Paimon thinks about it, but everyone else just looked a little surprised. Well, it's hard to say. Paimon doesn't have any experience with this sort of thing. But with you around, Paimon sure will do great. After all, you're the most reliable person in the world, aren't you? Huh? Did you just pour some tea? Paimon didn't notice you doing that at all. Then what's that?
Lah.
Paimon's never seen that cup before.
Don't be frightened. I'm just joining you two for tea.
Hah?
I merely refrained from saying
Siapa nih?
anything till now.
Regulus. Kok Regulus bisa ada di Genshin, guys? Regulus, kocak.
Who's that voice? But there's no one here.
Ah, have you forgotten me already?
Wait, you are
Demit,
familiar.
anjir.
You're the voice we heard from the sky in Sumeru.
Wait, what? Hah? Who?
The voice from the sky, I fear that description is wrong. Though, not completely wrong.
Quest Wanderer? Yang mana, Cok?
You're
Gua
feeling
lupa.
lost now. Just as you were
Quest Wanderer atau Archon Quest?
previously.
Oh, yang Archon Quest yang terakhir itu.
I sensed that confusion and thus came to you. Guiding people is an irresistible hobby of mine after all.
Oh, ini si ini, Cok. Si
Consider me a
Egeria ya
passerby,
kayaknya ya.
Just accepting a
Sabai.
commission from my friend's disciple on a whim.
Oh, bukan. The Enigmatic End of the Zengxia. Oh, itu kah? Disciple. Oh, gue kira.
The prophecy.
Gila, ngeri
What
kali.
has been
Demit anjir.
prophesized
Mage
will be
End.
fulfilled. You may view such things as the
Nick.
history of the
enggak.
future.
The prophecy, yes. What has been prophesized. Mage nenek. Bener ya, bisa jadi ya. N-word.
What? Then is there any way we can stop it?
I believe you have witnessed a failed attempt with your own eyes. Can everything in Tevat so easily
Oh,
be
gitu, Chris.
changed? Ah, so you've caught on.
Oh, gitu.
Just as prophecies are usually only the future as seen from
Itu
the
si Rika, kocak.
perspectives of the gods. Could things be happening in hidden corners where the gods' gaze does not fall? Are the things that you
Kalau
shall
penting ini.
see different from the fate that the gods perceive?
What is she talking about? It all sounds really impressive and important and stuff, but it also sounds kind of scary.
Tikap.
I believe that you understand, right? Some things are insignificant, but others you must reach out to change. Ultimately, fate shall serve as your only guide, no matter what will happen in Tevat's future. All you need to do is to play your part. This was good tea, by the way.
Ah, jadi bener-bener
Thank you for
invisible
your
gitu.
hospitality. Well, that'll be all for today.
The voice.
Ngeri juga ini mage-mage Hexen Circle ya. Rogo Sukmo yang bisa traveling arwah.
Alright. Hey, it's you who's getting licked.
Well, I see I've walked
Mona.
in on some lively banter.
Mona!
Fine, just fine. I went to take part in that Steambird panel. It turned out to be more interesting than I expected. Not all Fontainians are pessimistic about this. One journalist mentioned that sitting around and waiting for the end to come would
Pasti
be
si
wrong,
NPC,
and that they
si
should make their
Charlotte.
own rescue preparations. I agreed, so we had a brief chat with her.
Did she have pink hair by any chance?
Why, yes, it was Charlotte. You remember her, right? That daredevil journalist? I'm in full support of her view. Prophecies are very important, but how can people allow their lives to be commandeered by just a few words?
That's right! Paimon's
Baru
glad
pulang dari orderannya Tom.
for once.
Ah, yes.
Kira dari mana sih
discussed
meme
before.
si
I did try, but I'm
Kacau lu
afraid I
pada ya.
couldn't reach the old hag. I'll try again tonight, but I wouldn't get your hopes up. Huh?
Kan si Mona dia nggak bisa bayar kosannya, guys. Makanya si bapak kosnya minta Mona. Om Kuki, Cenam Kuki nambah IM kak. Kalau Kuki udah 1000 gimana? Cenam Kuki nambah IM. Ya nggak apa-apa kalau udah 1000. Masalahnya di mana?
She said that even the god's gaze has blind spots. Pretty bold if you ask Paimon. Most people would
Emang tadi gue
believe
mau
the
bilang
gods to be
apa?
all-knowing,
Minta
right?
duit. Minta Mona kerja biar dapat duit.
Certainly anything but ordinary.
Kacau lu ya.
As for the mage named
Otaknya kotor mulu.
Hag has mentioned her a few times. She said that
Certainly
N's sense of
anything but
direction
ordinary.
is
As for
incredible,
the mage
and
named
that she
Anne, the
loves
old hag
guiding
has
those who are
mentioned
lost.
that Anne's sense direction is incredible.
But I've never met her, and if she were still alive, she'd be... well, suffice it to say that the hag's at least a few hundred now, and N's been around for longer than that.
Wah anjir bener-bener nenek-nenek cok.
The Hex and Zirkle
Lebih tua
sounds like
daripada
a scary group.
berapa ratus tahun tadi dia bilang. Tapi lebih tua lagi daripada masternya si Mona. Bener-bener N ya, match N ya.
If she came to see you
N-word
personally,
literally ya.
then the problem you're facing must truly be of great importance.
Well, it's not like Paimon could understand anything she said.
Yes, she was quite cryptic, but I suspect she means that there is still a way to turn things around. She didn't say when or what that would be, though, so... perhaps it is something that you cannot
Baizu
know
segala
right
medan
now.
pakai arte apa sama weaponnya apa kalau proto dipakai neuvilette. Bikin 2 proto.
Traveler, Paimon?
Bikin 2 proto. Kalau enggak lu bikin ini. Hakusin Baizu itu bagus juga, Hakusin Baizu. Habis itu artefaknya untuk segala medan nggak bisa. Tergantung partinya. Kalau lu barengin sama intinya kalau lu barengin sama si Furina udah pasti dia pakai diput. Kalau lu barengin sama Yaeto, ya Agreveto, nggak ada Furinanya, itu dia pakainya Noblesse.
I see. I feel that same sense of desperation too.
Senang menunggu part mono
consider me
Exen
someone who has
Circle.
often witnessed fate. So far as I have seen, it cannot be swayed. But even so, I still hope for and believe in miracles. Astrology is eternal and rational, but fate may not be. It is cruel, but it can also be beautiful. Perhaps that's what N was trying to tell you. Not to lose heart, and to believe that what you are seeing playing out before you is not yet set in stone. I did originally think of steering clear of all this, but I couldn't. Even if this is all futile, I still wish to help everyone. If we don't struggle to the last, then how can we face the end when it comes?
Huh. You do have a point.
There I go, talking about astrological principles again. Sorry about that. The moment I start talking about work-related stuff... I need to get going. It was worth trying to comfort you, even if only a little. I believe that you'll help those who are struggling in the same way I did. I suppose that might be why we always seem to meet by coincidence.
Paimon feels kinda moved by what Mona said, but also kinda sad too. Hey, Traveler, Paimon suddenly feels like going outside for a walk. Let's go. Let's walk around the city, shall we? There's a few spots we always like.
Oke, ini apa? Filler. Kenapa gue disuruh jalan-jalan? Apa gigi satu bayi? Hah? Dari gigi 1 sama gigi 2 apa di mobil? Semua ditanya nama si Banteng, Cok. Random banget nih kambing.
In this newspaper. What's going on? Let Paimon see. The underwater stronghold.
Kan lu pakai banteng. Ngapain nanya mobil, kacau lu ya.
But that does not mean that others cannot
But
interact.
the fortress has continued this.
My recent attempts to enter the fortress bore little fruit. Huh. Guess Charlotte still hasn't given up on that. Thus, did an Outlander friend become the focus of this report? A blind adventurer with their white fairy, legends trailing in their... So while the fortress's interior remains a mystery behind closed doors, do not fear, for the journalist Charlotte's biggest scoop yet, the Traveler's Trail.
Walker.
Charlotte took so many awesome photos of us and we never even noticed her. She hasn't been able to get a hold of anything at the fortress, so since we're easier to find, she's using us as the subject matter instead? Ugh, seriously? Well, fine. Those have...
Anjir si Charlotte stalker, Cok. Paparazzi dia. 3 jam lagi. Aman. Sampai jam 4 kan? Iya, Paimon makanya gue skip tuh. Gue tetap baca, cuman gue skip. Nah, itu nggak penting banget tuh. Lebih gue dengar Paimon Ian daripada neuvilette JP. Iya. Kenapa nih?
Quick! Look! That's the limited edition only 16 slices a day cake! It was so delicious the last time we tried it! Despite the tense situation we were in, let's give it another go. I'm sure it'll be great!
1 slice of cake, please.
Lah!
Someone showed up after all! Oh, wait, you're the one from the Palais Mermonia.
Oh, are you here to buy cake too? It seems Monsieur Neuvilette was
Lah,
right.
ceweknya si
You
Chris
really
dia.
can eat.
Wait, did he really say something like that?
That's right. Even he has his
Pan
own
keren astagfirullah
preferences
dia
when it
nggak
comes
pakai
to
celana
food.
lagi.
As for me,
Wah, kacau jadi
I
dilihat sama
love
si
the
Chris
cake and
segapung
coffee
deh.
here.
Nggak pakai celana, Cok. Kalau si Chris ngeliat kayak gini-gini nggak pakai celana mah udah ini deh.
Usually every day.
Udah basah dia. Udah gemeteran.
It's part of my daily schedule, apart from work. I shall have my cake and coffee.
Then what if someone told you one day that this place would be closing soon, and you wouldn't...
Gak ada lubangnya, kocak. Astagfirullah, lihat si Chris.
What would you
Berarti kalau ada lubangnya lu mau.
But why would it close?
Si Chris tahu lo kalau nggak ada lubangnya lo.
Well, Paimon doesn't know.
Tahu dari mana lo, Chris? Kacau lo ya.
Maybe the waters will rise tomorrow. You know, like in the prophecy.
Ya, Cok.
Oh, the prophecy.
Udah pernah dicek-cek anjir.
To be honest, I haven't paid much attention to that. No, still, even if there'd be no more cake tomorrow, that wouldn't keep me from having some today. No, it's the same for eating in general. You might not be able to eat tomorrow, but if you can do so today, then you should carry on.
Astaga.
That's what people call living, you know.
Oke. Ini nggak terlalu penting.
Don't be sad. Excuse me, could I have these 2 slices
Maybe, I don't
are
know.
for you. Sijuin said that this kind of expression you're making is what...
Oh, you know Sijuin?
I sure do. She was born before me, and she sometimes comes to the surface to teach us things about humans. She said that humans are creatures that are saddened easily. Yes, and you can only lift their spirits by feeding them. I've got something else to do, so I'll be going now. You...
Okay.
And there she goes. All right, let's dig in. Paimon sure...
Awas aja kalau berapa menit ini nggak ada penting-pentingnya sama semua story kambing, sama keseluruhan story. Cuman filler doang ini.
Sure would be nice if we could always eat delicious food.
Filler, Cok, literally. Apa?
Oh, we're near the Steambird office.
Wow! If it isn't the Traveler and Paimon! Oh, have
you seen the article I wrote about you?
You've got
Cuma kain PC guys ya.
You just used us to make some quick murah.
Profit split.
Oh, you needn't worry about that. I heard that you were in Poisson some time back, so I sent you a letter to discuss just that. It appears you didn't receive it, though. It's all right, though. I've set aside the amount intended for you. I've even set the table with some food.
Really? Oh, you're the best!
You're almost a little too easy to win over, Paimon. If I were a journalist with ulterior motives, you'd be in trouble now, you know.
Oh, Paimon knows you're
Sakura.
not bad.
Bener, Sakura, Cok.
Still, what brings you here all of a sudden? Were you looking for me?
Literal Sakura, kocak. Sama-sama healer juga.
When Mona mentioned you, we thought of coming to see you at work.
I see. It seems you've already bumped into Mona here in Fontaine. So she mentioned me? What did she say?
She said that you're a real daredevil.
Nice. In which case, can this daredevil journalist dare to request...
Huh? So your article in the paper?
Oh, of course it doesn't. That was more like live photography. What I'd like to do is dive deeper. And
Yeah.
Di interview ya.
why not? If I say you're worth an interview, then you're worth it. But not right now.
Karena
of
musiknya
course.
jadi bagus pas si Charlotte coming.
In that case, we'll just chat when you have the time then?
Sakura Fett gacor ya, Om.
Say yes.
Sakura Fett dari mana gacornya? Udah digrepe-grepe sama serangga. Udah bau kecoa, bau cacing.
So much to get done now.
Udah digrepe juga sama kakeknya waktu masih kecil. Coba lu ya. Lebih parah coy Sakura Fett daripada Sakura Naruto.
And what's that?
Lihat si Merlin.
Just for example, Fontaine were to be flooded tomorrow? What would you do to
Saber NPC kocak. Muka NPC di ini loh. Saber itu bukan muka NPC.
I mean, I do hear about it often, but
Tadi dulu,
I never
deskripsi
once
dulu,
thought
penting
that the
apa.
day could be
Tadi dulu,
tomorrow.
penting ini guys.
If you're seriously asking, then I might try and think of a way to leave Fontaine. Oh, but I'm still a journalist first and foremost. That means I have a duty to be reporting from the scene. And secondly, I wouldn't forsake my homeland that easily. From what I've seen, most people
Ini
don't
digrepe
know
juga sama
what they
kakaknya.
do should the worst come to pass. In truth, it might be better just to behave like normal rather than worry over such an end. So in all likelihood, I'd probably
Saya
still
baru mau ke
be
NPC,
prepping at
kocak.
the office for that interview of ours. I know what you're
Kacau
thinking.
dulu ya. Gua heran orang yang suka Saber.
I've always believed that it's
Ada
best to
Rin
do
gitu loh
what
yang
you enjoy.
jauh, yang benar-benar best girl. Malah pilihnya Saber.
If this nation really were to be suddenly destroyed tomorrow, but I still successfully finish an exclusive interview with a truly unique person, then the story I would wind up writing would truly be timeless. And then do you know what I'd do? Well, I'd write that story, send it for printing, and use messenger pigeons to get copies out to the various nations as soon as possible. I'm not a dreamer, nor am I a workaholic, but I do love my job, and I'd be proud of leaving such an article behind. I guess you could say that
Makura
I was born
Rin
to be a
Tosaka di mana ya
journalist.
belinya?
But anyway, that's my answer. And on that note, I'll get back to my preparations.
No tolerance for tsundere. Rin itu tsunderenya pas ya, bukan yang lebay kayak di anime harem gitu.
Paimon actually kinda
Pas,
envies
guys.
her. Anyway, let's
Yoi,
go
Rin
and
best
take a look
karakter
at
di
the
semua
sea,
Fate
shall we?
series. Best design, best karakter. Rin Tosaka ya guys ya. Apalagi pas jadi Istar, beh. Gelo.
The sea breeze and scenery can be a pretty soothing combo, huh?
Ini kita literally jalan-jalan doang.
Paimon's
Terus
been
gimana
thinking,
rencananya sama Furin aja?
if it wasn't Fontaine, but all of Tevat that would be destroyed tomorrow, where would we go and what? No, Paimon should ask if you could choose. We've always been moving to the next destination, so we haven't spent much time thinking about these kinds of things. We didn't have to either, with us always being on the road. You mean, still traveling?
Chasing every single moment.
Huh. Wait, isn't that what we...
Charlotte comes to find you and conduct the interview in the spinner. If you having finished her business in Pasong, even Rose by take photo goes well. Terus Furinanya mana? Bener-bener filler, Cok. Medusa lebih gacor daripada siapa ya? Daripada Saber iyalah.
fortress of Meropide.
Asuna Sword Art Online gacor gak om? Dia udah digrepe-grepe sama ini kocak. Asuna sama merchant-merchant di Sao. Still better than the fortress Meropide. That's for sure. Salty.
Ah, so the two of you are still here. Wonderful.
Oh, you're from the Palais Mermonia, aren't you?
Yes, I'm Isadora.
Oh, gak ada yang tahu. Aman, gak ada yang tahu. Iya, digrepe sama itu gamenya.
Afterward, you went to the fortress of Meropide.
So the bread sent me to look for you too before. I heard that afterward. So you under impression that we might be?
Not at all. I'm well aware that your friends have... Yes, inside the opera house. The
Marshal
Maréchaussée
Phantom has declared the incident
a small-scale riot.
A riot?
Well, that said, I don't personally think it was that serious. Lady Farina was watching a performance at the opera house, and while she was resting during an intermission, some other audience members suddenly started harassing her, loudly accusing her of doing nothing about the prophecy crisis. And before she could respond, others started to join in. The crowd continued to grow, and protests against the Hydro Archon started to break out.
Oke, ini udah mulai seru ya. Aduh, gue mau kencing lagi. Kencing dulu, aman gak guys?
Guess they finally found an outlet for the pressure they've been under due to the prophecy.
I agree. People will naturally rely on gods, as is customary. But the moment people feel threatened, gods are also the first to be blamed.
So what happened after that? Is Farina okay?
Seeing that the situation was spiraling out of control and that further argument was pointless, she claimed that she'd gotten tired of this and left in a hurry. The Maréchaussée Phantom had their hands full maintaining order and did not catch where Lady Farina had gone. Only when things had stabilized did we realize that she had gone missing.
So, you mean she's still missing?
That's right. The Maréchaussée has dispatched many people to search for her, but we don't have any leads yet. That said, I don't think there's much to worry about. She is a god after all. Even if she were to fall into the hands of rioters, what could ordinary people do to her?
Understand the situation.
Good. Monsieur neuvilette sent me to tell you about the situation, but...
Don't worry, this is more than enough to go on. Thanks for keeping us informed.
Ah, is that so? Well, alright then. In that case, you two take care. I'll be heading back to the Palais now.
Well, sounds like we should hurry.
Regionnya Scat Hack. Oh, gua nggak tahu. Scat Hack. Itu apaan? Sure.
If we know Farina, she won't try to fix things in this situation. Instead, she'll look for a place to wait out the heat. And as we also know, she may be loud and dramatic, but she doesn't have a heart of stone. When neuvilette was talking to her in the Palais Mermonia, and she heard about Poisson, she couldn't hide her sadness and remorse. It would be hard for her to ignore being accused by the public today. Paimon thinks Farina's probably taken the opportunity to slip away to Poisson and try to relieve the sense of guilt that she's feeling. Huh! Well, what do you think? In that case, there's not a moment to live.
Harusnya gue skip ya, gue lupa nge-skip si ini Paimon. Oke. Ntar dulu guys, gue mau kencing dari tadi, nahan kencing gue. Sabar ya. Gue kencing dulu, sabar. Wait, sambil minum juga. Sabar. Halo, halo, halo. Halo, halo. Kumis kotak.
Looks deserted. Guess all the survivors must have evacuated already. All that's left here are signs of devastation. Could Farina really be here?
Apa nih si banteng?
Let's try to find her as soon
Pakai
as
pelangi-pelangi.
possible.
Bangsat lu ya. Nggak ada pelangi-pelangi di sini ya. Oke. Kan Farina ini kosong. Mati dong gue. Oke. Ini udah mulai seru ya.
That's Farina right over there. She really is here all on her own.
Should I just give up?
Nangis dia, Cok.
This is
Nangis si Farina, guys.
meaningless. What was meant to happen did happen after all. Everyone's dead. I'm sorry. I am so sorry. Give up, Farina. There's no point in holding out. I'm sorry. But what can I even do other than to repeat meaningless apologies over and over?
Langsung dia berubah sifatnya pas kita datang gitu.
Who's that?
Don't worry, Farina. It's just us.
Langsung berubah, Jer.
So it is you, blonde traveler from another land. Why, I almost thought you were someone from that mob of my ignorant subjects, come to kneel and beg for my forgiveness.
Farina, you were crying just now, weren't you? The tear stains on your face are obvious.
What do you mean, tear stains? Oh, I remember. The show
Kakain
at
aja,
the
Rifki.
Opera House earlier this morning was
Halo,
so
Baby Rancha.
moving. I'm still trying to process it. Who did that uncivilized rabble think they were, disturbing my enjoyment of the arts? They even dared to tout their ARCHON. I must teach them a lesson. I can just imagine their twisted and frustrated faces once they realize that I'm nowhere to be found. Oh, and I'm sure Neuvilette and those people from the Maréchaussée Phantom are freaking out right next to them too.
Bagus, Jer, voice actor-nya. The fuck? Keren. Gue kira voice JP-nya lebih ini karena bisa dua suara gitu kan. Tapi ini pun walaupun nggak dua suara, banyak yang protes voice IN-nya. Farina karena nggak dua suara gitu kan. Maksudnya nggak menunjukkan dua kepribadian. Tapi ini contoh bagus voice actor. Cuman pakai satu suara tapi karena perbedaan tone, nada, penekanan nada, itu bisa jadi dua kepribadian gitu loh.
Of course not.
Iya, di JP-nya kan, maksudnya si voice actor JP-nya kan pakai dua suara dia. Kalau yang sedih dia pakai suara yang ini, maksudnya dibedain gitu.
Farina, those people seem to be after you.
They are? They're just some rabid fans who want to cut the line because they haven't been able to meet me in person, aren't they? That's against the rules. I can't let them get their way.
Farina just ran off. Quick, we have to catch up with her.
Gitu banget ininya. Ngilang.
This should be the place, right? Hey, Farina! There's a good
Kejar-kejar sangat epic ya, Cok. Nggak ada musik, nggak ada apa gitu. Hampa aja, kambing.
What? haste is warranted. Lead the way.
Terus kita kemana? Lah, di dalam.
I'm so tired. I totally thought they had caught me. No, I mean, I merely gave in to the sheer enthusiasm they displayed.
You're right. Yep, that's a good girl.
Oh, ini lagi ininya airnya.
What's happening? The ground's shaking. Is it an earthquake?
Yeah, a quake of this kind preceded the flooding in Poisson, didn't it?
It can't be. It's happening again.
Well, there's no need to worry too much about that. Neuvillette's made some emergency plans, so the evacuation should go a lot smoother this time.
Yeah, I hope you're right. But the people of Poisson, they've already...
Orang lagi musibah, kalian malah pikirnya selangkangan terus. Ini nih, otaknya selangkangan terus, lagi musibah ya, lagi serius nih, tensinya lagi dapet. Kacau jir, viewer gue. Bener-bener.
It's true. I've been investigating the prophecy for hundreds of years.
Selangkangan terus otak
I once
pemikirnya.
had informants all over Tivat, searching for clues and feeding information back to me. I've tried all kinds of ways too to hold back the sea. Anything to keep the coastline from advancing. But all my efforts proved to be futile in the end. Really, the truth has been clear to me for a very long time. We cannot make an enemy of the divine. No matter what we do, the will of the heavenly principles will have its way, and the prophecy shall be fulfilled. Give up. I do love the sound of that phrase. It would mean finally coming to terms with fate, but also for me to finally be free. Indeed, I've thought about giving up so many times, especially after we almost lost Poisson. Fate is really unreasonable, isn't it? It has no heart and obeys no rules. The prophecy has only just started to come true, and so many people have already lost their lives. But just now, it all became clear to me. I still don't have the right to come to terms with fate on behalf of everyone else. As long as the final moment hasn't come, it's still not too late. Don't worry. I will keep hope alive for everyone until the very end. Well, that's enough for now. I got the impulse to play the stricken maiden, but honestly, considering my rank and station, that wasn't a good fit at all. Don't take any of what I just said seriously. How could I possibly let Fontaine fall to the whims of trivial prophecy?
Come on! Paimon could have sworn you were actually being honest just now.
Furina tipe-tipe yang ini, Cok. Tipe-tipe yang bakalan nutupin mulutnya biar nggak bersuara gitu loh. Gitu. Jadi dia kayak ditutup aja mulutnya. Gitu. Saya biar nggak keluar suara kalau sembunyi.
Share my burden. That's impossible. It was fated right from the start that this would be my duty alone. A witness. Yes, I've heard that you came to Tevat from beyond the stars, yes? In other words, you never belonged here. And if Tevat is, in its entirety, a show on a stage, then you're just a spectator, aren't you? If that's the case...
Nggak mau, masih nggak mau dia. Oh, cutscene? Oh shit, cutscene. Diam. Ya elah, Bang. Lah. What the fuck? Dia jadi nggak percaya sama kita ya, Cok. Karena kayak dijebak gitu loh. Aduh. Itu emang rencananya atau kita juga dijebak?
This concludes my opening performance.
Taruh
Now,
nih.
without further ado, we may proceed to the trial of our god.
Bisa loh. Dewanya diadili.
So, this is what it is. Yes,
Tuh kan.
you deserve praise for the effort you took to raise the dramatic stakes. Do not forget, however, that I am Fosalor, the
So ya,
god
jangan
of
kasih tau guys ya,
justice,
jangan dikonfirm ya. Itu gue cuma ngomong sama gue
embodiment
sendiri.
of justice itself. Does it not strike you as even the least bit absurd to bring the very concept of justice to trial?
May I interpret these words as your refusal to stand trial? In that case, you will have the opportunity to defend your honor through a duel.
You would draw your blade against a god? I see. It seems like you have made up your mind.
Paimon can't believe it. She just surrendered.
What the heck is going on? Did I just see an Archon surrender to a human?
Wow, how utterly humiliating.
Lady Farina, what is the meaning of this?
It would seem that there has been a misunderstanding. To be clear, the raising of both hands is not always an indication of surrender.
Looking for excuses again, huh?
I raised my hands just now to indicate my acceptance of the trial. No duel shall be necessary. I will admit that I've been running away for a long time. I'm sorry, everyone. I was unable to protect the people of Poisson.
Lihat Melonnya keluarin langsung surrender.
It is my duty to stand trial for my crimes.
Terintimidasi dia.
You are not the only ones to be disappointed in me. I, too, am exceedingly disappointed in myself. But now, it is time for the Hydro Archon to show you her courage and resolve.
Kasih tahu.
Farina, will use this trial to show the world the true meaning of justice. This time, I will protect you. Applaud and rejoice.
Boleh.
The most outrageous and fantastical arcs known to the opera epiclese is now unfolding before your eyes. Mark my words. This shall be one of the most exhilarating and brilliant shows ever to grace the stage
Keren,
of Fontaine.
Gue ada merinding tadi sedikit.
Archon, Fosalor, will now begin.
Woohoo! Oh, now we're making history.
Why does it feel like Farina just took over the whole thing? Like, come on! Didn't she just get forced to stand trial for her crimes? Also, even though she's still acting super dramatic, she is taking this seriously this time, right?
All right, then. Who will be my opponent in this trial?
The court asks the prosecutor to please take the stand.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Is that so? Very well. Then please speak, witness of Tivat, my accuser and fated opponent.
Kukira Navia.
Also,
Oke.
please allow me to ask as a final question.
Ini
before
apakah
the
Dewa
trial
Puzzle perlu
begins.
beraksi guys? Gak, gue mau tanya dulu. Dewa Puzzle perlu keluar gak nih? Gue lagi mode santai nih. Kalau kalian mau, kalau kita harus ngeluarin Dewa Puzzle harus tegak berdiri gue nih. Apa duduk gue? Gue lagi nyender nih. Kursi lagi gue miringin. Apakah Dewa Puzzle harus keluar? Serius? Harus keluar Dewa Puzzle? Yakin?
Just how much work did you do?
Gue lagi mode
to
santai nih,
force
gak usah lah
me
ya.
onto this stage?
We did do a lot
Gue lagi nyender kok, Cak. Kalau mau keluarin Dewa Puzzle harus tegak duduknya.
I can go over the tasks assigned to the Spina di Rosula, since they were rather straightforward and easy.
Navia, the president of the Spina di Rosula.
Most of the people who participated in the disturbance this morning were my subordinates. They changed into plain clothes and came to the opera house as regular audience members, waiting for the perfect opportunity to incite insurrection against you. The people's resentment against their Archon has been building as more and more of the prophecy is fulfilled. A spark was all we needed to turn smoldering anger into a flame. Moreover, according to our understanding and analysis of you, when something like that occurred, you would likely flee the scene and head to Poisson by yourself. So, we arranged for a second group to lie in wait there.
So, you mean the ones who scoured the settlement for me were also from the Spina?
And their goal was to force you to step into the giant magic box so you may personally participate in the greatest magic performance in all of Fontainian history.
That's right. That house was a magic box rather than someone's residence.
As the super ultimate version of the setup that I used when I first performed at the Opera Epiclese, the volume of the box was increased by a whole order of magnitude, and the distance it traversed was the entire gap between Poisson and Aranias. Its cargo, of course, was an Archon instead of a human. My thanks, Farina. Without your help, we could never have pulled off such an extraordinary performance.
Akhirnya gue jadi Furina sih. Langsung keluar ini gue. Kalian semua, you lowly humans. Langsung dikutuk semua jadi
The House of the Hearth spent a massive amount of labor in Mora to pull this off. We had to select a location, construct the giant magic box, dig a tunnel, and open up a path through the water.
You dare
was a lot of
speak
work for all of us.
like that to
So,
me?
in other words, the earthquake that we felt within the giant magic box was just a normal tremor from the transportation of the whole house?
That's right. It wasn't a sign of another
No.
disaster to come.
Then, I can guess Neuvilette and Cloran's parts. You gathered a crowd, prepared a stage, and made sure that the champion duelist would be immediately ready for a fight. Also that as soon as I appeared on the stage, the trial may commence without a hitch. Am I right?
Yes, that is correct.
Well, Cloran,
Wajar
I
kita sama
must
sampai
commend
masuk
you
kak.
for your courage. Only the most outstanding champion duelist in all of Fontaine would accept a duel with an Archon without flinching.
Thank you.
As for you, traveler, I suppose your role was to keep me distracted with conversation once you found me in Poisson. You'd make sure that I didn't notice anything amiss before revealing yourself as my prosecutor once we'd arrived onto the stage. Oh?
One last. Halah, gue jadi Furina gak bakalan percaya lagi sama mereka semua.
Is that so?
Then I suppose I must have missed my final chance.
Oke, bagus responnya. Gue kira.
It's fine. It matters not. What's done is done. The stage is already set, so there's no reason to disappoint the audience. Let's see this trial through.
Bisa tempurina kocak, gue dukung Furina. Kacau ya, dihianatin loh. Gak percaya mereka semua, kacau anjir.
Sir Prosecutor, please allow me to pass this along. This is a document that Miss Charlotte applied for and received permission to share with you during the trial. According to her, it should speed...
Huh? Charlotte wanted to give us something? Oh, so she's here too! Oh, let Paimon see. Isn't this... Wait, then that means this document is a perfect timeline. So in other words, we can refer to this anthology of evidence every time we want
Warga
to
Facebook tuh, bener cok. Itu warga Facebook, kocak ini semua kacau anjir.
Let's quickly confirm the information in it.
Gue itu maspul kalau kau jadi Furina guys ya. Gue itu maspul. The best, the best.
You took part in at the opera house. That's one for the history books, all right. The words, I nearly lost my awesome. The fortress of this. I didn't think that.
Taruh.
This is the first time you defeated the Hydro.
Opera house. Ini chill day, meeting, bla bla bla. Well, Navia treatment with the okay. Masa Dewa Puzzle harus ini nih. Aduh, ya udahlah. Harus keluar Dewa Puzzle. Serius.
Oh, come on, neuvilette. There's no need to repeat all the unimportant legalese. Just fast forward to the part where the prosecution lays out my offenses. As the defendant and the lead actress of this performance, I still haven't even been informed of my supposed guilt in all of this. Of course, it is only natural for humans to struggle to understand the actions of a god. However, you will need more than that to convict me of a crime.
That's true, but my charge here is unrelated to your conduct as an Archon. Instead, I would like to charge you as a fraud who's never been the Archon in the first place.
Nani?
Wait, what was that? Lady Furina's a fraud?
Warga FB. Ini MC warga FB. Ini warga FB nih. Bangsat nih. Nah, gue dukung Furina.
She's not our Archon at all?
Charge accepted.
Warga FB bangsat.
Lady Furina, do you plead guilty to the charge?
Do you plead?
Lady Furina.
I plead not guilty. How can I be guilty? There is no way that I, Focalor, otherwise known as Furina de Fontaine, a member of the Seven and the Regina of all waters, kindreds, peoples, and laws of Fontaine, could be anything other than your true Archon.
Yeah, even though Lady Furina can be rather eccentric, isn't it going too far to doubt her very identity?
Warga ini viewer gue nih.
I've never questioned her identity either. Sure, Lady Furina can be super irresponsible, but what grounds does that prosecutor have to make such a huge claim?
I have cause to believe that common sense will prevail in this case. Many of the members of the audience have known me as the Hydro Archon ever since they were born. There would be no fooling their memory. See? Even the Oratrice has decided to show me its favor. Are you sure you want to commit to a charge that will never be upheld? If you wish to drop the case, I can promise you as the god of justice
Gua mana nggak ada banteng kocak di
you
sini
will not
kacau ya.
have to face trial for making a false accusation. We will treat everything that's happened as a dramatic spectacle and move on with our lives. What do you say to that?
What do you say?
An argument with near impossible odds, huh? We have to not only refute Furina's claims, but also overturn the long-held beliefs of the people.
Well, I tried to give you the chance to surrender. If you must persist, then let me ask. If you believe I'm not the Archon, then what manner of being do you think I am? And if I was not the Archon, then how did I manage to live for over 500 years?
Kasih tahu. Mas Pul nih, Bos. Aduh. Lah, gue cuma bisa pilih jelek. Relevan. Oh, ini. Curse, yeah. First try, easy. Dewa puzzle.
First of all, you may be a member of another long-lived race, which would allow you to naturally possess an extended lifespan. And second of all, even if that wasn't the case, there could be other ways to extend your life.
Who gave you that idea? Was it the knave? You'd sink so
You'd
low
sink so
as
low
to
as
use a
to-
harbinger's words against me.
Bener.
A curse? I once thought it possible that the aura of an Archon might naturally resemble a type of curse. But in light of this claim, perhaps what I sensed was not your divinity, but a curse after all.
You sensed it too, huh, neuvilette?
Set of Archon could you just be a cursed human?
Lady Farina is
actually
actually a human?
Well, it is
Nah,
true
warga-warga
that
FB
it's
lagi nih.
extremely difficult to tell
Lihat.
humans and gods apart just by looking
Warga-warga
at
FB
them.
nih, bangsat.
It's not impossible.
Oh shit.
Well, don't start celebrating too early now. Even if I have been carrying a curse like you said, how does that prove that I
Nah.
am merely a human being? Besides, everyone knows that the main difference between a human and a god is the possession of authority. Gods can do what humans cannot. That's why they're worshipped as gods. For centuries, manifestations of my authority have served the nation of Fontaine. One need only to turn their eyes towards the Oratrice Mécanique d'Analyse Cardinal in this very opera house, or consider the indemnitium that is used in every aspect of life.
Ini. Oh enggak, Chile. Ya. First try, easy, Dewa puzzle.
You tried to reference the Oratrice. But weren't you as confused as all the rest of us when the Oratrice declared Child to be guilty without any proof? Otherwise, you should have come up with a good explanation for that by now.
Didn't I make myself clear at the time? The decisions of the gods are naturally difficult for humans to comprehend. There is no need to provide an explanation.
Lady Farina, I believe a reminder of your current circumstances is in order. While the court is in session, the principles of justice and the law must come before all else. While you are an Archon, you are also first and foremost the defendant in this trial. You will prove yourself unable to defend against the prosecution's charges if you continue to withhold vital information against the rules of the court.
I never thought you'd use that kind of rhetoric against me.
That was no trick of rhetoric, Lady Farina. I've merely reiterated the rules of the court. Rules that all should respect and follow.
So, you neither knew why Child was declared guilty, nor did you understand the structure and operations of the
Salah sekali
Oratrice.
pelanggar gini muka.
Instead of having been created by you, the manifestations of authority you mentioned have been made by the real Hydro Archon, haven't they?
The real Hydro Archon? Well, now you're really losing me. It is true that I did not know why the Oratrice gave out a guilty verdict that day. But the Oratrice handed out that verdict unilaterally, and it has been operating independently ever since it was first created. You can't argue that just because a divine creation is flawed, that the god behind it must also be no god at all.
She's still throwing out all kinds of excuses. Seems like she's confident that we won't be able to produce
my power as an Archon. There are many ordinary citizens in the audience. How can I just carelessly demonstrate the formidable power of an Archon?
If that
pada mau
poses a
semua.
concern, I'm prepared to extend my protection to the audience.
You don't need to go that far.
Ntar dihajar semua sama anak-anakannya Furina, kocak.
Or is it that you can't even wield the power of Hydro, much less the authority of a god?
Indemnitium! Yes! It's all because of Indemnitium! All Archons derive their power from the faith of the people, and I've converted the people's faith in justice into Indemnitium! Thus did I give up all of my divine power to provide everyone with energy for their daily lives. Have you ever seen a more magnanimous god?
Isn't that a huge stretch?
Yeah, no matter how generous an Archon can be, how could they give up all their power? Can a god with no power even still be called a god?
Oh. No, Furina.
Seems like nobody's buying Furina's excuse.
Hey, come now, everyone. Please don't stare at me as if I was a liar. I'm still the same Furina you knew, right? The one that you loved. Shouldn't you want to believe in me? Please? You've got to believe
Sedih banget, Cok. Dari suaranya keren aja pas aktor Inggrisnya. Kambing.
Did she deceive all of us? And all of our parents and
Warga-warga
grandparents too? And all of our ancestors? Ever since they were born?
Enough! That's enough. Tell me then, if I'm not
Then
the
who is?
real Hydro Archon, then who is? If you have no evidence of another Hydro Archon's existence, nor can you find anyone who can back up their claim to be such, then what grounds have you to say that I'm not actually the real deal?
Wow, she came up with yet another argument. How can we refute her now? Seems like she really doesn't want to give up.
And if she is only a human. Ini kah? Maksudnya kayak dia bisa di easy first try. Dewa puzzle.
Can dissolve in water from the primordial
Nah.
And that means
Since you insist on claiming to be a god and not a human, then there's a method that you can use right here and now to eliminate all suspicions of you being the latter.
Miss Navi,
Masa dia mandi
please apply
ini,
to
Jir?
serve as a temporary attorney for the prosecution before addressing the court. Though you act in partnership with the prosecutor, you must still adhere to proper procedure.
Super sorry, Mr. Chief Justice.
Yeah.
I swear this really will be the last
diam
time
ya.
that I'll speak out of turn.
Ini warga FB, Cok.
I've
Ini
brought
streamer
some
nih,
seawater
streamer.
from Poisson.
Baru kan
Knows
Furina
a
nih,
massive
streamer nih.
flood struck the area not long ago, taking many lives, including those of some of my closest friends. So, Miss Farina, would you dare to touch some of the seawater? If we are to believe that you are indeed the real Hydro Archon, touching the seawater would have no effect on you. All it should do is strengthen your case. But if you don't dare to touch it, then we would have basically proved the reverse.
Waduh.
Oh, and I must remind
Seru
you
nih,
that after
kambing.
the disaster at Poisson, nobody wants to see any more people dissolve. I do hope you'll act prudently and choose the simpler path of admitting guilt.
Navia from the Spina di Rasula. The Spina has governed Poisson for many years. I guess her suggestion is valid.
If Lady Farina is indeed just a human, she's probably Fontainian like all the rest
Ini
of
si Wawan
us.
kocak.
Would she really dare to try?
Tuh, si Wawan kocak itu tadi. No! Farina, no!
Lady Farina, this test has been unilaterally proposed by the prosecution. As it falls outside the realm of standard court proceedings, you possess the right to decline participation.
Well, of course he had to tell her that. But refusing to participate is basically the same as a confession of guilt.
She's just staring at the water without saying a single word. It really does seem like she's quite terrified of it. That could only mean...
What's going on? Is she really planning to... that's not what we thought she would...
Due to the inherent risk of the test, Lady Farina, you may...
Hey!
She actually... Langsung lempar ke Navia. Kalau gue jadi Farina sih, mohon maaf ya. Gue langsung lempar ke Farina. Kambing, airnya. Makan nih air. Kasih tahu. Lu broken maspul ya. Banyak yang ngeraguin, kacau emang.
Will you believe me now? I really am your Archon. I'm nothing like a normal human who would fall apart as soon as they touch this water. Really? Was this not the most obvious thing in the world?
Miss Siegewin? If you're present, Miss Siegewin, please come forward and attend to the defendant.
Siegewin? Don't be nervous. It'll just take a few seconds. Let me see. That should be enough.
Please announce the results of your evaluation to the court, Miss Siegewin.
As everyone doubtlessly saw, Miss Farina was displaying symptoms of hyperventilation and flushed skin.
Oh
These
shit!
indicate that she was experiencing the adverse effects of exposure to primordial seawater. The extent to which she was affected is the same as other humans when exposed to primordial seawater of a similar concentration.
Thank you, Miss Siegewin. Lady Farina, you may return to the defendant's stand.
Oh wait.
Nggak diobatin tuh.
Did she just say? I didn't get dissolved. Shouldn't that be enough to prove my innocence?
Oh, pasti konsentrasi airnya dikurangin gitu.
Considering your tendency to run from your problems, we
Dari
did
sampel.
originally prepare a direct
Cuman
sample of the
dikurangin
seawater
ini ya
around
konsentrasi
Poisson.
airnya.
However, after extensive discussion, we exchanged it for a
Nah,
sample
kan?
that is not concentrated enough to dissolve an actual human. After all, on the off chance that something entirely unexpected might occur, we don't want anyone else to lose their life to the sea.
Ya, Amin, bener
Out
Amin.
of regard for Farina's life, you secured a low concentration sample and asked the head nurse to serve as an expert witness. It's a great thing that the direct sample wasn't actually used. Farina could have...
I can't believe you. Listen to me, everyone. Please don't give me such
Ini mau Forest kasih tahu ke warga FB kalau Farina itu broken nih kayak gini nih.
prove a single thing.
Kayak gini.
Think about it. How can you conclusively prove that an Archon can't also be affected by the primordial seawater? Also, if I was really just a human, why would I dare to just put my hand in that kind of water?
Tuh warga-warga FB nih. Bangsat semuanya. Aduh, nangis dia.
Anyone, just listen to me. I swear, I really am your Archon.
sedih gini? Aduh. Cup. Furina.
I don't think anything she says at this point will sway anyone. The odds are just too stacked
Ini
against
coba
her
bagus
now.
banget voice
With
aktor
all the
Inggris.
things that have been said, Paimon doesn't think there's any way left for Furina to win.
I believe the time for arguments and presentation of evidence has come to an end. If there are no objections, we will move on to the final judgment.
I don't think anything she says at this point will sway anyone. Just too stacked against her.
Aduh. Tar, kok seru tiba-tiba. Langsung rampage gitu loh dia. Oh.
In my capacity as Chief Justice, I shall now render judgment on Furina's misrepresentation of herself as the Archon of Fontaine. As a human who knowingly deceived her fellow citizens, Furina is guilty.
No. Udah set banget, Cak.
We shall now turn to the oratrice mécanique d'analyse cardinale to render the final verdict on the charges.
Oh shit. Ini yang dihukum mati deh. Kursor ganggu. sorry. Baset lu ya, kursor aja diprotesin.
According to the judgment of the oratrice mécanique d'analyse cardinale,
shit,
Furina is...
Kesimpulan nggak maspul.
Well, what's wrong? What's the oratrice's verdict?
No. The
Furina
oratrice also
nggak
displays a
maspul.
guilty verdict.
No.
Isn't that correct then?
However, the exact wording of the verdict is thus: the Hydro Archon, guilty, to be punished via the death sentence.
What?
The death sentence?
That's actually one of the available sentences? I've always thought that it was just a myth.
The one and only time the death sentence has been handed out at the court, and it's been given to the very person we've worshipped as the god of justice? What an unexpected twist.
Furina's been sentenced to death by the oratrice? We just wanted to use the trial to show her the seriousness of things so she'd tell us the truth. How did things escalate this quickly?
Gara-gara lu.
This outcome is indeed quite
Gara-gara
strange.
kalian semua ini nggak percaya kalau
According
Furina
to
itu maspul.
Fontaine's current definitions of justice, as well as its recommendations for criminal sentences, is this sentence really appropriate for the crimes that have been committed?
Yeah, even Vache wasn't sentenced to death by the oratrice. You know, the real evil mastermind behind the serial disappearances case.
Yeah.
Indeed. Not only is Furina's sentence overly excessive, the very point of our trial today was also to prove that Furina has never been the Hydro Archon in the first place. But now, the oratrice seems to have deliberately invoked
Iya,
the
dia
title of
tetap
the
bilang Hydro Archon.
Archon.
Dia tetap bilang Hydro Archon, Cok. Si oratrice-nya tadi.
Excuse me.
Nggak ada yang peduli sama lu. Lu mau ngapain di sini, ya? Masih kecil. Pantat lu masih biru. Masih bau matahari. Mending sana sikat gigi, cuci kaki, tidur. Deh, ya? Kacau, Jir. Bocil nyasar, Cok.
The trial still going?
Lah, udah telat
Fremine.
juga.
You finally made it. I assume this means you've completed your mission?
Mm-hmm. Any mission Father assigns to me will always be top priority.
Oh, dari ARCHON.
Is that
What?
the first prophecy slate?
Ini yang pertama. Hah? Wait, what?
Huh. So the knave privately arranged for Fremine to try and find the missing slate.
Itu penonton lu yang, bang, gue telat ya. Iya.
I looked everywhere and finally found it at the bottom of the sea. It took me a long time to get around some dangerous stretches of water. But has the trial already concluded? Then doesn't that mean
Minimal kalau ada tugas penting cepet-cepet.
No.
Kambing udah telat banget dia.
Thank you.
Gede banget BTW kambing. Gimana cara dia ngebawanya?
Please allow me to review the record left on the slate. Traveler, I believe that you have already seen the other existing slates. I would like you to come here and confirm their contents.
Huh? So what do you see? What is it?
The previous Hydro Archon releasing her divine power, turning the Oceanid into human beings.
I believe I've now made sense of the Hydro Archon's crime. It has to do with Fontaine's lost history.
Oh, jadi manusia lagi?
Isn't the Hydro Archon just guilty of deceiving her people? Oh, wait, no, that's Farina, and we've already proven that she's not the Hydro Archon. So when you say Hydro Archon, do you mean the real Hydro Archon we've been kinda talking about?
In truth, everything that you've encountered in Fontaine up until this point can be traced back to the contents of these stone slates. However, I'm uncertain as to how much sense they currently make to you.
Okay, let's try to recall the contents of the other 3 stone slates.
Aduh. Aduh, Dewa Puzzle nih. Harus banget nih Dewa Puzzle. Sumpah. Harus banget nih Dewa Puzzle beraksi.
The first stone slate describes what you just said. It seems to show the previous Hydro Archon using her divine power, and then the Oceanids turn into human. Does that mean that Fontainians are transformed Oceanids? Oh, Prima wasn't expecting that.
Dan bilang powernya Farina hilang gara-gara itu.
Can turn into humans, then perhaps this process can be reversed as well. The second stone slate shows Celestia floating in the sky, and the Hydro Archon and her people worshipping it together. But the heavens still brought judgment. This must be the point when the Hydro Archon and the Fontainians were branded with their original sin. Does this mean that the original sin and the Hydro Archon sin are the same thing? The third slate shows the Hydro Archon sinking into the sea surrounded by many people. That reminds Paimon, didn't we also watch that happen to someone else? Well, the fourth slate is the prophecy the Fontainians have been talking about. People dissolved. We didn't believe that such a crazy disaster could happen at first, did we? But after that incident, it was just a question of when.
Can be dissolved by water from the primordial sea. Find a way to bring back his wife who had been dissolved.
We know
Easy
from the
win.
case of the serial
First
disappearances
try.
of young women that Fontainians can be dissolved in primordial seawater. And the first stone slate tells us that long ago, this might be the reason that Fontainians can dissolve.
Iya, karena dia dari Oceanid, I see. Easy,
Perhaps
first
what is
try.
about to take place
Dewa
all
puzzle.
happened before. The true sin of the Hydro Archon that neuvilette mentioned, and the original sin cast down on the people of Fontaine by Celestia, as recorded on the stone slates.
Ini gua nggak tahu, kambing. Bisa nggak kita ke ini dulu? Bangke. Ini. Oke, gua salah. Harusnya kita mulai dari 3. Ya, nggak boleh melompat ternyata. Nggak boleh melompat ternyata, guys. Kalau melompat salah kok, Cak. Pasti. Pulangin Argenti muka lu pulangin Argenti. Emang kapan gue bilang pulangin Argenti bangsat? Wait, apa tadi? Sorry. Navia?
It's not as simple as
harusnya emang gak boleh lompat kok, kacau lu.
When Navia fell into the sea, her consciousness was subjected to judgment. The stone slates show the people gathered around the Hydro Archon in the sea. Could that be?
Nah,
The
kok ini?
prophecy from the stone slates
Kok
found
neuvilette
its
nggak ada
way
banget,
into
kocak?
society. But not many people believed it at first. The fortress of
Wah, nggak ngerti anjir gue yang keempat.
with
Aneh,
primordial
yang keempat.
seawater,
Nggak jelas.
which we know can cause Fontainians to dissolve if we hadn't dealt with it in time.
Easy ya guys ya, first try.
They'll dissolve into the primordial sea but won't cease to exist. Their essence will flow in the seawater. The Hydro Archon was sentenced to death in court, shocking everyone present.
Fontaine original sin.
Navia fell into the water inside those ruins, and she nearly dissolved. She was surrounded by the people of Poisson in a court within her consciousness. The eruption of the primordial sea at the fortress of Meripede was the surest sign. The prophecy's contents can all be verified by recent events. If we combine what we...
Easy ya. Easy kok, Cak. Kalau Dewa Puzzle udah berdiri tegak, duduk tegak mah udah easy first try.
Oh, Paimon gets it now! So that's how you can make sense of it. But then it feels like we're going to have to share some truly shocking revelations.
Let's hear them.
Fontaines are not
Incredible. Linny, did you hear that?
We're not real humans.
All Fontainians were originally created by the late previous Hydro Archon, with Oceanids as their basis.
Jadi Oceanid sebenarnya jadi manusia, bukan manusia yang jadi Oceanid. Menarik.
Fontainians could dissolve in primordial seawater, and how all the girls Vache dissolved were also turned into Oceanids. Oh, and according to Navia, when she was about to get dissolved, she also saw everyone gathered around for a trial. All of them in the shape of Oceanids.
Kok ngeri juga ya dilihat-lihat kalau kayak gitu kami.
Indeed.
Yeah, and it follows from the content of the first slate that she probably angered Celestia
By creating humans. I see.
That could also
Jadi warga
explain
Fontaine
why
adalah
the
Oceanid.
Oratories judged the Hydro Archon to be guilty. It's to account for that ancient sin.
The Hydro Archon's true sin was creating us?
And yet, after many hundreds of years, the Hydro Archon's creations have turned around to try to judge the Archon within the opera Epiclese. The twists of history are often the most unexpected of all.
Wait, taruh. Bukannya emang berarti manusia itu sebenarnya Archon itu bukan kayak dibilang dewanya mereka gitu. tapi lebih ke kayak raja. Gitu kah? Sebenarnya konsep Archon. Jadi bukan dewa yang sesungguhnya gitu loh. Cuman kayak raja doang. Yang punya wilayah. Dan bisa ngasih-ngasih ini, vision. Dewanya Celestia. Iya, benar. Makanya gue mau confirm aja. Pantesan yang gue lupa yang di mana itu yang bahas Oceanid itu udah ada dari berapa ini yang lalu kan. Makanya gue bingung pertama kali pas dengar kayak malah jadi Oceanid lah. Berarti Oceanid semuanya dari manusia gitu. Gue pernah nonton ini sejarah Oceanid, makanya lore-nya Oceanid. Padahal Oceanid udah dari berapa ini tahun yang lalu, berapa ribu tahun yang lalu. Lanjut dulu, oke aman.
In the end, the people will all be dissolved into the waters, and only the Hydro Archon will remain weeping on her throne. Only then will the sins of the people of Fontaine be washed away. Did Paimon get all that right?
You've made some keen deductions. I must say, given how much you still don't know, however, while you were able to decode all the information on the slates, they've also been etched with an additional layer of hidden information using a different power source. When we were at the ruins, I tried to decipher the hidden information recorded in the slates. But since we only had 3 slates at the time, I was unable to come to a full conclusion. Now that the slate collection is complete, I shall make another attempt to decipher the narrative recorded within. If everything goes well, we should finally be informed of the unadulterated truth.
Cutscene kah?
Well, did you get it?
I believe I should share this truth not only with you, but with all the people of Fontaine as well. I will try to briefly summarize it for you. Your hypotheses regarding the origin of Fontainians and the sin of the Hydro Archon were both correct. In the Fontaine of old, the previous Hydro Archon sensed the yearning of her Oceanid familiars for life on land. The Oceanids were enamored with the beauty and romanticism of human beings, and wishing to have those experiences for themselves, expressed to the Hydro Archon their desire to become of a similar kind. However,
lagi baca
even
clip
though
ya, lagi
water
baca
as an
clip.
element is intricately linked with the power of life, the Hydro Archon as
Ini
one
Chris
of the
nih.
7 did not possess the authority to create a new form
Kalau
of
Chris
human
ini
life.
Fontaine, dia bukan dari
Not
sana
one
tapi
to
dari yang
give in.
monster kecil itu
She
yang
eventually
lemah.
found a way to create permanent humanoid bodies for her familiars by appropriating the power of this planet's primordial sea. She poured primordial seawater into the Oceanids' blood vessels, creating humanoid mimics in the process. But if Fontainians were to ever come into direct contact with water from the primordial sea, the power within their bodies would escape these artificial restraints and return to the sea. As a result, their forms would collapse, and they would be reverted to their original forms as Oceanids. Of course, the Hydro Archon never received permission from the heavenly principles to create a new human race. And thus, the Hydro Archon and all of her creations came to shoulder the original sin of appropriating the power of the primordial sea. That is the true history of how the people of Fontaine first came into being.
So we were all Oceanids before we turned into human beings?
That's way too much information for me. I think I'm just going to pretend that I never heard a single thing.
Ini warga Facebook yang udah dikasih tau Furina broken tetap kopium. Kalau kamu denger ya, tetap ngeyel.
After all, her only sin was creating us.
This really might be too much information for your regular Fontainian, but it does answer a lot of our questions.
Alas, your hypothesis regarding the third and fourth stone slates was inaccurate. The slates' respective positions are, in fact, correct.
Kejam banget cok sama si Furina kambing. Nggak ada terima kasihnya sama Furina, bangsat. Orang-orang ini ya.
A key point of the visual on the third slate is how all the individuals depicted in the water are humans rather than oceanids. They have not been dissolved, which implies that the water depicted in this slate is not water from the primordial sea. The nation of Fontaine is the nation of Hydro, as well as the nation of trials and justice. Instead of being the literal element, the water in the scene symbolizes judgment and justice. You may also recall Navia's experience. When she fell into the sea, her consciousness was surrounded by that of many others who intended to hold a trial to determine her fate. Therefore, the meaning of the third slate is that the people of Fontaine shall try the Hydro Archon at the court of justice.
Wait, what? Begitukah?
Yes, it refers to our present situation.
Oh, makanya si Furina ini, cok, nangis kambing.
What you're saying is, even though we decided to put on this trial to avoid fulfilling the prophecy, in truth, everything we've done has happened exactly as the prophecy foretold.
Kok sedih tiba-tiba ya?
It seems we're the ones making sure it comes true.
What should we do?
Huh. No matter what, the prophecy will be fulfilled.
Prisoner of Fate.
Is this what it feels like to be a prisoner?
Akan jadi Eren.
If that's the
Jadi Eren, kocak.
Does that mean the scene in the fourth slate will also be fulfilled soon?
Traveler, I would like to point out another small fallacy in your deductions. About the fourth slate, you probably thought that the eruption of primordial seawater beneath the fortress of Meripede served as the surest sign that the prophecy was about to come to pass, yes? However, I believe that rather than being a sure sign, that eruption could in fact only be a small warning of something far worse to come. As for the root cause of the catastrophe, I believe you've already encountered it once before.
Could it be Hilde?
This eruption was just a small warning of the things to come. We must find the root cause of the disaster.
Hilde udah. Bukan ya? Ini, well. Gua nggak lihat ada di kanan ini ya. Gua nggak lihat ini.
It was both dream and...
If we're talking about a true culprit, that could only be that thing inside the primordial sea, right?
Inside the primordial sea.
The truth, the original sin, the trial, and the root cause of the disaster.
Suka puzzle lo kami sama. Kak. Oh, cutscene. Holy. Yang bilang airnya ini. Matikan semua. What the fuck? Di tengah-tengah banget tuh, mohon maaf. What? Furina mana? Bisa begitu neuvilette-nya kami. Gelo. Anjir, keren banget, cok. Tempat. Anjir. Relensi Tefat. Gelo, keren banget sih emang chill deh pakai ini ya. Full legacy. Sumpah. Meanwhile, Traveler kayak gini tampilannya. Nggak ada ininya bagus-bagusnya, bangsat. Tarung lagi deh. Hanya King Spear, dua King Spiral nih, Bos. Gelo, cool banget tuh. Dingin banget, guys ya. Sheesh. Dingin banget tuh, dingin. Dua King Spiral.
So we've met
When
it
he
at
was
last.
young, huh?
I understand very well why it is chosen to make an appearance here. That whale does not belong to Tevat. It is a monster that has traversed the stars.
MC dengan pusarnya yang kelihatan. Nggak ada keren-kerennya MC kita, bangsat. Ih, kesel banget gua. Tai. MC-nya sampah banget sih desain MC-nya Genshin, sumpah dah.
It has been greedily consuming the energy from the planet's primordial sea, using it to grow. That is the main cause for the rising sea levels. Once it has finished consuming all of the energy contained within the sea, its next step will be...
You said that when the Hydro Archon first created Fontainians out of Oceanids, she filled their blood vessels with primordial seawater.
Precisely. That whale finds the blood of Fontainians nigh impossible to resist. Therefore, when it left the primordial sea, it decided to make its next stop a packed opera house full of food. Food in the form of Fontainians.
We just barely managed to push it back, right? In that case, won't it come back to target the people again once it's managed to recover its strength?
That is correct. Indeed, it is more accurate to say that we should thank that Harbinger for buying us some time. Without him, the whale would have likely come onto land far sooner. From the way he looked, he must have been fighting the creature for quite a long time.
Mati anjir si Cile.
That battle maniac. We've always known that he had a special connection with that whale, but we definitely didn't expect it to help us out like this. Anyway, now that we know that this whale is the actual cause of the disaster recorded in the prophecy, all we need to do to stop the prophecy would be to find a way to beat it up, right?
It is too late. It had already absorbed too much of the primordial sea's energy before we could notice it. At this point, it has become practically integrated with the sea itself. Even if the entirety of Tevat were to be destroyed, it could still survive and swim off towards some other world.
That's not something I will accept. We've already done everything we can, and we even found the true culprit. We've come so far. You can't just tell me that the last hurdle is some impossible foe. That's just not fair.
Indeed, that's not how a grand performance should end.
I'll fight it to the end, no matter what.
So the prophecy
Tar dulu,
would be
si Furina
fulfilled
gimana?
no matter what, huh?
The prophecy. Yes, what has been
Oh, ini
prophesied
si-
will be fulfilled. You may view such things as the history of the future. Just as prophecies are usually only the future as seen from the perspectives of the gods, could things be happening in hidden corners where the gods' gaze does not fall? Ultimately,
Dia habis.
fate shall serve as your only guide, no matter what will happen in Tevat's future. All you need to do is to...
Cutscene. Wait, Furina gimana dong?
What's happening with the aura trees?
I believe it is preparing to carry out the death sentence.
Set gini si Furina. Gue jadi Furina mah nggak usah panggil gue. Ini contoh-contoh orang yang udah sadar Furina broken. Tunggu rerun keduanya. Gimana? What the? What? Wait, what? Ooh, what?
You.
Kok cakep banget. Kok beda ininya anjir. Taruh dulu. Kenapa mereka bisa bikin Taruh, sorry immersion. Kenapa mereka bisa bikin model baru kayak gini tapi si Nahida kagak waktu si Rukadevata muncul? Bajingan. Ini keren banget, Cok. What the fuck? Keren banget anjir. Baru di Furina doang yang pertama kali ada model yang ada langsung skinnya gitu loh. Maksudnya ada langsung beda model gitu lah, ada 2 model. Keren banget kami. Ini Archon yang lama ya?
You are not Furina. Who are you?
The sweet sound of bewilderment. Marvelous.
Oh,
A
ini Furina
sure
yang asli
sign that
beneran.
my attempt to deceive everyone was a resounding success. But to answer your question, I am
Mohon maaf, kenapa suaranya jadi bahaya banget ya? And vocalors, the god. Kok suaranya jadi deep gitu tiba-tiba. Jadi mami voice, Cok. Keren banget, Cok, bajunya lagi. Keren banget, kambing. Bisa kali langsung jual skinnya Furina, langsung gue beli. Bangke, lanjut sama oke, aman.
Fusolo, why did you deceive us?
Iya, masih kayak yang sama harusnya.
Oh, that wasn't my goal, of course. Goodness, no. But I had to fool everyone else too, if I was to stand any chance of deceiving the heavenly principles.
What the fuck? Celestial.
Deceiving the heavenly principles.
It's all because of that pernicious prophecy. Dreadful, wasn't it? Everyone doomed to dissolve. Fontaine condemned to be flooded. One was not amused. In fact, one was positively bemused when that problem was thrust upon me by my
Kenapa rata banget ya?
predecessor.
Tapi gak apa-apa.
That's the form
Gak
of
apa-apa.
Hydro-Archon
Walaupun
Egeria
rata,
for the uninitiated.
setengahnya terbuka.
It hardly gets more disastrous than a
Gak apa-apa, Flat is justice, guys, ya.
national catastrophe. Now does it?
Flat is justice. Okay. One wasn't amused. In fact, the problem was thrust upon me by my dearest predecessor. That's the former Hydro Archon Egeria.
She knew full well that the prophecy would surely come to pass. And as one of the 7, she also knew full well that one defies the heavenly principles at one's peril.
Anjir, maksudnya kelihatan banget ininya, Cok. Aura Archonnya
So
kan langsung
yes,
tiba-tiba.
as you have no doubt surmised, it was a rather impossible situation that I found myself in. I spent a terribly long time mulling it over, alone on the ocean floor. And I was almost growing barnacles by the time I finally realized there was only one possible solution to this confounding conundrum. I had to outwit the heavenly principles, allow the prophecy to be fulfilled,
I see.
ostensibly at least, while saving everyone at the same time. I'm a genius, I know. I can only assume that's why Egeria chose me as her successor. Although, looking back now, It was hardly the inheritance one dreams of. Between the task of saving the nation, the quotidian duties of the Hydro-Archon, and not to mention the original sin of creating a new race of humans, I dare say she left me quite a colossal...
Aduh, sorry gue skip guys,
One
terlalu
can
serius gue.
only play the hand one is dealt. I did not choose this, any more than I chose to be one of her Oceanid familiars.
To be one of her Oceanid familiars. Wait, what? But one can only play the hand one is dealt. I didn't choose this anymore than I choose to be one of her Oceanid familiar.
So you were also once one of the Oceanids.
Iya, dia Oceanid coming.
Transformed into a human by Egeria's hand.
Huh. Itulah jadi itu kenapa dia bisa ke dissolve juga.
Yes, I was. I always dreamed of becoming human. And I still do, even now. In my eyes, to be human is to be part of the greatest opera ever known.
Di sini maksudnya Furina bukan si Egeria.
After becoming a god, I separated my divinity from my body and spirit, leaving behind only a self that was as naive and bewildered as my past self on her first day as a human being. The me you see before you now is that divinity. And the human counterpart I left behind, I named Furina. She could feel joy, sorrow, and everything in between. She could be as vain and conceited, or as meek and vulnerable as she wished.
Ini dua kepribadiannya.
Her strengths were of a kind only a human could possess.
Kayak emang dua orang gitu loh.
As were her shortcomings. But in my eyes, Furina's humanity was what made her perfect.
Lu sependapat sama gue.
She was perfectly human in every way.
Bener.
The person I always
paling bagus
wanted to be.
karakter paling bagus di Genshin Impact. Most well written character in Genshin Impact.
Anyway, so then I cursed her.
I curse.
All part of the plan, of course. The plan to deceive the heavenly principles. Do you still remember the final scene of the prophecy? The Hydro-Archon alone, weeping on her throne. In order that the prophecy might appear fulfilled, I invited Furina to be an actress, to play the part of the Hydro-Archon in the prophecy. Under the curse I placed on her, so long as I, Focalor's divinity, continued to exist, she could not die. But nor was she free to live her life in the pursuit of happiness.
I see.
Instead, she was forced to take the stage in the opera house, to embrace the role of leading lady, to forever play the part of the god from the prophecy, all to create a deceitful appearance of that prophecy coming to pass. I suppose now you probably understand why your court is called the Opera Epiclese.
But Furina is only human, isn't she? Even though she has had a long life, her mind is no stronger than that of any other ordinary human being. I cannot begin to fathom what she has had to endure. It must have been torture for her.
Iya, sedih juga.
It has indeed. And although she is, in a sense, me in human form, I most definitely owe her an apology for it. It's been 500 years. And all along, she's been playing her part in the most unimaginably long, unbearably lonely, and agonizingly painful opera of all time.
Gue juga nggak ngeliat. Berarti dia nggak ngeliat si Vocalor sama si ini ya, si neuvilette ya. Furina. Masih kok bisu.
Oh, who permitted you to come onto the stage? Now, I understand your admiration for my august self,
Ini mah Furina
but
biasa.
I must ask you to keep to the rules. All right. It is not my intent to reprimand
me.
you. There is no need to state your name. Just be off with you. Do not distract me from my performance. Oh, do not jest. Can you not feel it? I am Focalor. The eyes of countless Fontainians are upon me. I must, at all times, display the utmost elegance and nobility.
Cutscene. Elah. Turn off the spotlight, okay.
Dear audience, the performance is experiencing a technical difficulty, but worry not. The guards shall resolve it soon enough.
Mohon maaf nih cepet-cepet gue pesanannya.
Hey, what gives? The audience is still watching me, you know.
Guards.
Guards? Wait, where are the guards? Guards!
Awas, jangan sakiti Furina. Suruh duduk kah? Before a mirror, Furina. Oh, what is this? Hah? Gue jalan sendiri. Oke. Bisa lari ya.
Furina.
Huh? Who's that? Who's calling me? Where are you?
Be not nervous. Be not afraid. I am before you.
Wait a moment. You're mirror me? How can this be?
Mirror you, huh? You know what? That's not bad. Let's go with that.
Mirror me? What do you wish to say?
Mirror me.
The prophecy. Have you heard of it?
What prophecy? Wait. I know. I think. I don't know why, but it's in my head somehow. The people will all be dissolved into the waters, and only the Hydro Archon will remain, weeping on her throne. Only then will the sins of the people of Fontaine be washed away.
Oh, very good. You
Kok
know
lebih
it well.
tinggi si Vocalor daripada Furina gue lihat coming?
What's
going
Oh, karena
on.
dia di atas
I
ini.
can't seem to remember anything clearly. The only thing I know for sure is this prophecy. Will it really come to pass? Yes, it will. And that is why I've come to you. Disaster will come to Fontaine sooner or later. Things will develop just as the prophecy declared. There is no escaping it. But doesn't that mean everyone will die? I'm a Fontainian just like them. Will I dissolve too? Oh, don't worry. Magical meetings exist in this world precisely to give people a chance to turn things around. It is the reason why you met me today. I will tell you how to save everyone, but you may have to suffer somewhat.
Wait, what?
Oh, so there's still hope after all. Goodness, you frightened me. You spoke so much and with so much certainty. As for the suffering, well, I will admit that the first thing that came to mind was, why do I have to be the one to suffer? But if the prophecy will come true, I'll also die anyway, right? So if I've already met you as my magical meeting in this world, if there were scales, with all the people of Fontaine on one side and my pain on the other, is it not obvious where the scales should tilt?
Perfect
you
human.
truly
My
are the
ideal.
perfect human. My ideal. I suppose this would also be the justice that belongs to you. Huh? Don't worry, it's nothing. Listen well. Fontaine has just lost its Hydro Archon. I need you to play a role.
Ini awalnya.
That of the new Archon. Play as a god. That's right. You must begin a never-ending masquerade.
Never let anyone suspect
You
your
must
identity.
never let anyone suspect your identity.
Oh, ini awal banget,
If
guys.
you can keep it up, then I shall have my way of defying this prophecy. But should your identity be revealed, then all hope will be lost. But how will I do this? A human assuming the role of a god without being exposed. Don't worry. What you must do is not to turn yourself into a real god. You simply need to play the role of a god as humans imagine them to be. Being a human yourself, I'm sure you already know what such an entity would be like. Remember, your true challenge will not be pursuing divinity, but contending against humanity. I'm still not sure I understand, but I'll try. I'll try to do this. So, how long am I going to have to play this role? To accomplish this mission, you will have to stay on the stage for
Many
many
years. You will endure.
years. You will endure
Jadi kayak serius
and
gini
not
kambing.
grow old until your
Emang
task
serius ya, lagi serius ya
ends.
guys ya.
But I promise you, all will
Dramatic
eventually
trial.
end
And
in a
everyone will be
magnificent and dramatic trial, and everyone will be saved. A trial, huh? How exciting. I'll be looking forward to it.
Scene 2, Ascension Speech, Furina. Bener-bener kayak masa lalunya Furina ya. Keren banget, Cok, dibikinin kayak gini-gini, sumpah dah. Keren. Ini pertama kali dia nge-declare dirinya sebagai Hydro Archon berarti. Mohon maaf, bisa nggak gua nggak usah lewat belakang? Nggak bisa, bangsat. Oke. Ini harusnya ya declaration-nya dia.
The Maison Cardinalise has announced my accession, but this is my first time facing the people. What should I say to most appear like a god? To be honest, I still don't know. Perhaps I should first try to act natural. Ladies and gentlemen, good evening, and welcome to the Opera Epiclese. I'm sure you've all heard about how I have taken on the role of Hydro Archon. Indeed, I am Verena de Fontaine, your new Archon. In truth, I know little about becoming a nation's new god, but it will be my honor to guide you all. As the god Focalor, the god of justice, I shall do all within my power to lead you into an age of fairness and justice. Once again, thank you all for coming. If you should have any questions or suggestions, please send them to the Maison Cardinalise. The future of Fontaine will require us to work together, after all. This should do it. I thought I might stammer, but thankfully, I was able to convey my thoughts just fine. Okay, and next.
That's the new Hydro Archon. Is this some kind of joke
Aduh.
by the Maison?
Aduh.
I would have thought
Gua
that a
nggak tega,
being that
Cok.
surpasses humanity would be a bit more assertive.
Hey, did you hear that? She even told us to send
Ini
her
orang warga SB guys
suggestions
ya,
there at
warga
the
SB
end.
nih, bangsat.
Shouldn't gods be all powerful?
Warga
She's
SB nih,
being so
tai.
modest. What's the difference between her and an ordinary person then?
If you ask me, perhaps the succession didn't actually happen. She might just be a Maison back puppet.
Wait, what's going on? Why is everyone suspecting me of being a fake? Oh, this is bad. If I get exposed here, there'll be no saving the people from the prophecy. Right. Mirmi said that I just need to play the role of a god as humans imagine them to be. Calm down, Verena. Think. What do the people want? How would they imagine a god to speak and act? Assertive, with a strong sense of presence. One who can dispel all doubt. That is the character I'm fated to play.
Ini sedih banget ya. Proses awalnya Verena anjir keren banget.
Such as you are deserving of my rule. Now, I was wondering if some weak puppet were to one day come onto the stage and claim ownership of this opera house, would the children of Fontaine follow them? Well, it seems that you would all see right through them. Having passed my test, you are qualified to witness wondrous trials alongside my august self, here in this opera house. You may consider my previous act a door gift of sorts. I thought it was a debut that suited the atmosphere. Now then, let us be reintroduced.
Ah, so that was just a performance. How could I have forgotten that we were inside an opera house?
Personality? It's quite shocking, to be honest, but I suppose it's a better look than before.
Such a fascinating and bold deity. How wonderful. Our future may yet be bright after all.
It seems I've turned them around. Best follow this
Waduh.
flow and restart my
Mana
accession
nih?
speech.
Sama aja ya.
My dear people, whether you acknowledge me
Taunya gue pilih atas langsung gagal
whether
questnya
you
kambing.
trust me or nay, I say to you, keep faith in your ardor for justice. We have heard it said that this nation's sins can no longer be washed away. Well,
Waduh,
I say
ada
that
pilihannya cok, beda aja
justice
atas
is
bawah.
most fragrant when it blooms amid sin. The scales of justice should not weigh heavy in the hands of its God. On one side, it must carry fairness and justice. And on the other, praise and applause. May love
Anjir ini voice actornya carry banget cok,
on
sumpah
our
dah.
lips
Keren banget.
May judgment be our worship. Let us light the fires and drink to the future of Fontaine. There is no trouble in this world that justice cannot solve. All that is needed is for you, my people, to believe in it, heart and soul.
Bad ending, Kak, lu bad
So long
ending.
as I, the Archon,
Masalah game over, nggak bisa login Genshin lagi gua.
so long as I stand before the oratrice, I shall even judge the gods of this world.
GG anjir voice aktor Inggrisnya, sumpah dah. Scene 3.
Lady Farina, here are today's case reports, as well as a summary of the follow-up for your perusal.
Come now, was I not just at the opera house in person? Leave these kinds of things to neuvilette.
Tapi nggak mau kerja, bangsat emang.
None of these trials were the one that I'm looking forward to the most.
If I may be so impertinent, what kind of trial are you truly looking forward to?
Kerennya dia ya.
Magnificent, dramatic, and wondrous trial.
Oh iya, bukan dia iya ya. Hintnya kan trialnya kayak gitu. And all things.
How could you hope to understand?
That's true. I fear I lack the ability to grasp your divine thought, Lady Archon.
No need for fright, and do not take what I said before too seriously. Go now, do your duties. The trial I await. It will come one day.
Sampai bergetar voice-nya, iya.
Lady Farina, I don't know what to say. Thank you for agreeing to see me.
No need to thank me. Or rather, thank your own sense of perseverance instead. Long have you stood in line to meet me, have you not? Oh, I'm afraid that's just an inevitable consequence of my divine charm. All right, Deuteria, is it?
Deuteria.
How is your son's illness?
You remembered me, and you knew of my family too. He is doing much better now. In fact, he is far more of an ardent believer than I. He was the one who forced me to seek an audience with you, and to bring your words back to him.
Oh, good. Very good. If this should happen again in the future, please do not hesitate to come and tell me. Going down to citizens' homes every so often, while not usual practice, should serve as a fine change of pace.
Nah, itu warga Fontaine punya anak gimana caranya, guys?
Thank you once again.
Masa main air? Kan oceanit.
Lady Farina, here are the latest hydrological reports. As for the specific parameters you asked to take note of, I'm afraid things still don't look good.
I see. It's as I thought then. As your god, I did already expect this, but I wanted to see how far your human wisdom would allow you
Pamit
to
dulu, om gak ada
analyze
kencang-kencang. Oke, asal cek.
all manner of signs.
Yakin nih nggak mau sampai
prophecy
klimaks
will
nih?
still come
Ntar
to
lagi kocak.
pass.
Kayaknya, nggak tahu juga sih ya.
Forget it. That's not something you need to worry about right now.
Well, as I understand it, the Fontaine Research Institute is also trying to find a way to counter the rising water levels.
Really? Have they found anything?
I'm afraid that they haven't found any effective solution thus.
Oh, is that so? Well, no wonder. This issue has reached the realm of the gods after all. Still, their spirit is praiseworthy.
Kenapa sih Anet kagak tahu dah. Mau ini.
The day is finally over.
Anjir sedih banget, Cok. Dia literally bersandiwara sampai 500 tahun.
But it's good to see that everything's getting on track. There are no longer any voices of suspicion. Maybe this is fine. I just need to keep going, and everyone will be saved. Alright, Farina, don't think too hard about this. You need rest. Tomorrow's a new day.
Opera House Farina.
Lady Farina, here are the new trial reports for the latest cases, as well as a summary of the follow-up.
There'll be no need for that. I've seen them already. There's no need to go back over scenes I've witnessed in person before.
Lady Farina, I've
Ini terus nih kesehariannya.
so long for this chance to see you in this manner.
Indeed, my dear, loyal citizen. This joyous moment is an honor for us both.
Lady Farina, we're detecting significant hydrological anomalies near Poisson.
Understood. Keep monitoring. Keep me informed should anything come up at the Institute.
Gitu terus berulang-ulang, Cok. Sedih banget.
Don't think I let anything slip today. I must show the people that there is nothing to worry about. I just don't know when these days will end. I feel utterly exhausted. Best to rest early today.
Tiap hari, guys. Gila, Cok, set banget kambing. Ini kalau si Vocalor nggak ada gunanya, ini gue kesel. Awas aja, kalau si Vocalor nggak ada gunanya ya. Kalian jangan spoiler ya. Tin.
Lady Farina, it's like a dream being able to speak with you up close like this. I've heard that the first member of our family who was honored to receive an audience with you was Madame Dioteria, almost 20 generations ago.
Anjir, udah 20 generasi, guys.
And what a fine family yours is indeed. It brings me great joy to meet such a faithful believer, a descendant of a line most ardent.
20 generasi itu berapa ratus tahun, Cok? Anggap satu generasi itu hidup 50 tahun. Kenapa tuh?
What is it, good citizen?
Are you crying?
Anjir, aduh, sedih banget, Cok. Aduh. Maksudnya dia sadar gitu loh, ini udah generasi ke-20.
The overflow of hydro from my person.
Duh.
Well, can't quite help being the
No,
god
orang no
whose
kokoro.
dominion is the waters, can I?
No wonder. A manifestation of your power then. Oh, Archon, I am honored to have witnessed it. Honored indeed.
Nggak usah nangis tuh. Sama dia denger itu juga kan, kayak udah 20 generasi gitu loh. Dia bersandiwara.
So interminable.
Anjir, aduh. Sedih banget, Cok.
So lonely. Just how much longer? Hundreds of years must have passed by now. Perhaps the show must go on for hundreds more. I never imagined that it would hurt so much.
Anjir, keren banget pas aktornya, bangsat, merinding gua. Ish.
I reached it long ago. Today I didn't even notice my own tears. I want to tell someone, anyone, about this. But would that not destroy all I've done so far?
Aduh. Aduh sedih banget cok. Kambing. Ini Genshin serius.
Across the centuries. But there's not even a sliver of hope that we might break the prophecy. All I can do is keep heart. I must maintain this act. It is the only way to save Fontaine.
Sumpah kalau vokalor nggak ada gunanya, awas aja.
You have to succeed.
Farina, you don't have to shoulder this burden alone.
Ini yang pas sampai di
I
sini.
don't know what you might be keeping from everyone. Your people are more than willing to share your burden with you.
Ini yang diorangan tadi. Lo dia nggak ada nangis-nangisnya loh. Si MC bangsat.
Share my burden. That's impossible. It was fated right from the start that this would be my duty alone.
But even if your burden doesn't need to be shared, you can still choose to confide in someone. Just share it with me. I'm what you'd call a witness.
A witness? Yes, I've heard that you came to Tevat from beyond the stars, yes. In other words, you never belonged here. And if Tevat is, in its entirety, a show on a stage, then you're just a spectator, aren't you? If that's the case... He's right. I could confide in him, couldn't I? But if things don't play out as expected, the people of Fontaine will be the ones to pay the price. No, Farina. You shouldn't be selfish. But what if it's really all right? Farina, you've worked so hard for so long. Surely it would be okay to put yourself first for once.
Sedih banget, Cok.
Is it such an outrageous thing to do anyway? To find someone in whom you can confide your frustrations and sorrows? Surely it could not hurt. If you let this opportunity slip through your fingers, it might never come by again. Think about it long and hard.
Hah? Kenapa long and hard? Maksudnya mentalnya guys ya.
No, I have nothing to say. I am Farina, the Archon.
Bukan salah gue ya bangsat ya. Salahnya dia kambing. Sus banget cok, long and hard. Wah kacau jir. Ya bener sih, maksud gue. Nggak usah lagi gue. Bukan gue aja. Dia sendiri cok. Dia sendiri bilang long and hard bangsat. Gak. Gue kira dia mau komentarin, makanya gue komentarin duluan. Ya, reset. Ayo sedih lagi guys, mana ininya, insto. Ayo. Tetesin lagi insto biar ini nangis lagi. Tetesin insto lagi matanya guys. Ulang. Reset lagi ya. Aman ya? Habis ini nangis lagi ya. Aman? 3, 2, 1, oke.
All you need to do, dear spectator, is to witness my performance until the curtains fall.
Fine.
So even Farina doesn't know the truth? You've never once let her in on the full plan?
なんじゃその元気のない姿は。よう眠れんかったの
Si
か
Micin minta di time out, guys. Sengaja banget dia pilih waktu kayak gini nih, minta di time out dia. Bodo amat, Bodo amat dia minta di time out. Kambing orang lagi serius. Bangsat si Micin. Bodo amat. Gua time out So, even Frina doesn't know the truth. You've never once let her.
Yes, it had to be done. To deceive the heavenly principles, you must first deceive yourself.
Oke, terus lu ngapain? Please kasih tau gua kalau lu berguna. Furina udah menderita nih.
She did very well. If she had let her resolve falter even once in these 5 centuries, Fontaine would have been doomed to the most tragic fate.
5 centuries, Fontaine.
It seems that trusting humanity was the right decision after all.
I believe that I understand how your deception works, but that is only half the truth, is it not? How would you build on this foundation to save the people of Fontaine? That is the most important thing.
Nah ini. Penting, guys. Please.
Good. Of course, the Udex of Fontaine has pinpointed the crux of the issue.
Tungguin dulu notifnya si Lancelot. Bodo amat, gua time out ya. Tunggu dulu notifnya. Nggak ada guna-gunanya moderator gue, bangsat. Tunggu dulu notif guys ya, aman ya. Sabar-sabar daripada ntar pas cutscene.
Ohayo. Nanja sono genki no nai sugata wa you neburen katta no ka?
Mending gini ya. Bodo amat. Gue ada cara. Dah habis itu tinggal kita ini sama terlalu. Mana Saweria? Daripada ntar ada yang ganggu. Saweria gue mana? Lah, Saweria gue mana, kocak? Gue malah nggak lihat Saweria gue. Taruh guys. Gue lihat dulu. Bye. Promosi itu milestone. Jangan. Bukan. Chatbox, game, background audio. Oh, udah gue ini. Oh, udah gue ini. Oh, semuanya di situ. Oke. Udah semua. Aman. Nggak bakal ada yang ganggu, guys. Aman ya.
I'm sure you've long sensed that the Oratrice is no simple machine, yes?
I've always suspected that it had its own consciousness. And Lenny did mention that he heard a human voice within the core chamber.
Yang bilang selama 500 tahun itu ini.
It now seems that person was you, hidden within the machine all along.
Oh.
Am I right?
And then I became one with the Oratrice, taking
Fontaine's
Fontaine's gnosis with me. Yes. It would seem so, wouldn't it? Alas, your understanding of this device still lacks sufficient depth. In truth, it is no enactor of justice. It is, in fact, a device created to kill the god of justice.
What? Device created to kill the god of justice. Wait, what? Dia mau bunuh diri?
Beg your pardon?
Oh, you have it. And to be more precise, not only will the oratrice take down the god of justice, it will also take down the divine throne upon which she has been placed.
Nih, zero requiem lagi. Rambling lagi nih.
I mean, did you think I would be the sort to enjoy peaceful repose while Farina suffered? My work over these last 500 years has been to constantly accumulate indemnitium within the oratrice. But really, some have already discovered that only a small fraction of the energy generated by the device was ever used to provide power to Fontaine. The vast majority had to be accumulated to enact this death sentence.
It was all part of your plan then? Both the trial and the sentence?
Indeed. This power, accrued over 5 centuries, could have sustained Fontainians for millennia had it only been used for that purpose. Almost all of it has now been stored within the oratrice. But only power of this magnitude could hope to destroy the Hydro Archon's divine throne, shaking the rules established by Celestia and breaking through the institution that is the Seven.
Lah, kalau mati harusnya ada Hydro Archon baru dong.
So the oratrice's call for death was for neither Farina nor Focalor,
but for
the Hydro Archon.
Oh.
The destruction of that divine throne. If I do not misunderstand your intent, you must be
returning what's rightfully yours to you, of course. In other words, this was all done to return the authority of the Hydro Archon to the Hydro Dragon of this planet.
Oh, begitu. Waduh.
But
oh, what? Getting sad again, are we?
The
authority of the ancient dragons shall soon be yours once more, O Hydro Dragon Sovereign. And this is the face you make.
The ancient dragon shall soon be yours.
All you've done throughout the years is just so you can sacrifice yourself at the very end.
I've never quite seen it that way, you know. Even now, I'm quite pleased at how well my deception worked.
Kursor, oke, maaf.
Hydro Dragon, don't cry.
Keren banget ini scene anjir. Sama kata-katanya.
I must say, had it been within my rights, I would have loved to judge the heavenly principles themselves. Were they not guilty of essentially the same crime? Egeria stole the power of the primordial sea, and the heavenly principles stole the power you ancient dragons possessed.
Stole the power of the primordial sea. Stole the power you ancient dragon possess.
I, for my part, am the god of justice. And is it not just that your original powers should be
Jadi sebenarnya
returned
emang
to you?
si neuvilette kan?
Speaking of justice, I have always believed
punya power.
that justice lies in the process of pursuing human existence itself. So, if the theft of the primordial sea's might was Fontaine's original sin,
Dibalikin.
then, leaving matters of procedural right and wrong aside, the descent of the Fontainians as humans and their right to exist in this world would be Fontaine's original justice. In other words, existence was Egeria's justice, and to me, justice is the continuation of that existence. Defying the prophecy and ensuring that Fontaine's people shall live on, that should be the justice enthroned over all others. At this point, we, whether it be myself or all other Fontainians, have shouldered the burden of this sin for far too long. Udex neuvilette, the highest judge in our land.
When you regain your full power as an
elemental sovereign, what verdict shall you pass upon us?
So when I was invited to the court of Fontaine to serve as Udex, I see now that that was your idea too. At last, I now understand the true purpose behind this position. In the beginning, I was uninterested in human existence. But these 5 centuries of living alongside them have gradually brought about mutual understanding between us. And I have even attempted to feel as they feel. You are a devious one, Focalor. Things being as they are, surely you know that I could never declare them to be guilty.
Keren banget scene-nya, Cok. Yang ini nih. Kalau ini teksnya bisa dihilangin, dapat screenshot-nya Focalor kayak gini keren banget anjir. Tuh. Ini di foto. Terus. Nah. Cutscene ya. Oh shit.
The hour
Cutscene,
of
guys.
my execution is almost here. For the sinner, the curtain call has come. I know I may not sound it, but faced with death, I find myself a little afraid. Perhaps this is one thing both gods and humans have in common.
Aduh.
Farewell, neuvilette. I hope you've enjoyed the part you played these 500 years.
Oh. Shit, gue merinding. Fuck. Anjir, gue merinding bangke. Juga yang ke Frina. Anjir, gue merinding. Dari tadi gue merinding. Banget sih.
I, Udex neuvilette, hereby declare Keeper of Fontaine, your sins are forgiven.
Ini Genshin? Really? Genshin kayak gini? What? What? Ini best story so far dari Hoyoverse, Cok. Masih belum selesai, oke. Lanjut.
What just happened? Has the death sentence
Duh,
been
sedihnya tuh
carried
gak ada orang tahu loh. Anjir.
Was that bright light some sort of misdirection? I have a
Sedihnya gak ada yang
feeling that
tahu,
something
Cok.
huge just happened.
Sedihnya yang tahu cuman kita sama neuvilette. Please jangan dikasih tahu orang-orang. Kalau misalnya mereka nggak ngasih tahu ke orang-orang, menurut gue perfect.
But since we're all still alive and haven't been dissolved, I assume whatever happened was good for us.
It's time to end this. We must mete out punishment to that beast.
Didn't you say just a moment ago that it can't be defeated?
I have gained the strength sufficient to deal with it. Through certain means, I now have the ability to separate the power of the
Kasih tahu,
primordial
Cenam
sea
neuvilette.
from that creature. We should seize the opportunity to pursue our quarry. Traveler, now that the oratories can no longer function, I require an executor to help me mete out justice. The root of the calamities befalling Fontaine, the beast that enacts the prophecy. Its name is the all-devouring narwhal. Come with me, traveler. The hour of execution has come.
Keren banget, Cok. Poetik banget itu. Gue suka banget story yang poetik, yang puitis gitu loh. Terakhir sih bangsat banget yang dia menari. Itu keren banget, Cok. Aduh, party gue kayak gini lagi ye.
I've already done my best to separate the power of the primordial sea. Considering the size of the beast, I cannot reach the power source. Unless we can find a way to attack it from within. I shall share a part of the ancient brotherhood. We shall look for an opening together.
Ini emang gak resistance hydro, guys? Gue kira dia resistance hydro loh. Ya. Air lawan air. Ini gue kira dia resistance hydro.
Trigger its hostility. Chance will present itself.
Resistance hydro yang pause. Novel full power tidak perlu resistance, benar. Musiknya lagi keren banget. Apa lu? Sosokan ini si ini ya.
Be sanctified. I have granted you my protection.
What the fuck? What? Hah? Oh, flexing dia anjir. Bisa dibuang loh Cilde juga. Jadi kuantum bener, Cok, jadi kuantum.
Thanks for helping with the cleanup. Should have been my job, but oh well.
Mana ada Jingliu ini beda banget sama Jingliu, kocak.
It was just supposed to be a short private training session for me. I didn't think that my disciple and my master's pet would start brawling in the meantime.
Master's pet? What the Master lu siapa? Siapa lagi masternya si Skirk anjir?
Well, actually, I had a feeling that it would happen at some point, but they bumped into one another earlier than I thought. What a blunder. I suppose I'll have to swing my sword 3 million times as penance.
Flexing. Dibuang kayak sampah.
Who are you exactly?
Flexing, Cok, flexing dia.
Paimon has an idea. From what she said earlier, she must be Child's master. Skirk, right? It's just that he gave us the impression that she was the less talkative person.
I simply did not have anything to say to the weak.
Edgy banget, chill ya, Skirk ya.
Managed to defeat the all-devouring narwhal without using power from beyond this world.
Without using power from beyond this world? What? Okay.
So you may speak to me as equals.
We'll take the Oliver Narwhal as a pet.
I have to agree. It's a strange use of a planet's primordial waters just to raise an all-devouring narwhal. That kind of power is wasted on it. It's not cooperative. It eats too much. And I have more important things to do with my time than pet sitting. The only thing that creature has going for it is its looks. All in all, it fails as a pet.
Anjir, pet doang loh.
Miss Skirk? I think you might have missed the point.
The point being?
Well, being that this pet almost destroyed an entire nation. So what sort of person is your master? Well, Child's master's master.
Oh, right. So you don't know
Him?
Sorry, I assumed you did.
Taunya Kapitano. Parka.
His name is Surtalogy.
Surtalogy? Who? Surtalogy saha? Saha guys, Surtalogy guys. Kok namanya kayak nama Jawa gitu ya? Bangsat. Orang Jawa dia. Orang Jawa dia guys. Surtalogy kayak nama-nama Jawa kok, Cak. Asli Indo? Serius? Wong Jawa ya? Kacau jer.
I am unfamiliar with that name.
Unfamiliar with that name.
Huh. So Master is insufficiently famous.
The Fowl.
How should I describe him then? Have you heard of the name The Fowl?
Fowl. Betul ini bajunya kayak kekurangan bahan gitu gue lihat bangsat si Skirk ini.
The Fowl?
Wow.
Still nothing?
Visionary.
How about the Visionary?
Or Gold.
Verifone
Ih, ini Dotir ini, Cok. Masternya si Albedo aja. Apa? Masternya lagi. Itunya yang ciptakan Albedo.
Ooh, that one we've heard. Rhindaughter's part of the Hexen Circle. She's
Yeah.
Albedo's mom, right?
Oh, so you do know that name. To be honest, I also heard all of those names and titles from my master. I don't actually know them either. But I suppose you understand now, yes? My master is likely a similar sort to Rhindaughter. They are both pursuing some form of perfection.
Anjir, squad apa? Hexen Circle. Squad apa itu? Squad apa itu? Organisasi kambing. Mohon maaf nih, ini kalau digunting. Oke, nggak usah dilanjutin guys ya.
Wait, didn't you also mention a visionary person? Paimon didn't quite catch their name.
Actually, never mind that. I believe it expedient to inform you that the all-devouring narwhal used up nearly all its strength fighting you. Such roiling hydro energies will prove difficult for the planet's deep seas to digest. As such, the Fontaine back on the surface has most likely been thrown into chaos.
Ntar gua harus research dulu guys ya. Inspect dulu baik-baik nih. Dia ada ini kayak kupu-kupu, tangannya kayak kristal-kristal gitu. Kira-kira kalau mau digunting, gunting yang mana guys? Lanjut.
In other words, the prophecy that you've been fretting over should now be in full swing.
What?
Whatever.
Not to worry. Focalor has already managed to deceive the heavenly principles.
In the end, the
pesen
people
lagi.
will all be dissolved into the waters, and only Farina will remain, weeping on her throne.
Ini si Preminute ya yang ngomong ya?
Only then will the sins of the people of Fontaine be washed away.
What? Ini kejadian kapan? Beneran banjir? Lah. Oh, ini kapalnya Racing. Bisa terbang kapalnya.
All hands initiate emergency rescue. Hurry!
Gue kira satu orang dicapit kayak gitu, itu sakit sih kalau dicapit kayak gitu ya.
Hey, lend a hand.
Baru gini lagi naik minum teh tiba-tiba banjir bener juga. Lah, turun lagi airnya.
It's a miracle!
Water's receding.
We didn't dissolve. The prophecy was wrong. The prophecy was wrong.
Mana Frina, gue cuma pengen lihat Frina, cok. Wih, keren sih. Keren banget itu orang rusak-rusak juga. Wih, keren shootnya, cok.
We're saved. The prophecy was wrong.
Ih, keren banget ini. DSS.
The soil renewed. The Spina di Rasula talks post-disaster rebuilding. I recently visited Poisson to meet with Miss Navia, spokesperson of the Spina di Rasula, and we spoke about Poisson's present and future. Old soil can still give birth to new bloom, Miss Navia stated. Hope is like seeing a small cookie when you're starving late at night. You just need a little of it. Skyship Winglet, Booner Brain of the Fontaine Research Institute.
Nggak usah dari koran neuvilette.
The various disputes that have arisen on account of Mr. Edwin have suddenly become a shield over the Institute, with Jurier turning out to be a once overlooked hidden gem. People always call the first researcher mad, but few know what to call the second. And should that latter person achieve a miracle, they would find it all the harder to find a word with which to classify him and his team. Wow! Paimon barely recognizes the people in the reports. Are those really Jurier and Navia? They sound like real big shots.
What do you think? Pretty enthralling, huh?
Nggak ada kredit kena Furina, Cok.
With the disaster just having passed,
Furina gimana ininya?
a free edition packed to the margins with good news to calm people down. The value for these big scoops lies in their inevitable follow-ups. We'll publish further reports and
Ya beneran nggak ada tahu. Ih,
those people.
sedih sih. Maksudnya justru itu yang gue suka karena nggak dijelasin gitu loh. Jadi biar traveler, neuvilette sama Furinanya doang yang tahu.
Edwin's assistant, Jurier, created a true flying ship, while Navia is leading people in the reconstruction of their home. I'm sure that these stories could draw even your well-traveled eye.
Paimon's curious too! Wait a minute. Didn't we watch everything happen from start to finish? What's there to be curious about?
And that's exactly why I'd like you to come conduct interviews with me. You're the best incubators of news, if you haven't noticed. And also, with you around...
Are you sure? Hasn't he turned you down?
Oh, this time will be different. Come on! Let's head to Poisson first, and then make a trip to the fortress. There are...
Ayolah. Gue nggak suka terakhirnya kita malah bareng ini, Cok. Bareng si Charlotte. Oh, gue nggak peduli sama Charlotte, bodo amat. Gue cuma peduli sama Furina. Gue nggak suka terakhirnya kita bareng sama Charlotte, Cok. Aduh. Dah 1/10. Endingnya sama Charlotte, nggak suka gue. Muka NPC. Iya, 1/10 guys ya story Archon Quest ini. Gara-gara endingnya. Bodo amat. Sama kayak sama kayak ini AOT. Walaupun bagus, tapi kalau endingnya ampas sudah.
Navia!
Oh, it's you. What brings you all here?
Hey, we're just having a look around.
Iya, kayak ending Last of Us 1 yang tahu Joel doang.
On how things are going here. Oh, the Fatui are here too.
Let me introduce you. This is Mr. Garun Snežević. He represented the Knave in sending us a large amount of supplies, and is helping with our work. Our residents are hard at work as well. Thanks to everyone, work is progressing nicely. We've lost a lot of people, but we're moving forward.
Ini semua
That will have to be enough.
Kayak gitu tuh.
Hello, Miss Charlotte. I'm a big fan of yours.
Oke, intinya ini bakalan ngeliput bla bla
Could you
bla.
not emphasize our role too much in your report? It's not.
I get where you're coming from. I'll keep it as simple as possible. Or would you be willing to feature as friendly naked?
That would be fine. Thanks.
Oh, you're back too.
Oke, kalau udah keluarin dia beda cerita guys ya.
We finished laying
Jadi
down
penting
the
tiba-tiba.
construction materials.
Naik lagi nilainya. Jadi
It'll be
ini
another hour before the
8.
workers are able to go over there.
Kenapa 8? Karena 8 itu melambangkan ada bulatan 2
Her
biji.
reputation's greatly
Makanya
risen
gue
after
kasih
that
nilai
whole
8 langsung.
duel business with
Setelah
Miss
ada keluarin
Farina.
dia.
So she's here in Poisson to wait out
Tuh.
the heat.
Aman ya?
All right. She really came here to help me out.
After the all dual business with Miss Farina Sois.
There's too much to consider in the reconstruction of Poisson. The Spina has need of more decision makers. And, well, I do already happen to be connected to Mr. Callus.
Oh, wait just a moment. Do you mind me asking a few questions? You know, about how you felt before the duel, about what it was like facing down a god. There's lots of exciting material there, I bet.
Forget it. I'm sure you can find a better theme than that, Miss Charlotte.
I see you're the same as always. Couldn't you do me a favor, for Navia's sake?
Well, if we're talking about doing things for my sake, you might as well just take a few more photos of me. Or of the Traveler. It's better than wasting time persuading Chlorand at any rate.
Of course I will. I'm not gonna let him off that easy.
Kenapa pakai topi semua ini cewek-cewek? Botak kocak. Cewek-cewek di Fontaine pada botak di atas kepalanya. Makanya pakai topi semua.
How did it go? Was it a good shot? Did Paimon look cute in it?
Not bad. Your addition really helped the composition of the picture. All right, hang on a moment. Let me snap a few more shots. All right, that should do it. I'll be back here later anyway, so let's call it a day.
You're very quick.
Speed is of the essence when it comes to the news, and freshness is the key. Also, not to brag, but I'm pretty good at building connections. Who knows? I might eventually get that interview with you after all, Miss Chlorand.
Wow, you really do have that never say die spirit. I'm impressed.
I'll hazard a guess that this is how you got that interview at the Fortress of Maripede.
Whoa, you're well informed. Let me make a guess too. I asked Sijuin, who told Monsieur Neuvilette, and he told you, right?
Monsieur Neuvilette, and he told you, right?
That's a very complete information chain.
In truth, all Monsieur Neuvilette asked me was, when did the fortress become so friendly towards the media? I told him that it was best not to speak too soon. There's no guarantee that Wriothesley will make a personal appearance.
You're right. I've got to treasure every moment I have with them. In which case, I'll be making a move first.
Stay safe now. And tell me if you hear anything interesting. I'll treat you to afternoon tea in exchange.
Oke. Itu ini ending-ending gak jelas lah. Aduh, gue pengen ketemu sama si Furina, kocak. Aduh, di atas lagi tuh ya. Di bawah deh. Oh, Wriothesley ya?
Wow, guess we're here again, huh? There's a real nostalgic feeling to this place.
Looks like you've been missing us.
Duke! Did you come all the way to the entrance to greet us?
Of course. I'm here to welcome you and our dear Miss Charlotte, whom our good head nurse recommended to me.
It's an honor to finally meet the much-rumored Duke.
No need to thank me. But that said, I shouldn't be the focus of your interview. I trust you recall our agreement?
Of course, of course.
All right then, this way.
Foto-foto.
Hey, no
Random
need to be
just.
so nervous. I've already taken all the... Miss Charlotte, do these pictures really...
It would seem that Miss Lorvine doesn't want her face to appear beside...
Sir, please don't say things like that.
But it looks like dear Mr. Jurier denies it.
No, I just...
Now, I might not look it, but I actually did meet Mr. Edwin, the boat that brought about... Still, if I might ask, where's that flying ship now?
Oke, ini penting. Skip aja ya, gue nggak skip yang nggak penting.
Another exclusive scoop.
I have to apologize, but that ship is presently in the bowels of our factory. I'm afraid it won't be...
Really? Well, then in that case, could I have an interview with you to make up for that loss?
You already know my answer, I'm afraid. Best you interview our head nurse
Ya Allah,
instead.
kita harus ke ini lagi.
Or perhaps you...
Did you really have to use the word... Well, then, 2 solo photos.
Is my hair messed up? Please.
Things sure are getting pretty lively here. Oh, seems like everyone's
Makin gak
here.
penting.
Would any of you
Makin
like
gak
to
penting.
Hey, Miss Charlotte. Sure. Come on.
Sure. Do I have to smile?
Jangan senyum. Kalau lu senyum, si Chris sagapung.
Same old, same old.
Other than that flying ship, I got a tad too much attention.
That's why I decided to let the interview go through. We should direct more public opinions toward the behind-the-scenes heroes. Am I right, Mr. Jurier? Miss Lurvine?
You're too kind, sir. I believe that you too should have your day in the sun. Not that you would want.
I'll just leave the spotlight. I see. Lots of things happened that day, huh? Anyway, regarding that Harbinger, I'm not sure you remember, but his 3 young followers are still waiting for his return.
He sure did win them up.
I'll tell them that there's good news and bad news. The good being that their boss seems fine, and the bad being that they must face extended sentences for abetting his...
Oh, actually, what about you? Are things gonna change for you?
What change can there be? The fortress will keep chugging along, and as to what Miss Farina's departure will mean for the nation, and if our laws and governance will be transformed...
What?
We'll leave those to the folks in the open.
Farina's departure will mean for the nation.
Hey everyone, the photo shoot's done.
Kemana Farina, Cok?
Good. In that case, let's call it a...
Thanks for your cooperation. Come on, traveler, let's go.
Please, gue nggak butuh sama Charlotte. Gue benci sama Charlotte, Cok. Sumpah. Bodoh amat, gue nggak peduli sama berita-berita lo. Please, help me. Biarkan gue bebas dari Charlotte. Boleh.
Follow the wind.
Aduh, ini juga nggak penting, YGY. Kalau Lynette penting.
Navia mentioned that she stayed in touch with Linny and the others after working together. Apparently, they've been at the docks distributing these strange pockets the whole time since.
Traveler, Paimon. And Miss Charlotte, too.
Would you like a magic pocket?
What sort of gadget is it?
It's a wondrous bag that can be used to carry many
Kalau ini jangan di skip guys ya.
The water level has returned to normal, but if you see any of your things floating around, you can use this to carry them. Or you could trick a friend into doing it for you.
Trick a friend?
You could just make a friend like Fremine here. Isn't that right, Fremine?
Dia tumbal, Premiere lagi tumbal.
Is this what you meant?
To be honest, that sounds pretty sweet. Could I have your...
You sure are working hard to help Fremine socialize.
He was the one who proposed doing this. He even wants to assist in our magic shows.
Yes, I was planning to first introduce...
That said, would anyone want to see a diver escape underwater?
Oh, it'll work out. Every journey begins with...
Lynette, could you come over?
Got it.
My, that Charlotte is rather perceptive. She got rid of everyone the moment she realized I had some... Father says that you did a great deal during the latest
Ini lumayan penting kalau misalnya dia mention
for your
Arlecchino.
contributions to Fontaine.
Terus mana si Arlecchino? Nggak mungkin dong dia pergi begitu aja. Nah.
Oh, I guess you haven't heard. After Lady Farina left, Father and Monsieur Neuvilette opened negotiations, during which he gave Fontaine's gnosis to her as
Capek
a
banget gua.
diplomatic gift.
Why? How? I mean, why? Gift, diplomatic gift.
A diplomatic
Berarti ada alasannya, oke.
A gnosis?
Yes, I was quite surprised at first myself. But when I thought it over, there were actually a number of things going for it. It could have been done as an apology for the incident with Lord Child, or as thanks for his help in tying the all-devouring narwhal down.
I mean, yeah, sure.
Father did also lend significant aid to Fontaine and Poisson.
Iya. Gara-gara itu. Nah, bener. Kata Pemon.
I would agree, but I've also heard that it seems that Monsieur Neuvilette has had a significant change of heart regarding the matter.
So there's some reason for this that
Oke,
only
nanti Neuvilette jelasin ya.
I suspect you'll have to ask him about that yourself.
But back to the topic. The gnosis was given to the knave, right?
Nah. Visionnya Cile masih di kita kok, Cak.
They say that he's returned to Snezhnaya to
Lah.
recover from his wounds.
Visionnya masih di
I
kita.
hear that the recent disaster really did a number on his
Cilde.
health.
That's true. When you think about it, we've had loads of run-ins with the Fatui. To think we'd be allied with them this time.
So shocked by such a simple switching of sides?
Mau share lagi dong
Father.
siapa?
Well, what do you know? Come to the docks to see how my children are doing and meet the traveler by chance. Please do not pay my accomplishments in Fontaine too much mind. I would have done them regardless.
Are you going to take the gnosis back to Snezhnaya?
Kok gue tetap merasa ini ada yang salah ya? Mohon maaf nih. Scene ini dengan kalimat ini, I don't know man. Why? Kenapa selalu kurang tensi kalau berhubungan sama Fatui?
That is our duty as harbingers, yes. Don't be too preoccupied with sides. The goal of the Fatui concerns not a single place or person, but the entire world.
Iya.
With such a grand goal in mind, it is inevitable that we must wear many masks. Switching my masks is something I've always done.
Keep to your position.
Well, that depends on many things. No one truly knows what the future holds. What good is honesty if you can't rely on it forever? As for you, I very much look forward to our next collaboration. Good things cannot be achieved alone, and you've proved yourselves to be great partners.
Oh iya, ininya si kalau gua mending gak usah, mending kita simpen.
All right. I'll remember to return it. Thank you for keeping it safe for him this entire time.
Mending kita jual, bener. Mending dijual visionnya.
That's a wrap for me. Huh? You're...
Greetings, Miss Journalist.
Hello. If I'm not mistaken, there are diplomatic channels I'll need to report to take a photo of you.
That is correct. So forgive me, but I will not be able to serve as a subject in your article. However, feel free to write as much as you'd like about our dear magicians and our upcoming rookie talent.
I will.
The sea breeze is quite pleasant. I shall continue my walk while the weather remains so agreeable. Farewell.
Farewell, Father.
Oh, she has such an intimidating presence. I didn't even dare to take a picture. Thankfully, I've already wrapped up all my pre-scheduled interviews. Thank you all. This'll be more than enough for me to write about, I'm sure.
Don't be too nervous. Why don't you take a magic pocket before you go? Here, traveler,
Mau ngobrol sama
Paimon.
Magic Pocket lain. Please, mana Furina.
That's right. Funny. I was giving out magic pockets when we first met too. And what do you know? I'm doing the exact same thing right now. So many things have happened, but the pockets are still the pockets. I guess this must be life. We will all follow our own paths, and serendipity will lead you to your fated friends. All right then. We'll be handing out pockets in some other districts later, so we'll get going now. Have a good day, you two.
Well, guess we sent Charlotte off. Shall we go see her Neuvilette?
Looking for neuvilette. Nah, neuvilette di mana? Kalau udah kelar Archon Quest, kalau ke air mancur udah nggak ada servernya lagi, serius. Cara kita ke belakang gimana? Lupa gue. Dari belakang ya? Oke.
The entrance to the fortress! Ooh, he really is there! So, you really are here, Neuvilette! I didn't think you were going to have free time this hour of the day.
Really? Oh, I suppose you must have met Mr. Linney. He took the time to greet me earlier when he passed this way. In any case, you came at a good time. I was just considering reaching out to you to set up a meeting, so I may explain some things that I haven't had the time to before.
Aw, Paimon's glad that you remember.
Ini informasi terakhir ya berarti.
It's on your mind, what with you being busy and all. Alright, let's have it then. How was Fontaine actually saved? The whole business
Please jangan kasih tau ke Paimon. Bisa nggak? Gak usah kasih tau ke Paimon.
It is strange how words can often leave a bitter taste in the mouth.
Tapi kita juga sebenarnya nggak tahu, Cok. Yang tahu itu cuma si neuvilette doang. I mean, kita ngelihat tapi nggak tahu kalau misalnya si Pokalor itu bunuh diri gitu loh, si MC-nya kan. Ya, Paimon tahu deh, kambing.
So that's what happened?
Oh, I'm suffering apart myself.
Fossilor destroyed the divine throne of the Hydro Archon and restored your power to you, transforming you into a fully fledged elemental dragon sovereign. But Paimon still doesn't quite get what you did to save the Fontainians from dissolving.
For me, the authority of the ancient dragons refers to absolute control over the hydro element. Fontainians were incomplete humans born of Egeria's use of the power of the primordial sea, with constitutions similar to that of mimics. But so long as those primordial energies remain within them, I could use the ancient dragon's authority to grant them true blood, after the fashion in which life was first brought into being on this planet. In other words, when I gave my verdict, Fontainians became true humans, and thus would naturally no longer be dissolved by water from the primordial sea.
Fossilor must have counted on you to make that decision as well. Your verdict was the key to making the prophecy appear to have come true while saving everyone. Yeah, and in a manner of speaking, Fossilor finally managed to fulfill the original Hydro Archon's wish to turn Oceanids into real people too.
It seems from your expressions that you still have more things you wish to ask.
Furina.
Ask away. I will tell you the truth as I know it.
Oke. Hah? Kenapa nggak ada pertanyaan tentang Furina, Cok? Halo? What?
I have investigated his case along many avenues, and I have learned that he once fell into an unknown chasm when he was young. There, by chance, he awakened the all-devouring narwhal. But whether it be by sentiment or reason, that should not have been enough to consider him the root cause of the disaster. At most, he would have had tangential liability. As for the judgment passed by the oratrice during the trial, whether it was due to that liability by association or Focalor deliberately using him to buy time for us on the assumption that he would be able to hold the creature off. I cannot say.
Pernyataan Lumin pun nggak ada. Iya, Cok.
In the end, it was thanks to her that they finally became real humans. Hang on a second. Paimon suddenly got another question. Back when Fontainians hadn't yet become real humans, were the children they had also transformed Oceanids?
Nah, si Paimon literally nanya yang gue tanya tadi. Bagus Paimon. Sengaja lu guna kali ini.
The fountain of Lucine to pray for children.
Yeah, Lynette said the fountain is where all the waters in Fontaine converge.
In truth, even those couples did not know that such prayers were no mere custom, but instead a form of ritual. Those Oceanids who were blessed within the spring water would later descend as new humans in the coming months.
Lah, beneran kan? Gue bilang. Literally main air, Cok, baru hamil, baru ini melahirkan anak.
Ask away. I will tell you the truth as I know it.
Kacau, jir. Konten
Yeah, about that. Risley said Farina has already left. What's that all about?
Ah, Lady Farina. The people are only aware that her death sentence has not been carried out. She abdicated the post of Hydro Archon and left affairs related to that title to me, before leaving the Opera House. I related Focalor's words to her faithfully and completely. After hearing them, she seemed neither saddened nor comforted. She simply said that she was tired, needed to rest. Having said that, she then packed her things and moved out of the Opera House, not unlike how an ordinary person might.
But she's still got a place to stay, right?
You need not worry. I will make arrangements to ensure that she will not want for food, clothing, board, or travel. In truth, I am somewhat happy for her. The wear and tear on her spirit will, of course, take time to heal. But now that she no longer has to play the role of Focalor the Hydro Archon, she can finally lay down her burdens and lead a normal life.
What about you then? What are your plans now that you've regained your full powers as the Hydro Dragon?
After Focalor passed on, the Oratrice also ceased to function. This matter will directly affect our trials. After much careful consideration, I've decided to take over its role in our courts. From now on, I shall hear cases and pass verdicts by myself.
Looks like you're still considering stuff from the perspective of the Udex, huh?
As an elemental dragon, there are indeed many things that I must do. But this power and this duty, in a manner of speaking, you could say that both were granted to me. As such, before I attend to my other responsibilities, I must first and foremost continue to serve Fontaine as its highest judge. The duty of the Hydro Sovereign and the duty of the Udex shall coexist within my person. Additionally, the Hydro Archon's departure has brought about another problem, which is that the Opera House shall no longer produce indemnitium.
That's true. That power was derived from the people's faith in the Hydro Archon, wasn't it? Wait, but the various mechs and machines in the city are all still okay. Where are they getting their energy from?
As I am now, I have full command over New Musia, and it can serve as a complete substitute. Another reason why I cannot quite leave Fontaine immediately.
Wow. This ancient dragon's authority stuff is really quite useful, huh?
Ask away. I will tell you the truth as I know it.
Fontaine Gnosis.
Oh, that's right.
Iya, yang nggak ada pertanyaan tentang adanya ya. Udah dilupakan, Cok, adanya, Cok.
Leaving aside their intentionality, the two Fatui Harbingers have indeed done much for us during this crisis.
Iya, tapi
Their sole
Gnosis.
remaining goal in Fontaine, at least at this point, would seem to be the Gnosis. The Oratrice has ceased to function. The Hydro Archon's divine throne is now no more.
I don't need the Gnosis power.
As such, it has lost all
Gnosis
meaning for
tuh
Fontaine.
ya
If
nggak
the
ada
Fatui have been
value-nya,
pure
Cok.
designs, then we might as well accede to their request now and avoid unnecessary
Jadi nggak ada
conflict.
value-nya gitu loh. Kalau segampang ini dapat Gnosis semuanya.
Paimon thought you were just giving it to them out of gratitude to the knave and as an apology to Child.
Ask away. I will tell you the truth as I know it. You will soon be heading to Natlan, I presume.
Natlan.
I'm afraid that I have little talent as a travel guide, so all I can do is tell you what I know about that land. As far as I'm aware, Natlan can be said to be a
Nation of Dragons? What the fuck?
A nation of dragons? You mean like you?
No, I suspect that I would not find myself welcome there. Unlike ancient dragons such as myself, The dragons of Natlan have undergone long years of development and evolution. Large numbers of them have
Anjir.
entered a form of coexistence with humanity.
Ini kayak
Natlan is
Xianzhou.
also the nation
Xianzhou
of
Lufu.
war.
Tunggu nanti aja banyak.
ravages
Oke,
those
oke.
lands like an undying flame. There is one other
Nation of
piece of
war.
information I got incidentally from my negotiations with the knave that I believe may be useful to you. The harbinger known as the Captain has thrown his hat into the endless ring of war.
Kapitano, cok.
Sounds like a real tough customer. Seriously, everywhere you look, there's a Fatui Harbinger doing their thing.
I suggest that you fully prepare yourself before going to Natlan. In the meantime, Fontaine's doors will always be open to you. Ask away. I will tell you the truth as I know it.
Hang on a sec. Paimon's still got a question about the Gnosis. When we spoke to Linny earlier, he mentioned that your attitude towards giving away the
Oh, ini baru.
Gnosis had clearly changed. We guessed that there might be some reason for it that only you were aware of.
No wonder the House of the Hearth is the Fatui's intelligence division. They are certainly sharp. So regarding this specific issue, I was just getting ready to share something with you.
What is it?
In truth, I exchanged some further words with that lady named Skirk after sending you two back to the surface. It went
Oke,
something like
ini baru
this.
jelasin ya.
Well, we're going to head topside to see what's going on. You hurry over soon as well, all right, neuvilette?
What next?
The all-devouring narwhal isn't here, so I'm no longer getting any interference. I can finally catch the scent of your power, what it's made of. It is the authority of the planet's primordial dragons, but with something very similar to a god's curse mixed in. It's quite a novel blend. I'm sure I've encountered something like this before. What was it again?
I do not know what you speak of.
Ah, of course. How could I forget? You should have the remains of the third descender on your person, yes?
What?
Remains? I've never heard of any such thing.
Huh. According to your parlance, I believe it may be called a gnosis.
Oh.
Well, that much is true. After Focalor's divinity faded, she handed her gnosis to me.
Kira descendant.
But I fear I have never heard of it described in the manner
Hah,
that you
gue
just
mau,
did.
gue mau ulang tadi.
I've
ngomong
been
apa.
training with my master, the Foul, ever since I was young, and I have never returned to the surface since. So most of the information I possess, I got from him. It is only natural for those who are greater than humanity to possess a different sort of common sense, which is why there are so many problems in our attempts to communicate with humans. Regardless, you should probably get rid of objects of misfortune to prevent any disasters from befalling you. To live in itself is a
Curse-nya
blessing.
itu ya.
But once a person dies, the bonds he once
I see,
had
I
with
see, I
this
see.
world shall all turn to curses.
What do you mean by that?
No need to fret. These are just my personal thoughts. And my reason for no longer wishing to return to the surface.
This third descender you refer to, who are they? And when
Iya
did
bener
they
kan third
die?
descender.
Master never mentioned them to me. Perhaps it just wasn't that important for me to know. If you're interested, though, I could ask him. I'll be sure to pass the answer on to you next time.
Next time? You believe we will meet again?
I do. Wait. I have a disciple of my own, don't I? He can be the messenger then.
Ada adegan ekstra plus.
That's what she told me. Whether it would prove useful or not, I wanted to pass that information on to you.
The remains of the third descender? So that's what the Gnosis actually are. Paimon just thought they looked like chess pieces. How could they be a person's remains?
All the same, assuming that there was no misunderstanding or special metaphor at play, that is what she meant to say.
And she said that it would bring misfortune and that you should check it, which is why you gave it to the Fatui.
If she speaks the truth, then I would simply be putting Fontaine at unnecessary risk by keeping it here.
One of them. Ya, dia fourth descender. One that the gnosis are related to descender, and two that the one who came before me.
I guess that you might already be familiar with this concept, but I did not expect you to be one of them. That means that the gnosis, which are exceedingly element compatible and can even enhance elemental abilities, do indeed come from the third descender. I wonder, does your body also possess
nggak
similar
ada,
properties?
sampah. Gua lemah, gitu aja deh. Iya, tapi sampah semua skillnya, kecuali Dendro doang yang bagus. Yang lain sampah semua.
No, let's not think about this stuff right now. It just feels creepy. Comparing the traveler to the dead third descender and all.
Berarti third descender yang bikin gnosis gitu?
That's what you say, but this topic still feels like bad luck. Once Child recovers, let's get some more answers out of him. Or go look for his master and get the answers that way.
I too believe it
Tidak
unwise
nonggak.
to make too many blind guesses when information is lacking. The same is true of being at court.
Alright. Whatever the case, it seems like the crisis here in Fontaine's over for now.
Yes. All of Focalor's efforts were for this moment as well.
Furina nggak pernah dimention gitu loh. Furina effort. Effortnya Furina 500 tahun. Nah,
Really what she wanted?
I suppose that would be the mystery of a god's will.
The will of the gods.
I suspect not. But once in a while I too would guess that if wishes were like the clouds in the sky, they will one day return to the earth as raindrops. Life flows like water, and rain is the final answer. The water levels may sometimes tilt one way or another, but the rain falls fairly upon all. And what ultimately is the difference between the rains that fall upon all of us?
Masquerade of the Guilty. Lanjut story Furina muka loh. Iya guys, gue kayak pengen lanjut story-nya Furina. Nanti dah ya. Oke, sabar. Ini ada lagi nggak yang mau?
It seems from your expressions that you still ask away. I will tell you the truth
Sama
as
ya?
I know it. I suggest that you fully
Natlan. Alright. Sekaligus closing, sekaligus penilaian gue tentang Archon Quest. Kali ini Act 5 sama keseluruhan Fontaine. So, Story Furina ya. Oke. Archon Quest. Buat Act 5. Buat Act 5 yang ini menurut gua bagus banget. Bisa gua bilang Archon Quest terbaik, maksudnya Act ya, per Act. Archon Quest terbaik dari seluruh story yang ada di Genshin. Atau bahkan Hoyoverse. Menurut gua keren banget. Gua suka banget karena poetic gitu. Terus semuanya make sense, nggak ada yang lebay, nggak ada yang ini. I mean, walaupun agak cheap ya, kayak si Focalor menyamar jadi ini, bla bla. Tapi menurut gua make sense karena dari awal juga udah ditis, walaupun agak cheap dikit, tapi it's okay. Menurut gua bagus, Cok. Act 5-nya keren banget menurut gue yang paling bagus dari semua story Hoyoverse yang pernah mereka buat. Yang gue mainin ya, gue nggak pernah mainin Honkai Impact BTW. Siapa tau di Honkai Impact masih ada yang story yang lebih bagus, tapi dari HSR sama Genshin sejauh ini menurut gue ini yang paling bagus story-nya Hoyoverse. Benar-benar perfection. Bagus banget, Cok. Lagunya kecilin dikit om, ya. Menurut gue bagus banget. Ya, plotnya keren. Semuanya dapat sih. Semuanya dapat. Dan untung gue main pakai voice aktor English. Gue nggak tahu kalau gue pakai voice JP kayaknya gue nggak bakalan dapat sedapat ini feel-nya. Voice aktor English gue dapat banget feel-nya. Voice aktornya menurut gue perfect banget yang English-nya ya. Benar-benar sesuai tone-nya, intonasi, pacing. Semua dapat. Benar-benar salah satu yang nge-carry juga di Archon Quest kali ini tuh voice aktornya Furina. Ketika dia sedih ini itu dapat semua intonasinya, dapat semua ininya, tone-nya, feels-nya, fight-nya semua dapat. Keren banget, Cok. Voice JP Furina pas di cermin bagus banget. Kalau di cermin doang. Pas yang dia sedih-sedih gitu ini enggak? Ada yang punya voice JP enggak? Kira-kira menurut kalian voice JP sama voice English bagusan mana? Overall pakai JP kurang berasa. Itu berasa banget soalnya voice English-nya, kayak suaranya tuh bergetar gitu loh, pas sedih banget itu bergetar gitu, itu keren banget, Cok. Apaan itu? Astagfirullah, iklan. Keren banget. Ada Prancis, aku skip om. Ngapain lu skip kocak? Archon Quest sebagus ini lu skip loh. Bagus banget sih guys, sumpah. Gue gak bisa. Paling bagian lemahnya itu pas yang filler doang. Yang filler di tengah itu dan yang di akhir, walaupun menurut gua it's fine. Menurut gua nggak masalah ada bagian itunya. It's okay. Itu yang Vokalor bilang Hydro Dragon Don't Cry. Versi JP sih bagus banget. Questnya om. Masih pas masuk story penjara aja. Ya, ini gue mau bahas yang Ek 5 dulu. Apa ya, setelah gue ingat-ingat lagi Ek 5. Gue suka banget itu yang scene terakhir, Cok. Itu scene terakhir keren banget, kambing. Itu keren banget, Cok. Scene terakhir yang Vokalor terus di paralel sama Furina. Itu keren banget, Cok. Itu juga scene-scene-nya Furina yang dari awal dia acting sampai 500 tahun yang dia nangis karena dia udah capek banget. Itu sedih banget, Cok, sumpah. Maksudnya kayak kerasa banget gitu loh, kayak kayak gue kayak nggak main Genshin, gue kayak main game JRPG bagus, entah dari siapa, entah dari game, entah dari developer mana gitu loh. Gue kayak nggak main Genshin gitu loh. Keren banget, Cok. Itu dapat banget momennya pas yang dia ngomong sama itu tuh, sama yang ada orang yang dia itu dia itu buyutnya itu yang pertama kali dia temuin. Udah 20 generasi langsung dia nangis, itu anjir. Gua di situ sih yang itu sih yang bener-bener the realization, man. Kayak iya, emosinya sampai banget sama ini. Gila sih. Poros ceritanya sebenarnya semuanya tetap berporos di Furina. Maksudnya Ek 5 ini ya, Ek 5 ini tetap pusatnya itu Furina dan Vokalor. Itu jadi di real Hydro Archon. Soalnya Honkai Impact 3 bagus banget story-nya. Ya, gue nggak tahu Honkai Impact 3, tapi dari yang gue mainin Genshin sama HSR menurut gue ini yang paling bagus story-nya. Overall. Asli, kayak make sense gitu loh. Keren banget. Walaupun kalau ada satu yang pengen gue protesin, itu maybe apa ya? Gimana ya gue ngejelasinnya? I mean, enggak juga sih. Kayak satu doang sebenarnya yang pengen gue protes. Maksudnya yang pengen gue kayak agak kurang serak, tapi di sisi lain menurut gue it's fine. Ini semua terjadi karena cuman profesi doang. Maksudnya kayak cuman ramalan doang. Ini terjadi karena ramalan satu doang. Menurut gue main plot utamanya itu yang ini semua konflik ini semua terjadi cuman karena ramalan. Menurut gue agak cheap, kayak paham nggak kalian? Maksud gue kayak gimana ya? Jadi story itu ada istilahnya stacks ya. Stacks itu maksudnya kayak threat, kayak ancaman. Jadi kayak ada counter dari story-nya itu, maksudnya kayak story-nya ngapain terus ada yang nge-counter. Saya ngerti nggak sih, kayak bukan antagonis, kayak lebih tepatnya ya itulah intinya ada pengcounter story-nya gitu loh. Jadi kayak benar-benar maksudnya kayak konflik utama dan segala macam. Kalau kita bandingin sama Liyue itu berasa banget threat-nya kayak apanya istilahnya, kayak ancamannya tuh berasa banget karena ada Osayal, terus si Childe sama Osayal kan, itu kerasa banget ancamannya. Mondstadt itu kerasa banget ancamannya karena ya ini apa dulu iklan kami. Siapa si naga bego, naga ini Devalin ya kan, dari awal kayak Devalin bikin kerusakan apa segala macam. Saya kayak ngerti nggak sih kalian, kayak threat-nya tuh berasa. Jadi ini ancamannya, plot utama ancamannya, maksud bukan ancaman sih, gue bilang susah ya. Stacks, kalau kalian ngerti stacks, ya itu. Intinya plot utama sebagai counter buat story utama si Fontaine ini itu ini semua berdasarkan ramalan doang gitu loh. Itu mungkin yang agak kurang menurut gue. Paham gak sih? Sama kayak makanya kayak Inazuma, Sumeru juga sama. Sumeru juga kayak ancamannya, Sumeru membaik lah karena ada sekarang mesti segala macam. Maksudnya kayak ada ada ya itu. Si Pos itu kan, ya tapi si Pos itu bukan kayak main plot utamanya gitu loh. Main plot utamanya itu tetap cuman ramalan doang. Bukan berfokus satu hal, tapi kayak main konfliknya tuh ini cuman ramalan doang gitu loh. Ngerti nggak sih? Ya mungkin konflik, bisa dibilang konflik tapi nggak kayak konflik sih, tapi ya apa ya, ini nih gue jelasin. Di singkat gue stacks namanya, stacks in story telling. Nah ini nih. What are stacks in writing? In fiction writing, story stacks refers to what's on the line for the character. What's on the line for the character, particularly the main character. Stacks delineate what the protagonist may gain or lose. Jadi apa yang bisa dia dapatkan atau dia hilang, misalnya kehilangannya dia. As the story central conflict plays out. Intinya ini stacks. Bisa dibilang konflik tapi nggak cuman konflik doang. Ya intinya gue kurang suka karena cuman ramalan doang. Itu aja sih. Maybe. Ya, jadi kayak maksudnya kayak kalian ngerti gak sih, kayak misalnya si ARCHON tuh cuma ups, gua ngebuat manusia dari Oceanid, ups, aku dijatuhin hukuman, kayak gitu. Ngerti nggak? Nggak butuh main villain sebenarnya. Kayak ya, kayak tahu nggak, ini semua tuh terjadi karena itu doang. Kayak ups, aku menciptakan manusia dari Fontaine, ups, aku dihukum sama Celestia gitu loh. Aduh, aku terkena kutukan. Ini ramalannya kayak gini, bla bla bla. Ya udah, aku kasih ke next ARCHON, bodo amat kayak gitu. Jadi ARCHON sebelumnya tuh kayak gitu. Jadi gue harus kritis juga ya. Maksudnya kayak nggak bisa gue bilang semuanya perfect. Jujur gue agak kecewa karena ramalannya ternyata ya sebagai main plotnya itu loh, yang benar-benar dari awal itu karena ramalan doang. Ini semua karena ramalan doang. Bukan karena ramalan, karena ARCHON doang yang rese mau bikin manusia dari Oceanid. Literally. Cuman karena itu doang. Ya. Tapi apakah bisa gua tolerir? Iya, bisa-bisa aja karena menurut gua overall still oke. Tapi kalau kalian mau bandingkan dengan Mondstadt, dengan Liyue, masalah stakes-nya itu loh, kayak konfliknya atau ancamannya, Itu jauh lebih bagus Mondstadt dan Liyue, dan kenapa gue bilang Mondstadt sama Liyue itu masih bagus banget. Gitu. Jadi bukan pausnya guys, pausnya mah seperti yang dibilang si ini doang, si Sker doang kan, kayak pausnya itu cuman kayak kehilangan kendali aja tiba-tiba pausnya. Itu pun pausnya cuman karena gitu doang, bukan karena dari awal paus itu ada di bawah Fontaine gitu loh. Ngerti gak sih? Jadi bukan dari awal paus itu ada di bawah Fontaine terus menerus kayak mengancam bla bla bla, itu enggak. Paham nggak? Kecuali kalau emang pausnya itu mengancam dari awal, maksudnya inti story konflik utamanya itu karena ada paus nih di bawah Fontaine yang mengancam bla bla bla. Ya, gua nggak serak karena ini semua cuman ramalan. Jadi setupnya itu cuman ramalan. Tapi build up story, overall eksekusinya semuanya bagus. Belum ngerjain. Oke, noncan aman. Gitu. Ngerti nggak sih maksud gue guys? Nah, but Act 5, apakah menurut gue itu story terbaik yang bisa diberikan Hoyoverse? Yes, karena eksekusinya sih. Lebih tepatnya karena eksekusinya. Menurut gue kalau eksekusinya fail aja dikit, menurut gue kalah sama Liyue Mondstadt lagi. Cuma karena eksekusinya bagus banget menurut gue. Permasalahan yang gue ini kan tadi di awal, maksudnya yang masalah ini cuma ramalan doang itu bisa gue abaikan. Kayak ya udah it's okay gitu loh. Ya posnya kayak numpang lewat doang kan, makanya itu stacks namanya, stacks. Jadi kayak konflik yang mengancam gitu loh, atau bukan konflik sih sebenarnya, kayak ya itu yang Google aja tadi yang gue bilang, stacks gitu. Tapi menurut gua Act 5 Archon Fontaine, Archon Quest Act 5 Fontaine itu gua kasih nilai 9,5 yang paling tinggi. Gua nggak kasih nilai 10 atau maybe 9 karena gua juga nggak kasih Liyue sama Mondstadt 9. Ya, maybe gua kasih nilai 9/10 Archon Quest Act 5 kali ini. Untuk keseluruhan Archon Quest keseluruhannya ya. Untuk keseluruhan Archon Quest, gue bisa bilang, Archon Quest 1, Act 1, Act 2 menurut gue bagus banget. Act 5 juga bagus banget. Yang kurang itu cuma Act 3, 4. Jadi kalau mau dirata-ratain, ya gue bakalan kasih 9 buat Fontaine. Overall Fontaine gue bakalan ngasih 9. Maybe. Kalau ada stacks, bukan stacks. S-T-A-K-E-S. Stacks. Stakes. Saya nunggu tahun depan. Iya, tiga di penjara itu kurang banget sih, asli itu boring banget. Masanya boring banget. Maybe bahkan bisa tapi 1, 2 menurut gue bagus banget. 1 sih yang bagus banget. 1 bagus banget, 5 bagus banget. Jadi kalau mau gue ukur nih Archon Quest X sesuai X, menurut gue Archon Quest Fontaine Act 5, Liyue Act yang terakhir juga, habis itu baru Act 1 Fontaine, habis itu Mondstadt Act terakhir, habis itu baru yang lain-lain. Sumeru juga Act terakhir oke lah. Nah, 3 benar-benar ampas banget sih salahnya. Overall Fontaine menurut gue 9/10 overall quest Archon Quest. Atau 8,5 kali ya gue kasih. 9/10 lah. Fontaine 8,5, Fontaine lagi. Fontaine 9/10, Liyue 8,5, Mondstadt gue kasih 8, Sumeru gue kasih 8 juga. Enggak sih, Sumeru gue kasih 7,5, Inazuma gue kasih 4. Gue kasih 4 Inazuma. Kalau itu penilaian gue. Inazuma 4, Sumeru 7,5, Mondstadt 8, Liyue 8,5, Fontaine 9. Dah. Gitu. Ya udah 3 tahun aja anjir. Sampai harus share earphone. Ya. Gitu. Ya, Act 5 juga baik cutscene sama itu sih, eksekusi terakhirnya sih itu keren banget, Cok. Menurut gue tuh keren banget kami. Jadi kayak bisa mengabaikan. Tadi tuh sebenarnya gue udah, aduh ini cuma ramalan doang dalam hati gue kan. Anjir masa. Saya kayak gue nggak nyangka ternyata cuman dari ramalan doang ini semua konflik ini terjadi tuh cuman karena ramalan doang, karena Hydro Archon lagi rese aja mau bikin manusia dari oceanid gitu loh. Kurang kerjaan banget sampai dapat langsung hukuman dari Celestia, sampai harus dikutuk, sampai dia nurusin ke Vocalor gitu loh. Sampai Vocalor bikin Furina, yang tersiksa Furina. Bangsat banget kan? Itu actually kekurangan yang fatal sih kalau gue pikir-pikir lagi ya. Kayak Furina sampai neuvilette terbangnya, coy. Yang Furina nari itu keren banget, coy. Itu 10/10 cutscene Poyoverse yang Furina nari. Sumpah itu 10/10 cutscene. Keren banget menurut gua. Intinya last scene yang mulai dari Furina pertama kali berpura-pura, pertama kali acting itu anjir. Tapi akhirnya bikin juga bukan karena iseng. Bukan karena iseng tapi kurang kuat gitu loh ininya. Kayak dia cuman, maksudnya sebagai Archon lu cuman pengen ngabulin permintaan oceanid dan lu nggak pikirin konsekuensinya gitu loh. Harusnya dia tahu konsekuensinya. Kalau kayak kan ini literally cuman oceanid iri sama manusia. Dari awal aja itu udah salah. Maksudnya kayak dari awal aja itu bukan hal yang baik gitu loh. Kayak oceanid iri sama kehidupannya manusia, bla bla, pengen jadi manusia dan segala macam. Terus si Vocalor ngabulin itu dan tanpa mikirin konsekuensinya. Menurut gua sebagai Archon harusnya tahu, dihukum sama Celestia. Ya udah, sampai nurusin ke Vocalor malah bikin Furina yang menderita. Ya literally cuman ya justru itu bukan itu oceanid iri lihat kehidupan manusia itu bukan hal yang bagus loh. Jadi fondasi story untuk lu ngekacauin, untuk lu bikin konflik literally satu plot. Ngerti nggak? Cuman iri doang. Itu nggak banget lah. Kayak kurang. Iya, itu justru itu nggak carry. Menurut gue itu banget yang nggak carry Fontaine. Scene terakhirnya Furina. Bener-bener gue udah bilang dari awal, apa yang gue bilang dari awal pertama kali Furina. Ini karakter paling banyak, maksudnya paling bagus personalitinya, maksudnya paling banyak lah personalitinya dan segala macam, well written karakter, benar-benar kerasa kayak manusia, benar-benar kayak kerasa karakter gitu loh, bukan kayak kerasa kayak karakter di game ini. Vokal si Furina. Dari awal pas di X1. Pas X1 X2 kelar, gue langsung berkesimpulan kayak gitu. Dan literally sampai ini. Ya, literally best karakter di Genshin. Furina. Dari lore dan dari kit ya. Penelitian Furina malah development karakternya sendiri, kalau nggak gitu kan tidak satu ya masih besok sekarang. Ya. Tadi dibilangnya mereka punya desire. Iya, maksud gua kayak kurang banget gitu loh. Bukannya oceanid pertama yang kita lawan itu mereka ini human ya. Bukannya oceanid di sini dia nggak suka sama manusia, seingat gua, ya nggak sih? A home far away from Taruh. Ini emang dari dulu kayak gini atau dirubah? Singkat gue bukan kayak gini dah, atau emang dulu kayak gini? Karena nggak mau dirubah jadi manusia. Iya begitu ya ininya. Iya. Dulu oke Rizky. Ya. But dari semua keluhan gue, menurut gue still good story overall Fontaine. Makanya gue kasih nilai 9 karena X1, X2, X1 sama X5 nya itu bagus banget. X2 nya oke. X3 doang yang turu, X4 so-so lah. Kalau di Liyue itu X1, gue lupa X1, X2 yang mana Liyue ya. Intinya ada bosannya juga Liyue. Intinya Liyue itu bagusnya di akhir doang, tapi akhirnya Liyue itu benar-benar 10/10. Endingnya Liyue itu benar-benar 10/10. Kalau Mossad itu yang paling stabil, paling bagus pacingnya. Tanggapan Archon ke Furina Om. Gue suka RGD tapi nggak suka sama Vocalor. Gitu, Kak. Ya. Well, menurut gue ini kemajuan yang pesat dari Genshin, tapi perlu diperhitungkan lagi masalah stakes yang gue maksud. Kayak kenapa kalian bisa bikin kayak gitu di Mondstadt sama Liyue, tapi kalian nggak bisa bikin itu di berikutnya gitu loh, di region-region berikutnya. Kayak kenapa intinya cuman karena Vocalor, karena Igeria pengen bikin manusia dari Oceanid langsung jadi konflik kepanjangan sampai nyiksa Furina. Kayak itu doang keluhan gua buat Fontaine. Overall good. Iya, ideal RPG klasik banget. Makanya bagus banget Mondstadt. Ya. Well, paling itu doang yang paling itu doang ya guys ya. Kayaknya gue udahan. Soalnya udah mau azan juga, udah mau azan subuh. Cek profile Archon Lens Soul Furina.
For 5 centuries, I dueled the Raiden Shogun in my personal realm of consciousness to confirm the steadfastness of my will. Yet this Furina you speak of, though possessing only a frail human body, committed herself to acting out her part every second of every day for 500 years.
Ini juga. Bener Vin ngubah orang Fontaine jadi manusia seutuhnya, nggak dicerdas juga sama Celestia. Tadi sini neuvilette-nya bilang kayak menghilangkan kutukannya aja. Ya sih, sebenarnya neuvilette actually mengubah jadi manusia seutuhnya ya, bener juga loh. Bener juga loh. Tapi emang nggak masalah karena hukumannya, jadi gini, hukumannya Celestia itu udah jatuh. Paham nggak si Unol? Jadi hukumannya Celestia itu udah jatuh ke ke Archon Hydro gitu loh. Jadi Archon Hydro udah mati. Archon Hydro mati, hukumannya selesai. Terserah apa yang mau lu lakuin tentang yang lu perbuat kemarin itu nggak ada masalah. Kecuali kalau si neuvilette bikin baru, gitu loh. Paham nggak? Kalau neuvilette bikin baru manusia, itu baru kayaknya dihukum. Tapi dia cuman kayak ngelepas kutukannya aja. Nggak, dia si Unol bukan nanyain kenapa bisa si neuvilette ngubah jadi manusia, tapi si neuvilette ngubah jadi manusia tapi nggak ada konsekuensinya gitu. Nah, konsekuensinya tuh udah ditanggung sama si Vocalor yang mati. Baru bangun. Ya, gue udah dulu guys ya. Ini udah mau azan bentar lagi kayaknya. Ya, udah mau azan subuh. Oke. Kalau gitu gue udah dulu, thank you semuanya, menurut gue keren banget. Furina sebagai karakter perfect karakter, best karakter di Genshin, literally. Nah, gue masih pengen nonton ulang yang scene terakhirnya itu yang Furinanya ini apa joget. Terus paralel ke si vokalnya juga, terus paralel ke Furinanya, itu keren banget menurutku. Ya, oke, kalau gitu gue udah dulu. Thank you semuanya. Sampai jumpa besok. Besok kita HSR full karena update baru. Ya besok jangan lupa joki gacha. Joki gacha itu sore-sore guys ya. Yang udah daftar joki gacha ke gua itu jangan lupa nungguin live gua aja sore-sore. Oke? Kalau gitu gue udah dulu. Thank you semuanya. Sampai jumpa besok. Bye bye.